Baseball is on the air.
The ball that's well hit in the right center field. That one is out by the 370 sign. Out of here, it's a home run.
It's time to go down in the dugout. The AM 570 KLAC pregame show that gets you up to date on your Anaheim Angels.
Kennedy swings and lashes one into right center field. We'll see if Molina can score. The ball gets to Greaves. They're going to send him home. Here's Greaves' throw to the plate. He's in there.
Down in the dugout is brought to you by your Southern California Lexus dealers who invite you to test drive a Lexus today. And by Good Guys. For the best electronic stuff anywhere, go to Good Guys. Good Guys. Better stuff. Now, let's join the voice of the Angels, Rory Marcus.
We are live at Edison Field in Anaheim. A beautiful, sunshiny Sunday, and happy to have you with us, everybody. I'm Rory Marcus, and this is Down in the Dugout on AM 570 KLAC. The Angels and their fans well aware that today could be the day that the Angels clinch a spot in their first ever World Series, but the Minnesota Twins stand in the way today. Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. Kind of ironic looking down on the field right now. I see Jim Fregosi. So many former Angels and people that have been in the Angel family looking forward to this day. They hope this will be the day that the Angels clinch. The Angels would love to do it here at home, of course, and the Twins would certainly love to bring this series back to the Metrodome where they would feel very confident they could win a couple of games in a row. So today the Angels go with Kevin Appier. The veteran right-hander was the only pitcher on the active roster coming into this playoff series that had any playoff experience. Appier has a loss in this series. That was to Joe Mays. And Mays will pitch again today. Mays is 1-1 in the postseason with a 4.63 earned run average. In the regular season, Mays was 4-8, but that's a very deceiving mark. He was plagued by injuries most of the year. Very good, very talented pitcher, and he showed that in Game 1 of this series. Kevin Appier was 14-12 in the regular season. Earned run average 3.92. The Angels won last night's ball game 7-1, but that's a misleading score. It was a scoreless tie into the bottom of the seventh inning. Brad Radke and John Lackey in one heck of a battle, and the Angel rookie came out on top. He pitched 7 shutout innings. Frankie Rodriguez pitched the 8th. Ben Weber pitched the 9th, and the Angels had the 7-1 victory. But you think about John Lackey, a 23-year-old rookie who earlier this season was in AAA Salt Lake City, came up to the major leagues, won 9 games with the Angels, had pitched only once in the postseason. That was a 3-inning relief appearance against the New York Yankees. Gets the start in Game 4 and just shuts the Twins down, out-dueling Brad Radke, who pitched a heck of a game himself. Mike Scioscia later was talking about Lackey and said that John maintained great composure in the dugout throughout the pitcher's duel.
He was fine. As a matter of fact, down the stretch of the season, I think John pitched in some games that were big, and I think he tried to step out of his shoes a little bit and do a little too much. We talked to him, about making some adjustments. I think that the innings he got in the Yankee series helped him. And he went out there with an idea tonight of just making his pitches. Wasn't going to try to step up and do too much. I think his attitude reflected in the dugout, too. He was business as usual. He knew what the challenge was, and he went out there and did a great job, keeping us in that game because, that guy that was pitching for the Twins tonight is incredible. I can't say enough good things about him. He's a professional. He changes speeds as well as anybody I've seen, and for us to get to him was big, and John gave us a chance.
John indeed gave the Angels a chance. 7 shutout innings over the Minnesota Twins last night. He got the win in the ballgame. When it got to the 8th inning, well, the Angels had finally broken through in the bottom of the 7th inning with a couple of runs, so they had a 2-0 lead over the Twins. And when it got to the 8th, Mike Scioscia had to make a decision whether or not to leave Lackey in the ballgame or take him out and bring in Frankie Rodriguez. Frankie has been unbelievable this season, so Scioscia opted for that.
We talked about it. I think the determining factor was a couple things. John had, he hadn't pitched that long in a while. I thought his stuff was still good. I thought he could have gone out there and make his pitches, but I think it speaks volumes for the confidence we have in some of the guys down there like Frankie, and of course we have Percy behind him to be able to nail that game down. I don't think it was anything that we didn't have confidence in John, but when you have some guys throwing the ball as well as those guys are, you definitely want to try to shorten the game as much as you can. But I know John had some gas in his tank and could have gone out there and probably done a heck of a job in that 8th inning.
As it turned out, Frankie Rodriguez did a heck of a job. He gave up a fly ball double to start the 8th inning off, but then struck out 2, got out of the jam, as he has been just magnificent for the Angels, the 20-year-old rookie. What about that? The Angels had a 23-year-old rookie start the game and then went to a 20-year-old rookie out of the bullpen, and still they were able to shut the Twins down. What about Lackey himself? His strategy going into that ball game facing the Twins?
Really, I mean, there's no really glaring weaknesses. I mean, they're obviously a great ball club or they wouldn't be here. But I really just think the biggest keys for me were trying to really focus in on the leadoff hitter of each inning, because they've got a lot of team speed, and they got the guys that can make things happen if you don't keep them off the bases.
Well, he did keep them off the bases for the most part. John Lackey getting the win in Game 4. So now we look at Game 5. The Angels will face Joe Mays once again. Mays gave up only 4 hits in his last outing against the Angels. It was Game 1 at the Metrodome. The Twins won that ball game 2-1, but that was the first game. Today they face elimination if they lose this one to the Angels, and the Angels come back with the veteran Kevin Appier. Should be a great day at the ballpark today. Garrett Anderson has been instrumental, of course, all season long. He's been terrific. He had a great series against the Yankees. His bat has come to life again here against the Twins, and Garrett will be our guest. We'll visit with the Angel left fielder when we come back down in the dugout on AM 570 KLAC.
So you asked for a pot roast.
And he brings a game show host.
She's right, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on?
It's the static. Here. Sprint built the largest all-PCS enhanced nationwide network, reaching more than 230 million people. So your calls are clear.
It's a fabulous PCS phone with full-color screen. Tell us more, Johnny.
I'm not Johnny.
Okay.
Ma'am, now for $34.99 a month, you get 3,500 minutes.
3,500 luxurious minutes can be yours.
Okay, that's 300 anytime minutes and 3,200 night and weekend minutes, with nationwide long distance included. Every minute, every day.
That's a good deal.
Yep.
Right again.
Thanks for playing.
PCS from Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
Introducing PCS Vision. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless. Now get a $50 mail-in rebate on any new PCS phone. Subject to credit and term agreement. Activation and termination fees apply. See stores or sprintpcs.com for details.
Hey guys, are you tired of going to clubs and bars, wondering why you can't meet any quality ladies? Well, increase your odds with the ladies by calling TeleChat Dating Service. TeleChat is a telephone voice personal system with over 150,000 members in Southern California. Membership is free, and so is the phone call. Call 1-866-474-1150. Open up a voicemail box, and it's free to listen to thousands of ads from thousands of great women. This is the way to meet cute, intelligent girls, and it sure beats being set up on a blind date by your mother. Call toll-free at 1-866-474-1150. And now you can find your next date, wife, or lover on the Internet at telechat.com. Log on and discover what thousands of people all over Southern California already know about the best way to meet quality people. Don't go home frustrated or depressed again. Call TeleChat now. Try a new way to get fixed up. Call TeleChat at 1-866-474-1150 today.
Rory Marcus at Edison Field in Anaheim down in the dugout today on AM 570 with Angel outfielder Garrett Anderson. Garrett, today Game 5 of the series between the Angels and the Twins. A win today, and obviously the Angels go to the World Series. What's the mood today in the clubhouse?
I don't mean to burst anybody's bubble, but the mood has been all year long. Even when we didn't get off to a good start, it's the same clubhouse, it's the same group of guys doing the same things that we've been doing all year. Nobody's jumping around. Nobody's talking about, if we win today, where we're going to go. It's just, let's go out and play today. And it's kind of a boring way, but that's just the personality of our team.
I don't know if boring's the right word, but it really has been one of the secrets to success for this club, too, hasn't it? Because when the times are bad, you're the same.
Yeah, I think it has. I think it's allowed us not to get too high or too low, and I think it keeps a good job of keeping our emotions out of the way. Because this is an emotional game. You have a lot of disappointments. You have little success, but you have more disappointments. And I think the personality of the group of guys that we have is everybody's been on the same page, and it's just been an even kill all year.
From a practical sense, one reason you won't want to win this game, too, is nobody wants to go back to Minnesota right now, right?
I'm not thinking about where we're going or anything, but I want to win today just for the sake, because we have a chance to do it today. I want to win today. Biggest thing is just getting back on the airplane. This time of year, it's more flying than it is during the season. We don't have a lot of time in one city anymore. So, getting back on the airplane, I wouldn't be looking forward to that. But if we had to go back there and play, we had to go back there and play and just try to take care of our business there.
But the days off sound good, too, if you were to happen to win this game today, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it could be a good thing and a bad thing. With baseball, I was just talking to somebody the other day about how the playoffs are different than the season, how you got a day off mixed in here. You don't get a good flow going, and I was just happy to get back home and knowing that we were going to play 3 days in a row. And it allows you to keep building on what you did the day before. Sometimes days off can, slow you up a little bit. So I'm not really too crazy about having days off.
Let's go back to Game 3 for a minute. The last out of the ball game was the short pop fly, broken bat off the bat of A.J. Przinsky. You caught it for the final out. That's a ball, I think, probably 98 times out of 100 gets played on a hop. How'd you get it?
Just knowing, where to play when, we have a power pitcher in the game, and he's a left-handed batter. So generally you're not going to see too many left-handers hit a ball over my head. So I cheat in a little bit, in that situation. I know I was kind of in a gray area where I knew I couldn't let a double get by, but I was like, I'm going to take my chances because this guy hasn't shown me he can hit the ball, drive the ball over my head. And, with Percy on the mound, you just don't see it too often. So I was just kind of in that gray area. And once he hit it, I saw the swing, and I just took off, and I didn't give up running after it.
And you actually had your glove. It looked on the replay like your glove was actually on the grass when you caught it, right?
Yeah, when I go after balls like that, I try to make sure my glove's on the ground and starting to lift up so the umpire can see that I didn't trap it. So there's no way they could say it so if I trap it, basically the ball will be under my glove, and it's not a catch. So I try to make it easier on the umpire by doing that.
And in that same game, when the Twins scored their run, Torrey Hunter hit one off the wall over your head. Did you think that ball was going out of the ballpark?
Well, Jock hit that one.
I'm sorry, that's right, Jock Jones.
Jock Jones. When he first hit it, I thought it might have a chance, and then I saw the flight of the ball, and I starting to bend a little bit. So I knew he didn't have that backspin on it, and I had a feeling that it was probably going to stay in the park. So, as big as it is out there, there's just no way I could get to that ball as hard as it hit. So I just played off the wall and hurried up and got it back in.
Now let's go to last night's game, which was a classic ball game, a 0-0 tie into the 7th inning. Radke pitched great, Lackey pitched great. They both deserve credit, huh?
They do. Going into last night's game, I knew who we were facing, and Brad's a great pitcher. And when it comes to big games, he rises to the occasion and gets better. And I was just in awe of what Lackey did because the guy hasn't pitched much this postseason, and to go out there against their number one guy and go inning for inning with him, I just I'd shake that guy's hand because he pitched a hell of a game.
We're talking down in the dugout with Angel outfielder Garrett Anderson. When the Angels broke through yesterday and got a couple of runs, what was the feeling in the dugout?
We always know we're going to have a chance to score some runs, but when you get runs off that kind of guy, that kind of pitcher, and the way the tone of the game was going, it wasn't a ton of hitting. It felt kind of good to get those runs because you didn't know where that game was going because they have such a good bullpen, too. They don't have any letdown when he comes out of the game, so it was just good to get some couple runs because, you had a feeling they were going to score eventually, too. They're a good offense, and, you're just not going to keep good offenses down all the time.
It's kind of amazing when you think about it. Lackey's 23. He shuts them out for 7, and then in comes a 20-year-old, Francisco Rodriguez.
What he takes to the mound, he doesn't take what 20-year-olds usually have. He's a special pitcher. The thing that he doesn't have is a ton of innings up here, but I tell you what, he's not let his emotions get in the way. He's just gone out there, and the cliche is just go out there and do the best you can, and I think that's what he's doing and not trying to do too much.
Garrett, you've had a terrific season, 123 RBIs matches last year. It's very consistent. How do you feel about your year?
Feel pretty good. I definitely am doing what they want me to do in the position that I'm batting in a batting order, and I can't put my numbers up without the guys in front of me. So I give credit to the guys in front of me and behind me because they're setting the tables for me. I can't drive in 123 runs by myself. So I only hit 29 home runs, so I only counted for 29. So the other guys on base in front of me, they did a great job this year too.
What about Joe Mays today? He really shut the Angels down in Game 1. What makes him so effective when he's on?
I think what makes him more effective when he's on is he's hitting his spots. In the game he pitched against us, he was hitting his spots at will. And that, as a hitter, when you know a pitcher's hitting his spots at will, you just hope, our pitcher's doing what he's doing. And, as the game goes on, hopefully we can crack that and get a run across and put a little bit of pressure on him.
I know you're getting asked a lot, all of us around the Angels are, about past teams that have come close and not make it, but it's so long ago to you guys, isn't it? I don't imagine you would talk about it much.
Yeah, I don't talk about it at all because I don't have any emotional ties to it. I mean, a couple of our trainers have some emotional ties to that, and we can get them to talk about it at times, but, you can see the emotion through them, but when guys on the team, we don't talk about it because we didn't live it, and I didn't even see it, so I have no ties to it whatsoever.
Pretty confident feeling today for you guys?
We're confident every day. We know we have a good team. We know if we just go out and play our game and not beat ourselves with defense or, beating ourselves on defense and the pitchers do their thing and hitters do their thing, we're going to give a tough game to whoever we play. And I think that's just our focus.
And if you do win today, then you'll relax and celebrate a little, huh?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
All right, Garrett. Thanks a lot for the visit. Good luck.
Thank you.
Garrett Anderson, Angel left fielder, down in the dugout on AM 570 KLAC.
4.9% isn't very much. If you were 4.9% certain you had locked the front door, you would go back and check it again. And if you could own a certified pre-owned Lexus and pay only 4.9% APR, you'd probably be driving a Lexus tomorrow, which gives you something pretty exciting to look forward to tomorrow. Because Lexus is now offering 4.9% APR financing with terms up to 66 months on the entire line of certified pre-owned vehicles, with monthly payments of $17.31 per thousand borrowed. And that low rate isn't all that makes owning a certified pre-owned Lexus feel like owning a new car. It also comes with the Lexus of warranties, 3 years from your date of purchase or 100,000 total vehicle miles. You'll also get a complimentary loaner should you require qualified warrantable repairs. So for 4.9% APR financing and 100% peace of mind, hurry to your Southern California Lexus dealer or visit Lexus.com.
Tier 1 customers only. 4.9% APR to qualified customers through Lexus Financial Services. No down payment if qualified. Must take delivery by 10/31/02. Not available in Hawaii. See your dealer for finance and limited warranty details.
Hello, this is Elvis Spennycamp, Head of Customer Service for CalFed Bank.
Hey Elvis, it's Kevin Campbell, CalFed Commercial Banking side, and we'd like you to help get the word out about everything we do for business.
Sure. What would you like me to say?
CalFed has over $60 billion in assets to tap into, and our commercial bankers personally handle your loan requests from start to finish.
Anything else?
At times we've even delivered pies to our clients.
I don't know. Pies sound a little Mayberry to me.
Okay, then just say the $60 billion part twice.
CalFed, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Once upon a time, a nice old man who lived in a small town had a beautiful, shiny, red classic custom car. And then one day he hit a fire hydrant. The end. Of course, the car with its acres of chrome is back just the way it was because he had Farmers Insurance.
Farmers, get you back where you belong.
If the unexpected ever happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong.
And I'm Rory Marcus, down in the dugout on AM 570 KLAC. The first pitch is now scheduled for 1:32, so there's still about 45 minutes until first pitch. The fans are coming in, the stands are filling up, and the Sea of Red is here once again for what they hope will be the clinching game of this series, sending the Angels into the World Series against either the Cardinals or the Giants. They'll play a little bit later on today. It's time now for the Lexus Play of the Game, brought to you by your Southern California Lexus dealers, who invite you to test drive a Lexus today. We go back to last night's ball game. The Angels won it 7-1 over the Minnesota Twins. And here is something I thought I would never say. Let's relive Bengie Molina's triple. Here's Molina. He swings and hits a fly ball to center field. He tagged it. Torrey Hunter can't get it. It's off the wall. Here comes Fulmer. Here comes Spezio. Can Bengie get a triple? Yes! Well, that's it. That proves it. Anything can happen. Bengie Molina, a three-base hit, and not the fleetest of foot ball player, of course. And he was greeted with a lot of yelling and screaming from the dugout, yelling out at Bengie out at third base. His teammates certainly appreciating the effort, and Bengie Molina A big 2-run triple for the Angels last night in the 7-1 victory. It's time now to fly around the major leagues, brought to you by Alaska Airlines, with low fares, complete vacation packages, and nonstop flights to 6 Mexico destinations. The NLCS will resume today with the Giants and Cardinals playing this afternoon. It'll be Andy Bennis going for St. Louis, Livan Hernandez pitching for the Giants. The Giants are up 2-1 in that series, but the Cardinals won the ball game yesterday. Livan Hernandez is 6-0 lifetime in the playoffs. He beat Atlanta in Game 4 of the division series, and he's never lost a playoff game. He's 3-4 lifetime against the St. Louis Cardinals with a 5.50 ERA. The Cardinals cut into the Giants' lead in that series with a 5-4 victory yesterday. Eli Marrero's leadoff homer in the 6th inning was the difference, as the Cardinals now are 3-0 this postseason on the road. So that's an unusual stat to go along with the statistics on Hernandez. Andy Bennis is seeking his second career postseason victory. He'll get the ball for St. Louis. He is 1-1 with a 5.96 ERA in 5 career LCS appearances, including 4 starts. Bennis started Game 3 of the division series. He lasted 4 2/3 innings and allowed 3 runs and a pair of hits. He did not figure in the decision. It was a 6-3 Cardinal victory. Lifetime against San Francisco, Bennis is 14-11. He has an earned run average of 4.56 against San Francisco. Bennis lost to the Giants on July 24th at Pac Bell when he surrendered a pair of runs and 4 hits in 4 2/3 innings in a 4-2 loss. Bennis, in his career at Pac Bell, not very good. He's 0-2 with a 5.79 earned run average. The Cardinals are in the same position they were in 2 seasons ago in the LCS against the New York Mets when they won the 3rd game on the road after losing the first 2 at home. But the Cardinals then went on to lose games 4 and 5. So they are hoping that history does not repeat itself right there. The Angels and Twins are pretty well loosened up back into the clubhouse now. The Angels have a few players out there in left field just playing catch and getting ready for the ball game today. In fact, that's Benji Molina out there, the Angel catcher, just playing catch with bullpen catcher Orlando Mercado. And the Angels just about set to start turning their attention to this ball game. It's kind of funny on a Sunday, so many of the players involved in fantasy football, and football is on every television in the clubhouse normally, and the guys are all watching, keeping track of who's doing what. Kind of takes their mind off of what's ahead, and that I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on in the clubhouse right now. We'll be back with more Down in the Dugout in just a moment on AM 570 KLAC.
And now 60 Seconds with Bill Walton.
This West Coast team is dominating the competition. Their fan support has reached mythical proportions. You know who I'm talking about. It's Cerritos Infiniti. They're the fastest growing Infiniti dealership on the West Coast with one of the country's largest selections of G35s and QX4s. Cerritos Infiniti is where I got my QX4, and I absolutely love it. Whether I'm loading up the bicycles or the kayaks, its power and luxury are unmatched. And right now, Cerritos Infiniti is offering the QX4 with 0.9% APR short-term financing on approved credit. And you should see the all-new G35. Its 260 horsepower V6 outperforms the competition, just like Cerritos Infiniti, with one of the largest inventories of G35s in the country. Let Cerritos Infiniti earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square, just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit, or visit CerritosInfiniti.com. Tell them Bill Walton sent you.
Hi, this is Brad Fulmer of the Anaheim Angels. In just a few minutes, I'll be out on the field. But before I go, I want you to take a minute to think about how much more you'd enjoy this game if you were watching it on an amazing surround sound TV or listening to it on the latest souped-up car stereo system. If you want those things, then go where I go, to the good guys. They know more about electronics than I know about baseball. And don't worry, just because they're good, you won't pay more. They have a 60-day low-price guarantee. Go to goodguys.com for a location near you. Good guys, better stuff.
The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopf, Jim Fregosi, Ken Force, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-8884-376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
Guests appearing on AM 570 KLAC will receive $100 in Edwards Theaters gift certificates. Edwards Theaters has over 600 movie screens throughout Southern California. Check Edwards Theaters for showtimes and listings near you. And the Farmers Insurance Leaderboard is brought to you by Farmers Insurance. If the unexpected happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong. Checking the board for this series, the Twins won Game 1 with the same pitching matchup as we have today, Joe Mays and Kevin Appier. Mays was the winner, Appier the loser. The Twins won the ball game 2-1 at Minnesota. In Game 2, the Angels came back with Ramon Ortiz beating Rick Reed. The Angels winning that ball game on the 9th of October by a 6-3 score in front of the biggest crowd we've had yet in this series, 55,990 at the Metrodome. In Game 3 here at Edison Field, it was the Angels winning 2-1, turning around the score from Game 1. Frankie Rodriguez getting his third win in the playoffs for the Angels. J.C. Romero taking the loss for the Twins. And for the second day in a row, Troy Percival saved that ball game, his fourth of the postseason. There were 44,234 here for that ball game. And yesterday in Game 4, 44,830. John Lackey, the winning pitcher, and Brad Radke, the loser. Radke now 2-1 in the postseason as the Angels won the ball game 7-1 over the Minnesota Twins, taking a 3-1 lead in the best-of-7 series, which continues today here at Edison Field with Game 5. The Angels are now 2-3 in Game 1 of a postseason series, 3-2 in Game 2, 4-1 in Game 3, 3-2 in Game 4, and moving into postseason play with a 12-12 overall mark, 9-2 at home. The club is 0-2 in Game 5 in postseason. Game 5 here today. It's the Angels and the Twins. Be sure to stay tuned after the game for Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Terry Smith taking your calls at 1-866-570-KLAC. Angels and Twins, Game 5 coming up next. That's it for Down in the Dugout. Angels warm-up is next on AM 570 KLAC.
AM 570 KLAC is proud to welcome Nissan and the Southern California Nissan dealers as an official broadcast sponsor of the Anaheim Angels. The 2002 Nissan vehicles are here, including the all-new Pathfinder with up to 240 horsepower, the new Frontier with a cargo-hungry crew cab long bed. Follow the Angels all the way to the championship right here on AM 570 KLAC, presented by Nissan and your Southern California Nissan dealers.
The sports world pioneered the helmet cam, the race car cam, the fan stuffing a large quantity of food into his mouth, and the Jumbotron cam. Well, Alaska Airlines is no stranger to high tech. From web check-in at alaskaair.com to instant travel machines, we make checking in easier than ever. And for the record, anyone downing a kielbasa in 5 seconds deserves 15 minutes of fame.
Sail into fall with special fares for travel through December 18th with purchase by October 17th. Sail fares include destinations in Washington, Oregon, Canada, and Mexico. So go to alaskaair.com and sail into fall.
Hey, Angels fans, there's no better way to keep up with your favorite baseball team than logging on to www.angelsbaseball.com. The Angels website has been completely redesigned. It's loaded with all the latest news, notes, stats, and stories. You can order tickets, look back at Angels history, or even listen to the game. Explore the Angels message board or chat with other fans. It's just a click away. Stay in touch with the Angels at www.angelsbaseball.com.
Another
This is Angels Warm-Up. Get into the game with the latest news from your Anaheim Angels and Major League Baseball.
It's deep to center field. Cameron to the track, to the wall. Lost and hit a grand slam home run.
Now, let's go out to the ballpark and welcome the voices of your Anaheim Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We're live at Edison Field in Anaheim. Happy to have you with us, everybody. Welcome to Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. The Anaheim Angels and the Minnesota Twins. The Angels know what's facing them today. If they win this ball game, it's on to the World Series for the first time in franchise history. For the Minnesota Twins, if they lose, they go home and their season is over. If the Twins win, they can force a Game 6 in Minneapolis at the Metrodome Tuesday night. That would mean they would get it back in their home ballpark, needing just 2 wins to come back and beat the Angels. So a lot on the line here today, and the Twins are going with Joe Mays. Mays was magnificent in the Game 1 Minnesota victory, beating the Angels by a 2-1 score. Kevin Appier was on the losing end of that score, and he will pitch tonight or today for the Angels. Appier 14-12 in the regular season. Pitched well in that game, but Mays outdueled him that day. Yesterday, John Lackey outdueled Brad Radke. It was a great pitcher's matchup, though. No score going into the bottom of the 7th inning. When the Angels finally broke through, Lackey wound up getting the win, pitching 7 shutout innings. Not bad for a 23-year-old rookie for the Anaheim Angels. So the Angels are here, 3-1 ahead of the Twins. They need 1 more for the World Series, and this sea of red would be ready to just explode in jubilation here today if the Angels are able to get it. There will be a few tears shed, too, I imagine, if the Angels do clinch it here today, because people will remember past teams and how close they have come on so many occasions, and the heartbreak that has gone along with being an Angel fan in some instances. Certainly today, much of that would be erased if the Angels were able to somehow win this ball game and to do it here in front of the home crowd, putting the Angels in the World Series. And the Angels are certainly well aware of that, even though they're not all that aware of the past failures. I should say not aware. They are aware, but they're not really that emotionally tied to it, because some of them, you might have heard Garrett Anderson on our Down in the Dugout show today say he didn't even see those games. He wasn't, he's not really aware of what happened other than what he's heard and what he's read. So that's the case with so many of these players who are too young, really, to understand and know what happened back in the 80s and 70s, and other times the Angels were denied. But today they can erase all of those memories as far as the painfulness for the fans. If they win this ball game and move on to the World Series, we'll see what happens in this game, and the fans are certainly ready. They've been magnificent throughout this playoff run, and really even before that, going back a couple of months here during the season, fans have been great. And the sea of red is something that's been very, very impressive. The sound, the noise, the volume coming from the seats, surprising even, I think, the Minnesota Twins players, and I'm quite sure the New York Yankee players during that series. Well, John Lackey was the winning pitcher yesterday, 7 shutout innings by the Angel rookie. He'll be Terry Smith's guest when we come back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This season, the Anaheim Angels' baseball acuity rose to a higher level. And at Joe McPherson Ford and the Tustin Auto Center, they too raised the level of satisfaction 110%. It's the Joe McPherson Ford Price Protection Guarantee. Buy a new Ford at Joe McPherson Ford, and then if you find the same vehicle advertised for less within 3 days of your purchase, Joe McPherson Ford will pay you 110% of the difference. So whether you're looking for a new Focus, F-150, Explorer, or any other new Ford, you can feel confident you're getting a great price at Joe McPherson Ford. Plus, get 1.9% APR limited term financing on Ford-certified pre-owned vehicles with above-average credit. Visit Joe McPherson Ford in the Tustin Auto Center. Vehicle advertised must have the same model number, MSRP, and equipment as the vehicle purchased at Joe McPherson Ford. Must bring an advertisement from any publication in California dated within 3 days of this broadcast. Offer applies to new vehicles only. Offer valid in California only.
Looking for a great weekend getaway? Take the Angels Fan Cruise from AAA Travel and Carnival Cruise Lines. This 3-day cruise to Baja offers a unique opportunity to sail and interact with current and former Angels players, coaches, and or broadcasters. The Ecstasy will set sail from Los Angeles on Friday, January 17th and return on Monday the 20th. This floating resort includes spectacular shows, refreshing pools, spas, superb dining, a large friendly casino, a choice of clubs and lounges, and more. Prices as low as $335 per person. Sponsor limited. Call 888-874-7222. Make your reservation today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Angels Warm-Up. The guest today before Game 5 of this American League Championship Series is Angels right-hander John Lackey, winning pitcher in last night's game. You had 7 shutout innings last night in Game 4. I guess, how does it feel for you to pitch your best game in the majors in postseason?
I mean, it's obviously big. I mean, it was a big game for us. And the atmosphere was awesome. I mean, I can't say enough about the fans and the support we've been getting in the playoffs. When you come into a situation like that, I mean, it's hard not to give your best effort because just the way the atmosphere is.
John, it seemed like you had all your pitches working. You had no walks. You very rarely got behind in the count. You got strike one with a great deal of consistency. Did you feel everything was working last night?
Yeah, I felt about as good as I felt all year. I mean, it was a situation where I was getting ahead in the counts and it was kind of working both sides of the plate with my fastball, and that really set up some of my breaking pitches and off-speed things later in the counts.
I know you had a start back in the second week of September against the A's. That's when the Angels were fighting the A's for the division title, and maybe things didn't go the way you had hoped in that game. And I know you've thought about that start. What did you learn from that start, and how have you applied it here in the postseason?
I really think it helped me as far as getting accustomed to a big game atmosphere. I mean, it was kind of a playoff atmosphere because the division race was so tight at the time. It just kind of taught me that you don't got to do too much. I mean, what I've been doing and had success with is going to work in big games, and regular season games. So I just had to go out there and pitch my game, and things will work out.
What was it like last night to have to match Brad Radke pitch for pitch?
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, that's pretty. That happens a lot in the playoffs. It seems like. I mean, there's a lot of good pitching in the playoffs. Not many runs scored most of the time. And he was throwing a tremendous game, and I was just really. You had to concentrate it pitch for pitch because one bad pitch could have hurt us.
Got to ask you, going into that start last night, on Friday night, did you sleep okay? Did you have a lot of nervous energy? What was that like leading up to the start yesterday?
I actually slept all right. I mean, I went to dinner with a buddy that came into town. We had some dinner, and I went home, watched a little TV for about an hour, and then actually went to sleep pretty easy. I'm pretty confident that I had a good chance to do well, and I thought if I stuck with my game plan and did what I'm capable of doing, I had a chance to be successful.
Chatting with John Lackey before the Angels take on the Twins here this afternoon. I know you're close to your family. You mentioned to me last night they weren't here in person to see a pitch, but have you talked to them, obviously, since the game, and how excited are they?
They were pretty fired up. I talked to my parents after the game last night, called them. My dad's not one for too many compliments, and not one to get too excited. He's kind of one that's kind of kept me in my place, was my high school coach, and it was always kind of tough on me, but in a good way. And last night he told me I did pretty good.
Have you had a chance at all to reflect on this season? Maybe even after last night's game, you're in your first major league season, and it seems like a lot of things are coming at you really fast right now.
Oh, it's been an awesome season. I mean, the last couple of weeks seem like it doesn't even seem real sometimes. You got to kind of step back and take it all in, but this is where you want to be. I've wanted to be in the playoffs, ever since you started playing baseball. So it's a great opportunity. It's something we got to take advantage of because you never know whether you'll be back in this situation.
Got to ask you in closing, the Twins have a lot of left-handed batters in their lineup. You faced them last night. They're going with the identical lineup here today that they used against you. What are the keys for Kevin Appier facing their predominantly left-handed hitting lineup today?
Appier's a veteran guy. I mean, he knows these hitters. He's been around the league. He's got his scouting report, and he's a great competitor. He's been a big game pitcher for us all year, so he'll be fine. He's been through this quite a few times.
What's Kevin like in the clubhouse now? Is he a guy that likes to stay off by himself, or is he kind of jovial? What's his approach going into this game today? He
gets a little excited before it starts. I mean, like all of us do. I mean, But he's a guy, when it comes close to game time, he'll sit down, start locking it in, and maybe listen to some music, stuff like that. But he'll be ready to go.
All right, John, you have a chance to sit back and enjoy this one here today. I know you're hoping that it plays out the way all Angels fans are. Keep up the good work, and we'll have a chance maybe to talk to you after the game today.
All right, thanks.
John Lackey, our guest, and we'll continue with more here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Well, today we're visiting the home of Martin Thomas, who claims he has the world's most efficient home.
Welcome.
Hi, Marty. This looks like the attic.
That's right. I built my entire house in alphabetical order. It's more efficient that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's organized. See, you got here the attic, bathroom, closet, A, B, C, den.
Yeah, we get it. But see, I thought you were going to show me an energy-efficient home.
Nah, that's not really my thing.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Because, see, if you save energy, you save money.
Really?
Sure. You can find out all about it from Southern California Edison. Just visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey to see how much you can save.
Huh.
You can also save with Energy Star products like compact fluorescent bulbs and programmable thermostats.
No kidding.
Sure. Some even come with rebates.
That's even better than alphabetical order.
Well, it's surely different. Just visit SCE.com and click on rebates and offers or call 1-800-736-4777 and look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. A message from Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
While you're driving around listening to these great historical Anaheim Angels playoff games, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the Anaheim Angels, just like the ones you get at the stadium, plus the roar of the crowd and the crack of the bat. But hey, if you're enjoying a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog, you'll hardly notice. And to celebrate the Angels' make of the postseason, they're selling the classic bratwurst for just 99 cents, topped with grilled onions and mustard. Only 99 cents. And only at Wiener Schnitzel, the official hot dog of the Angels.
And welcome back, everybody, to Edison Field as we are less than 25 minutes away from the first pitch here. The Angels in action against the Minnesota Twins. Time to tell you about the pitching matchup for this American League Championship game, and it's brought to you by M-Life from AT&T Wireless. For the Twins, they'll send to the mound 26-year-old right-hander Joe Mays, 6'1", 192 pounds. Mays 1-1 in postseason play with a 4.63 ERA. And in the American League Championship Series, Joe Mays is 1-0. He was a winner against the Angels in the opening game of this series, a ball game at the Metrodome 5 days ago. He pitched against Kevin Appier in that ball game and went 8 very solid innings, allowed 4 hits, an unearned run. He did not walk any in those 8 innings, and he struck out 3. So Mays, who had an injury-plagued 2002 season, he was sidelined quite a bit because of an elbow problem, also had a strained forearm. He will get the baseball in a game in which the Twins face elimination here in the American League Championship Series. During the regular season, Mays was 4-8. Had 17 starts, 1 complete game, and a 5.38 earned run average. Angels bench coach Joe Madden on Twin starter Joe Mays.
Joe Mays, fastball velocity into the low 90s. He can sink it with a 2-seamer. He can throw a 4-seamer that may run or cut a little bit. He's got a pretty good slider. He has a curveball, and he's got a pretty good straight changeup also. The other thing he presents, he's pretty quick to the plate, so he's like 1-2 to 1-3. Delivery time to home plate, so he can be rather quick, and he's also a pretty good fielder. So he presents those kind of problems to our running game also.
So again, Joe Madden talking about Joe Mays, who is coming off a terrific postseason start. He'll get the baseball for the Twins today here in Game 5 of the ALCS. He will be opposed by Angels veteran right-hander Kevin Appier, 34-year-old right-hander, 6'2", 200 pounds. In the postseason this year, Appier has made 2 starts, 0-1 record, ERA of 4.50. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, Kevin Appier did oppose Joe Mays in Game 1 of this ALCS. And in that ball game, Appier was the losing pitcher, although he did not pitch that poorly in that ball game. Did a pretty good job, in fact. As far as Appier during the regular season against the Twins, he was 0-2. And lifetime 8-6 record against Minnesota in 19 career starts with an earned run average of 3.06. So Kevin Appier with a chance to capture the Angels' first
American League Championship Series with the victory here today. And Angels rookie starting pitcher John Lackey talks about his fellow Halo starter Kevin Appier.
Appier's a veteran guy. I mean, he knows these hitters. He's been around the league. He's got his scouting report, and he's a great competitor. And he's been a big game pitcher for us all year. So he'll be fine. He's been through this quite a few times.
Kevin Appier, 14-12 during the regular season, 32 starts, and his ERA this year 3.92. Coming up next, we will be back and fill you in on what's happening in the other championship series in the National League between the Giants and the Cardinals. The Kragen out-of-town scoreboard is next here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Would you like a free gift?
Please. A monkey.
Did you expect that? The free monkey?
No, I didn't. I was thinking maybe a balloon.
Unexpected is what we strive for here at Mercedes-Benz. The monkey's name is Yvette. Did you expect that?
No.
How about a curve-handling electronic stability program, 8 airbags, and scheduled maintenance for 4 years or 50,000 miles, whichever comes first. All standard on the C-Class family sedan, coupe, and wagon.
Surprising.
I prefer the term unexpected. Unexpected value, unexpected monkey.
As you wish. Ow.
The monkey bites. Did you expect that?
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the surprising value of the C-Class sedan, sports coupe, and wagon. Standard use level maintenance included during the warranty period, where items excluded. Limitations and restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at mbsocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
With a little aloha, I can touch the sky.
Aloha Airlines offers convenient daily nonstop service from Burbank and Orange County to Hawaii with a choice of United Mileage Plus or Aloha Pass miles on every flight. For reservations, call your travel agent or Aloha Airlines at 1-877-TRY-ALOHA.
Spread a little aloha around the world.
Joelle James with the singing of the national anthem. She also has her rally monkey with her, and a great job. It's time to fill you in on what's happening elsewhere in baseball. The Kragen out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Kragen. You can do it. We're here to help. Well, in game number 4 of the NLCS later on today in San Francisco, with the Giants leading St. Louis 2-1, Andy Bennis will be on the mound in that one for the Cardinals. And pitching for the Giants later on today will be Livan Hernandez. Coming up next, we'll have some more news and notes for you from around Major League Baseball as we continue from Edison Field on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Don't you wish you could just walk into your house at the end of the day with an amazing meal for the whole family, all ready to serve up hot and fresh? I bring this up because you can. Prepare yourself for the ancient Chinese art of sharing at Panda Express. You'll find delightful, tasty entrees like our favorite orange-flavored chicken and delicious specialties like their famous spicy chicken with peanuts and tender beef with broccoli. Put your own Panda combinations together and suddenly you've got a fun family meal to go. So stop by Panda Express. Chinese for delectable.
Excuse me, if I could have a minute of your time, I'd like to talk about, well, minutes of your time. Or how, if you use a wireless phone, you don't have to give minutes a second thought. It's called Minutes Without Limits, only from AT&T Wireless. You can call all you want, when you want, to where you want throughout the U.S. on your Nokia wireless phone. For up to 2 years, you'll get unlimited minutes. That's right, unlimited, all for one monthly fee. Sign up for the AT&T Wireless National Charter Plan at $99.99 a month, and you'll get unlimited minutes. Domestic long distance included and no roaming charges anywhere on the AT&T Wireless Next Generation network. Plus, get a $50 mail-in rebate on select Nokia wireless phones. To get minutes without limits, hurry in today and start calling.
When you can call all you want, when you want, to where you want throughout the U.S., that's M-Life.
Limited time offer, credit approval, $36 activation fee, and 1 or 2 year contract required. Unlimited minutes available for initial contract term only. After initial term, only 1,500 minutes included. Geographic limitations, device compatibility, and other charges and restrictions apply. Next generation networks and phones by Nokia.
News and notes around Major League Baseball brought to you by the Home Depot, proud sponsors of the Anaheim Angels. Now some news out of Milwaukee, where former Toronto Blue Jays executive Gord Ash has met with Milwaukee Brewers and has talked to Doug Melvin, their new general manager, about a position as a possible assistant GM with the Brewers. Meantime, Milwaukee has claimed outfielder Scott Podsednik off waivers from the Mariners and have designated right-handed pitcher Jose Macias for assignment. The Padres have declined to exercise outfielder Ray Lankford's $7.5 million option for next season, instead choosing to pay him a $1 million buyout. That's all we have for you as far as news and notes. That's another edition of Angels Warm-Up. As always, we hope you've enjoyed it. We do invite you to stay tuned next. Exciting Angels postseason action. Game 5 of the American League Championship Series follows right here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This has been Angels Warm-Up. Join us before every game for an in-depth look at the game, interviews, scores, and more. Now, stay tuned for exciting Anaheim Angels baseball coming up next.
It's nice to know that there are people on whom you can count. Your family, your friends, your doctor, and your banker. Having a strong relationship with your banker can make a big difference in knowing your finances are in good hands, like the hands of a Bank of the West banker. Bank of the West has been serving the West since 1874. They'll help you manage your money. Discover just how special a banking relationship can be. Call Bank of the West, 800-488-2265. Get the kind of banking you deserve. Member FDIC. The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopp, Jim Fregosi, Ken Forsch, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-888-4376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh, yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at a guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
Here's the pitch to Reggie. Swung on, and there it goes. This is number 500.
Ground ball to second. This could do it. Wilfong has it. Goes to first. A no-hitter for Mike West.
The Angels 1 out away from their first championship ever. The pitch from Frank. Swinging a ground ball. Hit to Carew. He bobbles it. Recovers. Throws to Tanana. In time. The 19-year wait is over. They've done it. The Angels are the champions of the West.
This Angels game is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Get the feeling. Toyota. By Craig and Auto Parts. You can do it. They're here to help. By Domino's Pizza. Get the door. It's Domino's. By Home Depot. Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels. By Southern California Edison, where energy conservation is always in season. By Jack in the Box, where they don't make it until you order it. By United California Bank, where being good to you is being good to us. And by Panda Express, real Chinese, real fast. By AT&T Wireless. Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless. And by Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. Now, let's go out to the ballpark and join the voices of your Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We are live at Edison Field in Anaheim. Very happy to have you with us, everybody. Welcome to Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. The Anaheim Angels and the Minnesota Twins. The Angels have a 3-1 lead in the series. A win today in front of a sold-out, red-clad, packed Edison Field house would put the Angels in the World Series. But first, they have to win it, of course. They have Kevin Appier on the mound today. Kevin lost Game 1 of this series to Joe Mays. It was a well-pitched game, 2-1. The Twins won the ball game at the Metrodome, and Joe Mays comes back today trying to keep the Twins alive and send this series back to the Metrodome in Minneapolis. If the Twins win today, the Angels and Twins will play Game 6 in Minnesota Tuesday. If the Angels win today, the Angels will win the American League Championship. They'll get ready for the World Series against either the Cardinals or the Giants. So obviously there's a lot on the line today in Game 5 of the ALCS. Mays against Appier. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineups for you on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
I've got this neighbor, and once he found out I worked for Edison, he started asking me for advice. You know, energy tips and stuff. I told him what to look for, which appliances waste more. Saved them a lot of money. The guy thought I was a hero. I kept trying to tell him anyone can get this information from our website.
At Southern California Edison, we want to help you save energy and save money. Visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey. You get energy-saving tips customized just for you. Another way to save is by buying Energy Star products, like compact fluorescent bulbs. You can even get rebates on some items, like programmable thermostats, pool pumps, and central air conditioners. To get started, just visit SCE.com and click on Rebates and Offers, or call 1-800-736-4777. And look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. Let us show you how. A message from your friends and neighbors at Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
Ooh, feel that power?
It's the power of the star.
And it means great values at Kragen Auto Parts.
Right now at Kragen, you can get a whole case of Haviland motor oil for just 59 cents a quart after rebate with coupons.
Kragen also has a full-size, low-profile truck box in black diamond plate for just $229.
Or how about our 1 million candle power cordless rechargeable spotlight for only $12.99?
That's Kragen, the power of the star.
Coupons available in stores.
Shop us online at Kragen.com.
While you're driving around listening to these great historical Anaheim Angels playoff games, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the Anaheim Angels, just like the ones you get at the stadium, plus the roar of the crowd and the crack of the bat. But hey, if you're enjoying a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog, you'll hardly notice. And to celebrate the Angels make in the postseason, they're selling their classic bratwurst for just 99 cents. Topped with grilled onions and mustard, only 99 cents. And only at Wiener Schnitzel, the official hot dog of the Angels.
Hello, this is Elvis Smittycamp, Head of Customer Service for CalFed Bank.
Hey Elvis, it's Kevin Campbell, CalFed Commercial Banking side, and we'd like you to help get the word out about everything we do for business.
Sure. What would you like me to say?
CalFed has over $60 billion in assets to tap into, and our commercial bankers personally handle your loan requests from start to finish.
Anything else?
At times we've even delivered pies to our clients.
I don't know. Pies sound a little Mayberry to me.
Okay, then just say the $60 billion part twice.
CalFed, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
And welcome back, everybody, to Edison Field. The umpires are making their way to home plate. We'll have the exchange of the lineup cards in just a moment. A very fitting pregame ceremony here at Edison Field. We had a couple of the great managers in Angels history participating in the first pitch ceremony, along with a very popular ex-Angels infielder. Bobby Knopp was out there. So is Jim Fregosi, who managed the Halos 78 through 81. Led the Angels to their first Western Division pennant back in 1979. And Buck Rogers, also part of that first pitch ceremony. He skippered the Angels 1991 through 94. Time for the starting lineups, and they're brought to you by Southern California Edison, where energy conservation is always in season. First up for visiting Minnesota, their lineup today looks like this, and it's identical to last night's lineup. Leading things off in left field will be Jock Jones.
who in postseason play is hitting .162, but against the Angels just 1 for 17. Jock Jones in this series hitting .059. Christian Guzman plays short, bats second. He's batting .250 in the playoffs. Corey Koski at third base will bat third for the Twins. He's hitting .194 in postseason play. David Ortiz, the DH, bats cleanup. He's hitting .280 in the playoffs. Torrey Hunter in center field will bat number 5. He's hitting .265 in postseason. Doug Minkiewicz at first base will bat sixth. He's hitting .265 in the playoffs. Dustin Moore gets the start in right field. He'll bat seventh. He's hitting .500 in postseason play. The catcher, A.J. Pierzynski, will bat number 8. He's hitting .276 in the postseason. And Luis Rivas will round out the order for the Twins at second base, batting ninth. He's hitting .273 in the playoffs. Their starting pitcher, Joe Mays, who was brilliant in the opener. It's been the only game the Twins have won against the Angels here in the ALCS. Mays overall in postseason play 1-1, a loss against Oakland, a win against the Angels, and in the postseason his ERA is 4.63, but he again was brilliant, going 8 very strong innings against the Angels in the opening game of this ALCS. He gave up just 4 hits and unearned run in Waukene and struck out 3, but he is on the spot for the Twins today as they face elimination. The lineup for the Angels this afternoon: David Eckstein at short will lead it off. He's hitting .286 in the playoffs. Darren Erstad in center field, bats number 2. Erstad has an 8-game hitting streak in postseason play. He's had at least 1 hit in every playoff game for the Angels, and in the postseason he's batting .389. Tim Salmon in right field will bat third. Salmon hitless in this series, 0 for 10, batting .172 overall in the playoffs. Garrett Anderson in left field will bat cleanup. He's hitting .294 in postseason with a couple of home runs. Troy Glaus, who has been Mr. October for the Angels, will be at third base, batting fifth. Glaus with 4 home runs in the playoffs, and in this series, he is 6 for 14 overall in the playoffs, batting .367. Brad Fulmer, the DH, will follow, batting out of the 6th spot. He's hitting .353 in postseason play. Scott Spezio at first base will bat 7th. He's hitting .321 in the playoffs. Benji Molina will be the catcher. Benji got a couple of hits last night, his first 2 in this series. He's batting .231 overall in postseason. He'll bat number 8, and he's behind the plate. And rounding out the order for the Angels will be Adam Kennedy at second base. Adam is hitting .278 in postseason. The Angels lineup identical to the one they used last night against Brad Radke. On the hill for the Halos, beginning to loosen up, is veteran right-hander Kevin Appier, 6'2", 200 pounds, 34 years old. 0-1 in 2 postseason starts for the Angels, an earned run average of 4.50. Umpires today: Dana DeMuth will be calling balls and strikes. Ed Rapuano at first base. The crew chief, Ed Montague, will be at second. Mike Everett at third. Left field umpire is Ryan Gorman. And the umpire down the right field side will be Larry Young. We are just a minute or so away from the start of this action. And once again, to bring you the play-by-play, here's Rory Marcus.
Thanks so much, Terry. Kevin Appier loosening up. The Angels taking the field to a thunderous roar from the red crowd here at Edison Field, clapping the thunder sticks. Kevin Appier taking his warm-up tosses right now. I can tell you this right now, Dana DeMuth is not really a pitcher's umpire. He has a small strike zone, and the way both of these pitchers pitch, that might not work in their favor, but we'll see how that unfolds as the game goes along. Appier fires the last one in there. Benji Molina sends it down to second base. Adam Kennedy fields it on the short hop. The Angels throw the ball around the infield, and we're just about set for Game 5. So much at stake here today. The Twins trying to keep the Angels from the World Series, trying to send this series back to the Metrodome in Minneapolis for a 6-game Tuesday. And the Angels trying to win one that will send them to a place they've never been, the World Series. Jock Jones, a 300 hitter in the regular season, with 27 home runs, 85 runs batted in, hitting just 162 in the postseason. And Kevin Appier winds. Here's the first pitch of the game. It's down low, ball 1. 75 degrees, just a beautiful day at Edison Field for this Sunday afternoon contest. Jock Jones hitting just 125 in this series. Appier comes back 1-0, and the fastball's up high, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. It'll be Jones, Guzman, and Koski for the Twins here in the first inning.
Even though the Angels have a 3-1 lead in this best-of-7 series, Angels manager Mike Scioscia saying there's no momentum in this series until you clinch.
Well, then you have real good momentum. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That's lined to right field. Salmon comes on, and he makes a sliding catch in right field. Boy, that was a tough play. A low liner off the bat of Jock Jones, and Tim Salmon battling the sun. He just got there and took it off the grass. He landed a little bit awkwardly, and you know he's had a tight hamstring. Hopefully he didn't re-aggravate that injury. He's kind of walking around now out in right field to make sure he's all right. You can see him trying to flex that leg, and hopefully Salmon will be able to continue after this inning is over. But he's made one big play in this game. Christian Guzman coming up now.
No, I don't think Tim Salmon wants to leave this ball game with what's on the line here today, but that obviously hurt a little bit.
Guzman at the plate, the pitch by Appier, breaking ball in there for a called strike, 0-1.
That's been one of the differences in this series. The Angels have made the plays defensively, while the Twins, who have been a solid defensive team, they were number one in the AL in fielding, they have not played as well in postseason.
Guzman takes a fastball on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes to the Minnesota shortstop. Corey Koski is on deck for the Twins. We're in the top of the first inning. 1 out, nobody on. Minnesota batting here against Kevin Appier. Appier into his windup. The right-hander's 0-2 pitch. Fastball up high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Angels defensively. Spezio at first. Kennedy at second base. Eckstein at shortstop. Troy Gloss at third. Garrett Anderson in left, Darren Erstad in center, Tim Salmon in right, and Benji Molina doing the catching. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Guzman, low and outside, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The Minnesota Twins have scored only 2 runs in the last 21 innings in this series, and one of the reasons they're having trouble scoring runs, the top third of their lineup, now 7 for 48, collectively hitting under 150.
Here's Appier with his 2-2 pitch now. It's popped in the air into shallow center field. Erstad with the sunglasses down, the sun blazing off of those lenses, and he makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down for the Twins in the first. That will bring up Corey Koski, a hitter who has typified that struggle for the Twins here in this series. He's really having a tough series. He's having trouble just making contact with the ball.
Koski's gone 3 for 15 in this series. And overall in the playoffs, including their ALDS against Oakland, hitting 194 in postseason.
The pitch to him, a little bit outside, ball 1. He hit 267 in the regular season with 15 home runs and 69 runs batted in. Corey Koski, left-handed hitter. Here's the 1-0 pitch by Appier. That's a fastball inside. 2 balls and no strikes. Koski graduated from high school in Manitoba. He played baseball. He played hockey. And I don't know how this fits in, but he also played volleyball. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Koski. That's inside, ball 3. Close pitch. That's the first one which we might have alluded to earlier, where the pitcher a lot of times does not get that particular pitch with this particular umpire. It's 3-0 to Koski. 2 outs, nobody on for the Twins, top of the first inning. Appier's 3-0 fastball is a little low, ball 4. Koski walks on 4 straight. That'll bring up the left-handed hitting DH, David Ortiz.
Well, with the Twins having trouble scoring runs in this series, only 7 runs in the 4 games, Ron Gardenhire has stuck with his starting lineup, and there have been some people that have questioned that decision, but Gardenhire saying that's our lineup, that's the lineup that got us here. We're just having a tough time swinging the bats right now, but he also said there's no quit in his club. What you see is what you get. He said, I stand by my guys, I always will, and I always have.
As you would expect him to do. Ortiz at the plate, 20 home runs in the regular season. Appier delivers to him, and Ortiz takes low. It bounces away from Molina. Koski goes on to second base. A wild pitch will be charged to Kevin Appier. A wild pitch might have cost Appier the game in Minnesota in Game 1. It certainly cost him a run in a game the Angels lost 2-1. Now a wild pitch here that Benji actually had in front of him, but it glanced off his glove and went back to the screen. Took a tough hop off the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes to Ortiz, who could give the Twins the lead with a base hit right here. Appier looking in, Kevin into his stretch. And the 1-0 pitch. Ortiz takes the fastball high, and now Appier's missed with 6 straight. Lackey did not walk anybody in 7 innings last night. The Angel pitchers have given up only 1 walk in the last 20 innings. So they're not giving the Twins anything easy. But Kevin Appier struggling a little bit here in the first inning. He's 2-0 to Ortiz. Koski walked and was wild pitch to second. Appier checks him. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fly ball right field. Salmon has to go back on it. That ball's well hit. Salmon at the wall. It's off the wall. Over his head. Koski comes in to score. Ortiz to second base with a double. The Twins lead 1-0. So the walk does come back to haunt Kevin Appier as David Ortiz doubles off the wall in right. Minnesota gets on the scoreboard first.
And I think Ortiz thought he had a home run when he hit that one. He just stood there and watched it. And boy, Salmon came very close to catching that ball. Just couldn't quite come up to it.
Salmon leaped up against the wall and just missed it by a few inches. Here's Torrey Hunter now, the Twins center fielder. Appier delivers, and it's low and outside for ball 1. Breaking ball on the outside, opposite batter's box. One ball, no strikes to Hunter after getting the first 2 men out here in the first inning. Appier running into some trouble. One and 0 to Torrey Hunter. Appier's pitch to him is popped in the air on the right side of the infield. Spezio has a play on it, and he makes the catch. But the Twins get a run in the first. 1 run on 1 hit. No errors, 1 man left. After half an inning, Minnesota won. The Angels coming up on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh! Yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at the guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
It's nice to know that there are people on whom you can count. Your family, your friends, your doctor, and your banker. Having a strong relationship with your banker can make a big difference in knowing your finances are in good hands, like the hands of a Bank of the West banker. Bank of the West has been serving the West since 1874. They'll help you manage your money. Discover just how special a banking relationship can be. Call Bank of the West, 800-488-2265. Get the kind of banking you deserve. Member FDIC. Hey, Angels fans, there's no better way to keep up with your favorite baseball team than logging on to www.angelsbaseball.com. The Angels website has been completely redesigned. It's loaded with all the latest news, notes, stats, and stories. You can order tickets, look back at Angels history, or even listen to the game. Explore the Angels message board or chat with other fans. It's just a click away. Stay in touch with the Angels at www.angelsbaseball.com.
Bottom of the first inning, Joe Mays warming up for the Minnesota Twins, who lead the Angels 1-0 now, going into the bottom of the first inning. Mays beat the Angels 2-1 in Game 1, so he already has 1 run to work with here. He's a right-hander, 6'1", 195 pounds, born in Flint, Michigan, lives now in Sarasota, Florida. His best year, 2001 with the Twins, he was a 17-game winner. 17-13, a 3.16 earned run average in 34 starts that year. This year, 4-8. Because of injury problems, he was disabled with problems with his right elbow on April 15th. They transferred him to the 60-day disabled list May 14th. He began his rehab on July 20th and was reinstated on, or July 2nd, and was reinstated on July 20th. David Eckstein leads off for the Angels in the first, and May's first pitch is ripped foul. Oh, that's over the head of Ron Renicky, who had to duck underneath it, the third base coach. That might be harder than the Angels hit any ball in Game 1 off of Mays.
Yeah, even though that ball was foul, maybe a good sign because Eckstein was right on it, but pulled it foul. Mays, the kind of pitcher who admittedly at times before starts gets a little bit, as he refers to it, amped up, and he said he was that way against Oakland in the ALDS, but was very solid against the Angels.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Eckstein bunts, third base line, good bunt. Koski picks it up, throws, and got him. A good bunt down that line, but Koski was ready for it.
Eckstein stumbled out of the batter's box. Otherwise, he would have beaten that out, but he kind of tripped as he was starting to run to first base, and that's what cost him a chance to beat that throw.
So the leadoff man is out for the Angels in the first inning, and now Darren Erstad coming to the plate. Erstad hitting .389 in the postseason with 1 home run. He's driven in 3 runs. He's had a hit in every postseason game. Hitting .353 in this series. So he's enjoyed the postseason so far. 1 out, nobody on for the Angels, bottom of the first. Mays delivers. Erstad swings, hits one back up the middle. Rivas behind second. Gloves it, throws. Too late. Base hit. Darren Erstad with a 1-out single here in the first inning, an infield single. Rivas got to that ball all right, but his throw was not all that strong. So the Angels have a man on with 1 out, and Tim Salmon coming to the plate.
First baseman Minkiewicz on that one did the scissor splits. He's outstanding defensively, but that throw just never got there in time.
Tim Salmon, 172 in the postseason for the Angels. Salmon taps home plate with the bat. Here's the check by Mays. He looks over at Erstad and delivers. Salmon takes one down low for a ball, 1-0. First ball ceremonies today performed by Buck Rogers, Bobby Knopp, and Jim Fregosi. Great names of Angel past.
Tim Salmon, as he bats here, looking for his first hit in this series. He is 0 for 10 in the first 4 games of the ALCS.
1 ball and no strikes to him. Mays delivers to Salmon, and it's a check swing foul back to the screen. 1-1 the count. Darren Erstad at first base, 1 out in the bottom of the first. The Twins got a run in the top half of the inning. David Ortiz hit one off the wall in right to score Corey Koski, who had walked. And Minnesota leads here 1-0. The count, 1 ball and 1 strike to the 0 for 10 Tim Salmon. Mays leans in, checks Erstad at first base. The 1-1 pitch is hit between third and shortstop. It's a base hit for Salmon, his first of the series. Erstad stops at second base, but the Angels have 2 men on with 1 out in the bottom of the first. And Garrett Anderson at the plate. Mays has already given up more solid connections with the bat, I think, than he did in all of Game 1 when he really shut the Angels down. Now Garrett Anderson hitting .294 in the postseason. He drove in 123 runs this year. He has 1 home run in this series. 2 on, 1 out. Garrett waits up there. Mays checks the runners. The pitch to Anderson. Fastball caught the outside corner, 0-1. Erstad at second. Salmon at first. One out in the first inning. 1-0 Twins. The crowd banging those thunder sticks together, anticipating an early Angel rally here in the first inning. Here's the 0-1 to Anderson. Ground ball to second base. Rivas goes to Guzman for one. That's all they'll get. Rivas had to go over in the hole at second base to make the play. Garrett beats the relay. It's the fielder's choice. Erstad moves to third, so with 2 outs, the Angels have runners on the corners at first and third, and Troy Gloss stepping in. Troy Gloss has had quite a postseason. He's hit 4 home runs. He's driven in 5 runs. He had a huge line drive single in the 7th inning yesterday for the Angels' first run. And now he's up in another clutch situation, even though it's early in this ball game.
Talked about his 4 postseason home runs. The record in a postseason as far as homers is 6. 5 players hold it. Most recently done by Cleveland's Jim Thome in 1998.
Gloss is hitting .429 in this series. Mays delivers to him, and it's inside, ball 1. Runners at first and third for the Angels. 2 outs in the first inning. They're down by a run. In his career against Joe Mays, Gloss is a .267 hitter with 1 home run. Mays leans in for the sign from Przinsky. Erstad at third base. Garrett Anderson at first. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Gloss. That's in there for a called strike, 1-1.
In game 1 of this series, Gloss was hitless against Mays. He went 0 for 3 in that game.
With those 4 postseason home runs, Gloss has more than anybody else in Angels history. 1 ball and 1 strike to Troy. Mays delivers. Gloss takes it. It's a little outside. Ball 2. Mays working carefully to Gloss, but the left-handed hitting Brad Fulmer is on deck. The Angels trying to get that run back that Minnesota scored in the top half of the inning.
Well, one thing, even if the Angels fail to score here in this inning, they're making Mays work a lot harder than he did in virtually any of the innings that he pitched in the opener.
He checks the runners. 2-1 pitch to Gloss is popped in the air into shallow center. Torrey Hunter has a play on it. Hunter moves to his left and makes the catch. So the Angels come up empty in the first inning. Garrett Anderson and Troy Gloss unable to drive a run in. No runs, a couple of hits. No errors, and 2 left. At the end of 1 inning, Minnesota won, the Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Yes, so the Mitsubishi Eclipse is officially the best-selling import sports coupe for the past decade. 10 whole years of outselling the competition. Well, that's practically a dynasty. The .com thing went belly up in just over 3 years. And that whole men wearing dresses thing, that was just a phase I went through in college. But year after year, the Mitsubishi Eclipse has been America's favorite. Maybe it's the available 210 horsepower V6 engine. Or maybe people just like to drive a car that turns heads. Whatever the reason. The folks at Mitsubishi will not give up this title. That's why right now you can get a new Eclipse or any new Mitsubishi for 0 interest plus no payments till 2004. Or buy a competitor's car. But just remember, 10 years from now, you're the one stuck with the automotive equivalent of a mullet.
Head to your local Mitsubishi retailer and get on board with 0 interest plus no payments till 2004 on any award-winning Mitsubishi. Important program and credit restrictions apply. Some customers may not qualify. Excludes Eclipse, Spider, and Outlander. Visit MitsubishiCars.com or call 1-888-MITSU-2003 for details.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh! Yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at the guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
The Anaheim Angels, winners of 99 games this year, 99 and 63. Trying to get one more here in the postseason that will put them into the Fall Classic. And everybody's imagination hopes that the Fall Classic would someday be held in Anaheim would come true. But right now the Angels are behind 1-0 as we go to the top of the second inning. The Twins will bring up Doug Minkiewicz, Dustin Moore, and A.J. Pierzynski to face Kevin Appier here in the second.
Appier's ready to go, but the inning isn't ready to start, so Kevin just kind of standing out there behind the rubber.
They wait for television to come back from commercial. It happens a lot on these nationally televised games. And Doug Minkiewicz steps in here to start the top of the second inning. Minkiewicz hitting .265 in the postseason for Minnesota. .286 in this series with a couple of runs batted in. Appier's pitch to him, breaking ball, outside, ball one. Kevin Appier gave up one hit in the first inning, but he also allowed a walk, and that hit brought the walk home. The Angels had two hits in the bottom of the first, but failed to score. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Appier. Minkiewicz looks at a fastball right down the middle. 1 ball and 1 strike. Minkiewicz, Dustin Moore, A.J. Pierzynski, numbers 6, 7, and 8 in the Twins batting order here in the second inning. The crowd about as quiet right now as they've been for any of the games here, I would say. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That missed just barely. Ball 2. Of course, the Angels haven't been behind here at home in this series.
Well, the Angels have not lost a home playoff game in postseason. 4-0.
2 balls, 1 strike to Minkiewicz. Appier delivers, and the pitch is hit in the air into left field. Garrett Anderson looking up into the haze, and Garrett makes the catch. 1 out. That'll bring on Dustin Moore. Moore having a good postseason, 5 for 10. He has a double.
Looks like someone's thunder stick dropped onto the warning track out in right field.
They don't make as much noise when you only have one.
This depends on what you hit that one against,
I suppose. Dustin Moore at the plate for the Twins. Appier delivers, and a good breaking ball is in there for a strike, 0-1. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Appier's curveball misses. The count is now even at 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out on the top of the second inning. The Angels trailing the Twins 1-0. If the Angels do not win this game, they'll leave right after the ball game and head back to Minneapolis. A workout day tomorrow and a game Tuesday. The 1-1 pitch, line drive into left center field. That's a base hit. That might be extra bases. It rolls all the way to the wall. Moore has at least 2, and he'll hold up there with a double as Erstad gets the ball into Eckstein. A 1-out double for Dustin Moore.
And he continues his hot hitting here in postseason play. He's batting over 500 in the postseason, and in this series he's now 4 for 9.
6 for 11 overall. A.J. Pierzynski now will be the hitter. 1 out, 1 on for the Twins. That's their second hit. Both of their hits have reached the wall. They've both been doubles.
Kevin Appier is the kind of pitcher who very rarely has clean innings. He works most of the time from the stretch. He will allow base runners, but seems to be pretty comfortable pitching out of jams.
Pierzynski hitting .276 in the postseason. Fouls one back up into the seats. No balls, 1 strike to the Twins catcher. number 8 man in the batting order for Ron Gardenhire today. The Angels won last night's game 7-1, but it was a 0-0 tie until the bottom of the 7th. This is Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. No balls and 1 strike to Przinsky. Appier checks second base. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Line drive foul. Oh, that gets up there in a hurry. Grabbed by a fan. No balls and 2 strikes. The great Richie Ashburn once hit a foul ball, line drive into the seats, and it hit a woman. She was injured, and they took her out on a stretcher, and as they were taking her out, he hit another one that hit her again. She was okay, as it turns out, but what are the chances?
It's a bad day right there.
She had to think, get me out of here. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That's hit between third and short into left field. Coming around third is Moore. Here comes a throw by Garrett Anderson, cut off by Gloss. They get Przinsky in a rundown. He's tagged out by Kennedy, but he has driven in a run, and it is 2-0 Minnesota. The out goes 7-5-4. Przinsky gets credit for a single and an RBI. Dustin Moore scores on the play. Then they retire Przinsky on the bases, but with 2 outs, the Twins have another run and a 2-0 lead.
I thought when that ball got out to Garrett Anderson, the Angels might have a play at the plate. Troy Gloss cut the ball off, and the Angels did get an out on it, but not at home.
It would have been close at the plate. They might have had a shot at him, although I think he probably would have beaten it, and they had a sure out.
Yep.
On Przinsky. There's a pitch down low to Luis Rivas, ball 1. But 2 runs in for the Twins. They have the momentum in this game now. They lead 2-0 here in the top of the 2nd. 1-0 to Luis Rivas. Appier delivers, and it's swung on and missed. Good breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rivas 3 for 10 in this series. 273 overall in the postseason for Minnesota. 1 ball and 1 strike. Appier comes back 1-1. The curveball is fouled off the end of the bat. Strike 2.
Oh, when the Twins lost last night, Ron Gardenhire, their manager, said, I think we're going to come out madder than hell. I can promise you this, the Minnesota Twins will show up. We've had our backs to the wall, been in holes all year long. I promise you we'll come out and play, and so far they're doing just that, up 2-0.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Rivas, way low and outside. Well, I have no doubt they're going to come out and play. They're a tough team. They're just like their manager, but I don't know how many times they've had their back to the wall. They had the Division One in about June.
Yeah, but they were down 2-1 against Oakland in the ALDS. They did come back. They had to win the next 2 to get to the championship series.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Rivas. Appier winds the 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Good breaking ball. Caught the outside corner. But the Twins get another run. 1 run on 2 hits. No errors, nobody left. And after an inning and a half, Minnesota 2, the Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Last Tuesday morning, Fred Moore decided to become an organ donor. He told a woman at the driver's license office, and she made a note on Fred's new license. He told the people where he works, who congratulated him on his incredible generosity. And he told his best friend, who promptly bought him lunch. In fact, Fred told just about everyone he knew that he wanted to be an organ donor. Everyone, except his family. Which means that if Fred were to die tomorrow, his organs might not be donated. A reminder, if your family doesn't know you want to donate your organs, it won't happen. Please, don't let a beautiful decision go to waste. Talk to your family about donating your organs. Talk to your family about donating life. Call 1-800-355-SHARE. 1-800-355-SHARE. A message from the Coalition on Organ and Tissue Donation, the Ad Council, and this station.
Tom Dillon here with my old buddy Al McCoy. Al, I'm confused.
Of course you are.
Seriously, these left-handed batters have a step-and-a-half jump on first base. You'd think we'd see more switch hitters out here.
Well, like Yogi said, anyone who hits from both sides is amphibious. How about them natural gas home builders?
No confusion there. Energy-efficient construction and natural gas appliances make gas builders ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous? Tom, I think confused may be a bit generous.
Hot dog of the Angels.
The Angels Fan Cruise offers fans a unique experience to set sail and interact with Angel players, coaches, and/or broadcasters during a 3-day cruise to Baja, Mexico. Carnival Cruise Line's Ecstasy will set sail from Los Angeles on Friday, January 17th. Call AAA Travel at 888-874-7222 to make your reservation today. Bottom of the second, the Angels are down 2-0. Brad Fulmer, Scott Spezio, and Benji Molina in that order to face Joe Mays here in the second inning. Fulmer's been swinging the bat well, hitting .353 in the postseason, 4 for 10 in this series. And he takes one a little bit outside for ball one, 1-0. The Twins today, Minkiewicz at first, Rivas at second, Guzman the shortstop, Koski at third, Jock Jones in left, Torrey Hunter in center, Dustin Moore in right. And there's a bouncer to first base fielded by Minkiewicz. He'll take it to the bag and retire Fulmer. 1 out in the second inning. Scott Spezio stepping in. Scott Spezio, 231 in this series, 321 in the postseason. Batting from the left side. Switch hitter. He's talking with A.J. Pierzynski right now. Spezia would talk to those letters behind home plate if he thought they could hear him. He's a talkative guy out there on the field. The pitch to him is on the outside corner, a called strike, 0-1.
Pierzynski behind the plate, he's a guy that likes to chirp as well. He's always talking behind there.
To the irritation of some of the Oakland A's.
Absolutely.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Spezio. There's a ground ball hit right to the shortstop. Guzman up with it. He'll throw Spezio out. The first 2 outs in this inning looking eerily similar to the outs the Angels had at the Metrodome in Game 1 against Mays.
And Mays getting ground outs when he does. That's a good sign for him because he throws that sinker. And when he's beating balls into the ground, that's when he's the most effective.
2 outs, nobody on, and Benji Molina at the plate. Benji had a triple. That's right. Benji had a triple in last night's game. Off the wall in left center field. Torrey Hunter crashed into the wall. Was unable to get to the ball quickly. And Benji wound up with a 3-base hit. 1 ball and no strikes to him. Mays winds. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's low and outside, ball 2. The Angels had 2 men on in the first inning, but Garrett Anderson grounded out. Troy Gloss flied out to center field, and the threat was averted. Minnesota scored once in the first, and they got 1 more in the second. The 2-0 pitch to Benji Molina. Fastball in there, strike called. 2-1 to the Angel catcher and the number 8 man in the batting order for Anaheim. Molina waits at the plate. And the pitch. Ground ball to the shortstop. 3 ground balls here in the inning. Guzman throws Benji out. The Angels go out in order in the second. At the end of 2 innings of play, Twins 2, Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
the Clorox family of products, and Albertsons invites you to cheer the Anaheim Angels on to victory during the 2002 American League Championship Series. Find your favorite Clorox home cleaning products on sale right now at Albertsons. Pine Sol and Clorox disinfecting wipes are the perfect way to clean up around the house as the Angels look to clean up in the postseason. Go Halos from the Clorox family of products and Albertsons. It's your store.
Once upon a time, a nice old man who lived in a small town had a beautiful, shiny, red classic custom car. And then one day he hit a fire hydrant. The end. Of course, the car with its acres of chrome is back just the way it was because he had Farmers Insurance.
Farmers, get you back where you belong.
If the unexpected ever happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to their showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiacs. $16.67 per month for $1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd, a division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now. 888-237-1143.
Twins 2, Angels nothing. We go to the top of the third inning now. Fans, for the ultimate postseason coverage, go to WorldSeries.com. Get exclusive video, live audio, comprehensive stats, and inside stories. WorldSeries.com for baseball around the clock. Top of the order up for Minnesota here in the third. Jock Jones, Christian Guzman, and Corey Koski to face Kevin Appier. Jones hit one hard, but lined out to Salmon in right, his first time up. Appier goes into his windup. The pitch on the way to Jones. He bunts, but he fouled it away. No balls and one strike. Jones hit .313 against the Angels in regular season play. He hit an even .300 overall. Appier rubbing up the baseball as Jones actually missed that bunt as the ball dipped beneath his bat, but it was a strike anyway because he was trying to get it. He's hitting .056 in this series. He takes one low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 158 in the postseason for Jones, the former USC star. And Kevin Appier with a 1-1 count on him. Goes into his windup. He delivers. Fastball low and away. Ball 2. 2 balls and a strike. Appier digging at the dirt in front of the mound. He's a pitcher who really gets a large hole out there in his landing spot as the game goes along. 2-1 pitch. Good hard breaking ball in the inside corner for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jock Jones. Angel fans just waiting for something to happen to start making a lot of noise here today, but so far it's been all Minnesota. 2-2 pitch is hit in the air into shallow right. Salmon calls for it, calls Erstad off, waits for it to come down and makes the catch. That's twice that Salmon has taken care of Jones. 1 out in the third. Here's Christian Guzman. Guzman flied out to Erstad his first time up. Appier trying to get an easy inning here. He has not allowed the leadoff man to reach base yet in this ballgame, but he has then given up a run in each of the first 2 innings. The first pitch to Guzman, breaking ball, misses, ball 1.
Now Kevin is struggling with his location out there. He's thrown 38 pitches, 19 strikes, and 19 balls, so he's just having problems locating his pitches here in the early going.
He's 1-0 to Guzman, who swings and fouls it back to the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike. If there's a Game 6, it'll be Tuesday in Minneapolis. Rick Reed will definitely pitch for the Twins. The Angels will go with either Ramon Ortiz or Jared Washburn, but you would think Ramon Ortiz and Washburn if there's a Game 7. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's just outside to Guzman. 2 balls in the strike. The World Series starts Saturday, no matter who is in it or how long it takes to get there. Two balls, 1 strike to Guzman. Appier winds. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball misses high. Ball 3. 3-1 now to the Twins shortstop with 1 out and nobody on in the top of the 3rd inning. Appier has walked 1. He has 1 strikeout. The 3-1 pitch. That's fouled back out of play. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
In the postseason now, Appier in 12 1/3 innings has walked 7 batters, so he has really not been able to find himself through most of his postseason action here, but he continues to battle. He never really seems all that comfortable out there on the mound, even when he does get into a rhythm.
He winds. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Pop fly center field. Erstad has a play on it, and Darren makes the catch. So twice Jones has flied to left, and now twice Guzman has flied to center. With 2 outs, here comes Corey Koski. Koski walked in the 1st inning and came home to score on the double by David Ortiz off the wall in right. In the 2nd inning, Dustin Moore doubled, and A.J. Przinsky's single drove him in. Now 2 out and nobody on for the Twins here in the top of the 3rd. They lead the Angels 2-0. Appier goes into his windup. The pitch to Corey Koski. Swung on and foul tipped off of Molina. No balls in the strike. Benji Molina doing the catching in every game in the postseason. Jose Molina's come in late in a couple of games. Oh, 0-1 the count to Benji. To Koski, rather. As Benji gets back down into his crouch. Appier into his windup. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And it's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kevin Appier, a 14-game winner this year, was not unhappy to come to Anaheim when he was traded here, but was a little bit miffed at being traded at all. He said, if I had to be traded, I'm glad I was here, but he had a pretty good time with the Mets and thought that they were going to have a good year this year. Obviously, a lot of people thought the Mets would have a good year, but they sure didn't. 1 ball and 1 strike to Corey Koski. Appier delivers. Swing and a foul at the plate. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Appier, a longtime member of the Kansas City Royals, and now lives in Paola, Kansas. Has a great big ranch there with, as you probably have heard, a lot of animals, including a couple of camels. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Koski waiting. Appier winds the 1-2 pitch. Curveball outside. 2-2.
Had Kevin Appier in the offseason. He's a farmer. They grow corn and beans. They have 100 head of Angus cattle on that farm.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Koski waiting. Appier shakes off Molina. Now into his windup. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball high. Ball 3. A full count now to the Twins' number 3 hitter, Corey Koski. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2-0, Minnesota leading it here in the top of the 3rd. Appier's pitch is hit in the air into center field. Erstad coming in. He's underneath it now and makes the catch. Appier gets his first 1-2-3 inning. The Twins are out in the 3rd, and at the end of 2.5, Minnesota 2, the Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
We're here live from the steps of Hollywood's newest premiere. The stars have just arrived, and here's the man who brings the movie magic to you, the Adelphia service technician. He just left the home of another family who is taking advantage of Adelphia's special offer. Sign up now for Adelphia Basic Cable and get 4 months of digital cable free. That includes 4 months of HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the Movie Channel at no additional cost. And digital music and an interactive guide. With Adelphia Digital Cable, you'll get hundreds of your favorite channels with free installation and free activation. Plus access to top pay-per-view sporting events, ESPN College Game Plan, NHL Center Ice, and the NBA's League Pass. And listen to this. Sign up for Adelphia Cable by the end of October and get a free discount book worth $40 for use at both Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park, and City Walk. With Adelphia, there are no contracts and free in-home customer service. Call Adelphia now at 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. That's 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. Adelphia Cable, where every night is a Hollywood premiere. Certain restrictions apply. Equipment and other fees additional.
Get your all-new 2002 Isuzu from Donavi Isuzu in Placentia. From the sport utility rodeo to the full-size trooper, Donavi has a deal for you. 0% financing is available, and you can lease rodeos and troopers for only $299 down and $299 a month.
And don't forget the 10-year, 120,000-mile Isuzu warranty.
Angel fans, stop by Donavi, 5 minutes off the 57 freeway at Orangethorpe. Proud sponsors of the Anaheim Angels. $299 lease, plus tax and license. 0 security deposit. 12,000 miles a year. 48 months lease.
Bottom of the third inning, 2-0. The Twins lead the Angels. The Anaheim Angels are proudly sponsored by the Home Depot. Look for the hammer symbol all over the store. It means that at the Home Depot, they've got lower prices nailed. The Angels bat now in the bottom of the third. Bottom of the order, Adam Kennedy. Then back up to the top, David Eckstein and Darren Erstad against Joe Mays, who got 3 ground ball outs in the second. Much in the same way that he did in Game 1 of this series when he beat the Angels 2-1. Adam Kennedy leading off the third. Mays delivers. AK rips one into right field. Dustin Moore to the wall. It's gone! A home run for Adam Kennedy. And the Angels are on the board. He jumped on the first pitch from Joe Mays and ripped it over the short wall in right, where the bullpen used to be. Kennedy makes it a 2-1 ball game.
Where that one there kind of came out of nowhere. First pitch of the inning. The inning before, the Angels had 3 batters step up and 3 go down without even getting the ball out of the infield.
That wakes the crowd up, too. Eckstein looks at strike one. Eckstein was out on a bunt try, his first time up. 0-1 the count to David Eckstein. Mays delivers. Eckstein grounds the ball to second base. Rivas has it go off his chest, throws and still got him. Rivas with a nice recovery on that one as the ball took an odd hop, hit him right in the chest, but he was able to recover and get Eckstein. 1 out in the inning. Here's Darren Erstad. Erstad with a single his first time up, an infield single. Boy, that was do or die for Rivas. After that ball went off his chest, he had to pick it up with a bare hand on the first try, or else Eckstein would have been in there, but Rivas was able to do it. Erstad at the plate, the pitch by Mays. Outside with it, ball 1. The Twins 2, the Angels 1. The hits are even now at 3 apiece. The Angels have 14 home runs this postseason. 12 of them have been solo home runs. Erstad fouls the pitch back out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike to Darren. In this series, he's hitting .389 with 3 runs scored, an RBI, and a home run. He hit the home run in the first inning of Game 2. 1 ball, 1 strike to Darren Erstad. 1 out, nobody on. The Angels batting here in the bottom of the third. The pitch by Mays, breaking ball in there, strike 2 called. Good off-speed pitch by Joe Mays, who, at least for the moment, seems unfazed by the home run he gave up to Kennedy.
Erstad right now has more postseason hits than anyone in this year's postseason.
The 1-2 pitch to him, breaking ball in the dirt, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Twins, much like the Angels, they can lose a tough ball game as they did last night and come right back the next day and play well. That's what they've done so far here today. They lead it 2-1 in the bottom of the third. 2-2, the count to Darren Erstad. Mays pitch, high and outside, ball 3. That's the first one he's really missed by a lot. Tim Salmon on deck. The Angels would love to get Erstad on base here with 1 out. Not once in game 1 did the Angels have the leadoff man reach base until finally, here in the third inning of the second game Mays pitches, they get somebody on and in on a home run. The 3-2 to Erstad is hit to shortstop. Guzman fields it. His throw across is just in time to get Erstad. 2 outs as Erstad is retired on a 3-2 pitch. And here comes Tim Salmon. Salmon with a base hit his first time up. The Angels had 2 hits but did not score any runs in the first inning. Tim Salmon getting set to step in here in the bottom of the third inning. The Twins lead the Angels 2-1. Salmon drove in 7 runs in the series against the Yankees. In this series, he has just 1 hit. That was his first time up today, and he takes the pitch inside, 1-0.
Oh, you mentioned just the 1 hit. You got to wonder if Tim might be favoring the hamstring just a little bit here in this series against Minnesota.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball off the hands, blooped behind short. Guzman makes the catch. After the home run by Kennedy, Mays gets the next 3, but the Angels get on the board. 1 run, 1 hit. No errors, nobody left. And at the end of 3, the Twins 2, the Angels 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hi, this is Brad Fulmer of the Anaheim Angels. When you're a pro like me, you appreciate pros in other fields too. That's why I recommend the Good Guys. They have the best electronic stuff anywhere. Big screen TVs, surround sound, car stereos, digital cameras, you name it. And the Good Guys are total pros. They know as much about electronics as I know about baseball. And just because they're good, you won't pay more. They have a 60-day low-price guarantee. So go to goodguys.com for a location near you and tell them Brad Fulmer sent you.
AM 570 KLAC is proud to welcome Nissan and the Southern California Nissan dealers as an official broadcast sponsor of the Anaheim Angels. The 2002 Nissan vehicles are here, including the all-new Pathfinder with up to 240 horsepower, the new Frontier with a cargo-hungry crew cab long bed. Follow the Angels all the way to the championship right here on AM 570 KLAC, presented by Nissan and your Southern California Nissan dealers.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh, yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at the guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
We have completed 3 innings. The Twins have a 2-1 lead over the Angels. For Minnesota, 2 runs, 3 hits, and no errors. For the Angels, 1 run, 3 hits, and no errors. Kevin Appier's on a little bit of a mini run. He's retired 4 in a row. But David Ortiz boomed a double off the wall against him last time up, and he'll lead off the 4th. With more play-by-play, here's Terry Smith.
All right, thanks, Rory. 2-1 Minnesota as we get the fourth inning underway. Ortiz in this series, 5 hits in 13 times up, and he's driven in a couple runs. And before we get the inning underway, I have to wait for the signal from the umpires. Now we're set to begin. Left-handed hitting DH at the plate. Appier gets the sign from Benji Molina. Here's the first pitch. And that's a breaking ball. It's low and inside. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Infield is back. The outfield shading Ortiz just a little bit the opposite way. And Ortiz doubled in their run in the first inning. He thought he had a home run. He stood at home plate and watched it for a while, and the ball stayed in play, hitting off the wall and right. 1-0 pitch, and he checks his swing there, and that one's fouled back behind the plate. Count even, it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. One ball and 1 strike the count. And Ortiz asked for time from the home plate umpire, Dana DeMuth. Kicking around the dirt in the batter's box. Now taps the plate with his bat. The 1-1 pitch. That one missed a bit low. 2-1. Dana DeMuth, the home plate umpire, has not had a real liberal strike zone today. So you're pretty much forced to throw strikes. You're not going to get a whole lot of the benefit of the doubt from him if you're a pitcher. Appier set. The next delivery, and that is in there for a strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That's always the MO on DeMuth, and it can work against a pitcher that nibbles the corners and throws a lot of breaking balls like Appier does, but Mays pitches the same way.
So the count even. We'll see what happens on the next one. Appier ready, and the 2-2 pitch. That's low. The count full. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Talked about Kevin Appier, the fact that back in Kansas when the season's over, he'll go back to his farm, and he's a little different than a lot of major league ball players. His hobbies and whatnot a bit different than many players. Many ball players nowadays like playing golf and even do so from time to time on the road and whatnot. Kevin Appier, a guy who enjoys the Discovery Channel and scientific journals. He likes repairing his tractors on his farm and his other farm machinery. The pitch, that one's fouled back on the left side. It goes back and out of play. He's always been a favorite of his teammates wherever he has played. A longtime member of the Kansas City Royals. He was a teammate of George Brett, and those two remain good friends. 3-2 pitch. Ball lifted in the air into center field. Erstad is battling the sun out there. He's under, waiting. That one was way up in the air, and he'll squeeze it. And Ortiz is retired. So Erstad getting a workout out there in center. He has the last 3 putouts and 4 in the game. And with 1 away, Torrey Hunter will be the next batter. One of Kevin Apier's former teammates with Kansas City, former All-Star pitcher Mark Gubicza, who lives here in Southern California, described Kevin Appier as one of the Jetsons. Called him Outer Space Bob. There's one that's a ball. The count 1 ball, no strikes.
Except instead of on a spacecraft, he's riding his John Deere around.
There you go.
If he can fix it.
1 ball and no strikes to count on Torrey Hunter. Here's the pitch. And that one is called strike on the inside corner. It's been kind of a tough playoff series for Torrey Hunter. He was Minnesota's top RBI man during the regular season. And here against the Angels, he's gone 3 for 15 with no runs batted in. 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch. And Kevin tried to pick away at the outside corner with that breaking ball, and it missed. 2 balls and 1 strike. Torrey Hunter, although he was the Twins' top run producer this year, batted out of the 5 slot. And that's where he's hit in every game here in this AL Championship Series against the Angels. The 2-1. He drills a ball into center field. Erstad going to his right there. Makes the catch on that liner. Momentum takes him out onto the warning track. And yet another put out for Darren Erstad. It's been like radar, the ball just heading out to the Angels center fielder. 4 straight putouts.
It's interesting to watch Appier on the putout against Ortiz, which was a routine fly ball to center. Appier didn't even watch Erstad catch it. He just started walking around on the grass, never looked out there. But when that one was hit by Hunter, he watched every movement of Erstad's until he caught it. He knew that ball had been hit a whole lot better.
So 2 up and 2 away. Here's Minkiewicz, who flied out to Garrett Anderson his first time up. Left-handed batter. Twins first baseman takes low and away for ball 1. It's 1 ball, no strikes. We're in the top of the 4th. 2-1 Minnesota. Twins got a run in the first, 1 in the second. The Angels run coming last inning in the 3rd on a home run leading off the inning by Adam Kennedy. The 2 teams with 3 hits apiece. 1-0 the count on Minkiewicz, and the pitch. He takes that breaking ball low. 2 balls and no strikes. Infield is back. The outfield is playing them pretty much straight away. When the Angels step up in the bottom of this 4th, it'll be Anderson, Gloss, and Fulmer, the middle 3rd of the order. The pitch, and that's in there for a strike. Fans clad in red, as has become a tradition now here at Edison Field. And boy, everywhere you look, someone wearing red today. 2 balls and 1 strike. Appier's next pitch. That's right down the heart of the plate. Fastball, called strike. So it's even up on Minkiewicz. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Appier's retired 6 in a row. Seems to be settling into a pretty good groove right now. He'd love to get another 1-2-3 inning.
There's the 2-2 delivery, and it's chopped on the first base side, foul. Just across the line, foul. So we'll do it again with the count holding at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Some of the celebrities on hand today here at Edison Field, including Reggie Jackson, who's been here for all 3 of these Angel home playoff games. Also David Hasselhoff. He's been a fixture here all weekend. Pierce Brosnan is here. Dr. Phil from the Oprah Winfrey Show. He has his own program now. He's here.
Where is he seated? I want to send a note down. Ask him some advice.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ball chopped by the mound out near short. Gobbled up nicely by Eckstein near second. Throws to first in time. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Appier has settled down to retire the last 7 in a row. No runs, hits, or errors, and nobody left. The bottom of the 4th is next. It's 2-1 Minnesota on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Big Gorilla, Union Dodge in North Orange County, announces the arrival of the all-new 2003 Ram truck. With 0 down and 0% interest for a limited time only at Union Dodge, where they'll give you a 7-year, 70,000-mile powertrain warranty, the longest in the industry. Look for the Big Blue Gorilla right at the 22 Garden Grove Freeway, exit Brookhurst. Union Dodge.
Limited term 0% financing on approved credit in lieu of rebate. Well, today we're visiting the home of Martin Thomas, who claims he has the world's most efficient home.
Welcome.
Hi, Marty. This looks like the attic.
That's right. I built my entire house in alphabetical order. It's more efficient that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's organized. See, you got here the attic, bathroom, closet, A, B, C, den.
Yeah, we get it. But see, I thought you were going to show me an energy-efficient home.
Nah, that's not really my thing.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Because, see, if you save energy, you save money.
Really?
Sure. You can find out all about it from Southern California Edison. Just visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey to see how much you can save.
Huh.
You can also save with Energy Star products like compact fluorescent bulbs and programmable thermostats.
No kidding.
Sure. Some even come with rebates.
That's even better than alphabetical order.
Well, it's surely different. Just visit SCE.com and click on rebates and offers or call 1-800-736-4777 and look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. A message from Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
Bottom of the fourth we go here at Edison Field. 2 runs, 3 hits for Minnesota. 1 run, 3 hits for the Angels. Fans, the Angels will host 2 charity golf tournaments during the month of November. The 24th annual 65 Roses Golf Classic will take place on November the 4th. And the inaugural Angels Care Golf Classic on November the 18th. Call the Angels Community Relations Office at 714-940-2174 for more information. Garrett Anderson will lead things off. Garrett has reached on a fielder's choice, his only time up in this game, so he is 0 for 1. Before the playoffs began, Garrett Anderson got a hold of a couple of former Angel teammates asking for some advice. Anderson had never played in the postseason, and he was just looking to kind of feed off some of his former Angel teammates and longtime friends. He called Jim Edmonds of the Cardinals and former Angel DH Chili Davis, and both told Garrett, just try to relax and have fun. Just try to enjoy it. The pitch, and that one on Garrett misses, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. And Garrett's had a pretty solid postseason. He came into this game today batting .294 overall in the playoffs with a couple home runs. The pitch, he swings, and there's a base hit through the right side of the infield. One hopper out to the right fielder, Dustin Moore. So Garrett is on with a leadoff hit. And the Angels have a runner at first base, potential tying run. Troy Gloss will be the next batter. Well, Gloss has come to life here in postseason play. He's been the Angels' Mr. October. And the Angels really began to see Troy get it back in gear in August and September, the last 2 months of the regular season. He hit 13 homers, drove in 43 runs. And, of course, he's been outstanding here in postseason play. And now Gloss, before seeing a pitch here from Joe Mays, backs out of the box. 4 home runs for Troy Gloss here in the postseason. Mays is set, and the pitch. That one is popped up and playable. Foul territory, first base side. The catcher, Pierzynski, right out of the batter's circle, makes the catch in foul ground. So Gloss maybe a little bit over-anxious there. And easy out, and 1 gone. Brad Fulmer will be the next batter. Fulmer with a ground out to first, his first time up. Well, this is a 2-1 ball game, and game 1 of this American League Championship Series was decided by that score. So was game 3. Still a lot of baseball remaining, though, in this one. Bottom of the 4th, 2-1 Minnesota. Fulmer in this series has gone 4 for 11 with a homer and 4 runs batted in. Left-handed batter, the pitch on Brad. He takes that one high. 1 ball and no strikes. Have a lot of former Angels here watching the Halos in what could be a game that
will capture the Angels' first American League championship, move the team on to the World Series for the first time. But that can only happen today if the Angels win this ballgame. 1-0 pitch. And that one is a strike on the outside corner. Count even, it's 1-1. Right now, the Shadows are starting to approach the batter's circle here at Edison Field with the time right now around 2:45. And once those Shadows cover up the entire batter's circle, get to it after the 1-1. There's a pitch that misses low, 2-1. Once those Shadows keep creeping over the entire batter's circle, and the batter is in the shadows and the pitcher is still in the sunshine, that will become a very difficult time in this game to see pitches. And it'll stay that way really until the Shadows cross out over the pitcher's mound. Here's the 2-1. That one's fouled off on the left side, and it's back to the seats and out of play, 2-2. So right now, everything okay for the hitters. It's still relatively easy to pick up the ball coming out of the pitcher's hand, but that will be changing here as we get into inning number 5 and 6. It'll be a lot tougher for the hitters to see the ball. Right now, as Fulmer is in the batter's box, he can see his shadow in front of him as he awaits the pitch. 2-2 the count. Anderson on at first, 1 out, 2-1 Minnesota leading the pitch. Ground ball hit the second. It looks like a double play. Second one, relay. It is an easy twin killing. So Mays gets Fulmer to ground out on the right side of that infield once again in this game, and this time he gets 2 outs for the price of 1. It'll be a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. Angels got the leadoff hit, but unable to do anything after that. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. 5th inning is next, 2-1 Minnesota on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
We're over the drop zone.
Go, 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 go. What kind of a person repels from a helicopter 75 feet in the air?
We've got company.
Scrambles for cover under enemy fire.
Lay down for cover fire on the perimeter.
And does whatever's necessary to fulfill his nation's mission?
Lay down cover fire.
Why, he's an accountant, of course, in the National Guard and Reserve.
Maintain position.
But while nearly half of today's military are Guard and Reservists, they can't answer our country's call without their employer's support.
Holding position.
If you're an employer, you can do your part by visiting Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve at www.esgr.org and learning your rights and responsibilities.
Okay, they're clear.
Because no matter what their mission, their response depends on yours.
Take her up. We're out of here.
A public service message from ESGR and the Ad Council.
Al McCoy here with my old buddy Tom Dillon. Tom, I'm a little confused.
Humbling, isn't it?
Seriously, some of these ball players make a bundle. How much is fame worth anyhow?
Could be a bunch, Al. Yogi always said that if you're a great enough person, you get to be a place. But how about them natural gas home builders?
Oh, no confusion there.
Clubs and lounges and more. Prices as low as $335 per person. Sponsor limited. Call 888-874-7222. Make your reservation today.
Get ready to move to the top of the 5th inning. Garrett Anderson is just trotting out of the Angels dugout. Garrett was erased at second base on the double play ball by Brad Fulmer, and it appeared that he might have injured his hand. He was being checked out in the Angels dugout on the third base side. Trainer Ned Burgard, and apparently Garrett's okay, but he was late leaving the dugout, and now he has moved out to his position in left. So here we go to the 5th, and Dustin Moore will step up, bottom third of the order. Moore, Pierzynski, and Rivas. Dustin Moore has doubled and scored a run. He is 1 for 1 today. Appier's retired the last 7 in a row and starts off more with a called strike on a good curveball. 0-1 to count. Moore during the regular season batted .269, 12 homers, 45 runs batted in. And the 0-1 pitch. That one is low and away. Another breaking ball. Count even. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Infield is back. Outfield is playing more around, just a bit to pull. Here's the 1-1. That's outside. It misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mentioned lots of former Angels here today. Buck Rogers, Jim Fregosi, Bobby Knopp, Ken Forsch, Rex Hudler, former Angels infielder Torey Lobullo, and Jim Anderson are here at the ball game today, and I'm sure there are a number of other former Halos checking out the Angels here. 2-2 the count. Seen Bobby Grich here quite a bit this season at Edison Field. Jim Abbott's been here a lot. 2-2 pitch, and that one is a pitch that he checks on. The count 3-2. Doug DeCinces has been here quite a bit this season as well. And another sellout crowd, over 44,000 in attendance. Appier has worked the count full. Here's the payoff. And this one is drilled into center field. Erstad going back on it. He has a bead, and at the warning track in center, he hauls it in. Well, Dustin Moore continues to get in good swings here in this series. Every time he makes contact, it seems to be solid contact. But Aaron Erstad is having some kind of a workout here in the first 5 innings of this ball game. Of the last 6 batters that have been retired, Erstad has retired 4 of them. So at the plate now is A.J. Pierzynski, who singled in what is the go-ahead run right now in this ball game. Here's the pitch, and that one on Pierzynski is in there, left-handed batter. When the series began, Pierzynski, talking about the Angels, said Anaheim is a great team. They just beat the Yankees, the Dragon. They've slayed the Big Dragon, and they are on a roll. Well, the Angels hoping to slay the Twins as well. Here's the pitch, and that one is low. Count even on Pierzynski. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. In the opening game of this American League Championship Series, Pierzynski had an RBI in that one. He got the RBI on a sac fly. The 1-1. He takes that off-speed pitch outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Great to have you tuned in wherever you're listening to Angels baseball. We are here at Edison Field for Game 5 of the AL Championship Series. And right now, Minnesota leading it 2-1 as they bat here in the 5th. 1 out, nobody on. Appier's 2-1 pitch. A liner by the mound, and that one's going to bounce on through into center field. So the Twins batters continue to hit the ball straight away against Appier. Everything headed out to center fielder Darren Erstad. Pierzynski has his 2nd hit today, and Luis Rivas, who has been Appier's only strikeout victim, will be the batter. Rivas checking for a sign from his third base coach, Al Newman. Right-handed batter. Not too many of them in the Twins lineup. 6 of the 9 swinging from the left side against Kevin Appier. And with all those left-handed batters coming up after Rivas, we see lefty Scott Schoenweiss warming up. Ground ball hit the short. Could be 2. Second for 1. Relay. It is a double play. First pitch to Rivas. He hit a tailor-made double play ball to David Eckstein. 6-4-3, and that will end the inning. So Appier has retired 9 of the last 10, and he's doing a good job. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. Bottom of the 5th is next. It'll be Spezio, Benji Molina, and Kennedy against Joe Mays. 2-1 Minnesota on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
A crash course in auto insurance. Dialing for dollars. We're 21st Century Auto Insurance. We're saving 7 out of 10 California drivers money. And if we can't save you money, we'll send you a check for $10. Just call us at 1-800-211-SAVE. If we can't beat the price of the policy you have now, we'll send you $10. It's that simple. But if we can beat your price, you'll save a whole lot more for years to come. And we include towing and roadside assistance with every policy. We specify original manufacturer parts for body repairs, and we're here 24 hours a day to answer your questions. Call 21st Century Auto Insurance now. 1-800-211-SAVE. If we can't save you money, we'll send you $10. Turn 21. Get more. More coverage. More service. More savings. Since 1958. 21st Century Insurance Company. Call 1-800-211-SAVE or visit us at 21st.com.
Offer expires November 15th. Limit 1 per household. Subject to company eligibility requirements. New customers only.
That's the sound of power.
The power of the star from Cragen Auto Parts.
Right now at Cragen, you can buy a heavy-duty folding work table for your garage, just $29.99.
A 2-ton shop crane is just $149.
And top-quality sheepskin seat covers are only $29.99 each. Available in champagne or charcoal colors.
It's amazing.
And it's all at Cragen Auto Parts.
The power of the star.
Coupons available in stores.
Shop us online at Cragen.com.
Joe Mays wrapping up his warm-up tosses. Scott Spezio will be the first batter for the Angels as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Boy, we've seen some good starting pitching here in this American League Championship Series. Another good one going on today. Spezio, Molina, and Kennedy will be the batters. Today's scoring summary is brought to you by Domino's Pizza. Get the door, it's Domino's. First run in the game came in the very first inning when the Twins got a double with 2 outs from David Ortiz that brought home Corey Koski to make it 1-0. Then Minnesota scored in the second inning to take a 2-0 lead on a base hit by A.J. Pierzynski. The Angels' lone run coming in the bottom of the 3rd. The leadoff batter in the inning, Adam Kennedy, hit a home run to right field. So that's where we're at, 2-1 Minnesota as we get the bottom of the 5th underway. First pitch was a strike on Spezio, and that one is a pitch that misses, and it evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Scott Spezio with 8 RBIs in the postseason, tops among the Angels. The pitch, here's a ball well hit into right field. That one is going to go out of here. Scott Spezio has hit his second postseason home run, and the Angels have tied this thing up. It's 2-2. So the Angels with a pair of solo homers, 15 postseason home runs now for the Angels in the 9 postseason games. And fans are back in this thing now as Benji Molina steps up to the plate. Here's the pitch on Benji. Takes that one for a strike on the outside corner. In 2 of the last 3 innings now, the Angels' leadoff man homering against Joe Mays. 0-1 pitch. And Benji cuts it one and fouls it off on the right side. It's going to push back to the seats and out of play. Count jumps to no balls and 2 strikes. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Next pitch on Benji. He chops one softly third base side. Koski has it, and he will easily throw out Molina at first. So the second time that Benji is grounded out on the left side of the infield, 1 gone. And here's Adam Kennedy, who's had the other home run for the Angels today. Fans want to be part of exciting Angels baseball? Well, you can get your deposit in now for your 2003 season seats. Angels season seat holders receive incredible savings over game day ticket prices, the same great seats for all Angels home games, VIP card, playoff priority, special events, gifts, and more. Call 1-888-796-HALO to secure the best seats for next season. The pitch. And that is a called strike on a good-looking breaking ball. 0-1 the count. Angels have had 5 hits against Mays, and 2 of the 5 have been home runs. The pitch. That one's outside on Adam. 1 ball, 1 strike. The home run by Kennedy, leading off the bottom of the third, was only his second hit, and 11 times up in this series. 1-1. And Adam takes a strike on the inside corner. 1-2 the count. David Eckstein is waiting on deck. 2-2 the score. Mays studies the target at Pierzynski, and the 1-2 pitch. There's a high drive. It's lifted out there into right center field. That ball's well hit. It's out of here. It's a home run, the second one for Adam Kennedy, and the Angels go on top. It's 3-2. Kennedy, during the regular season, hit 7 home runs. He's hit 2 of them in 2 times up today here in Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. And for the first time today, the Angels lead Minnesota. Pitch on David Eckstein. He swings and fouls that one off over by the Angels on deck circle. 6 hits for the Angels. 3 of them have been home runs against Mays. He's ready, and the 0-1 pitch. That one's bounced foul once again by the on-deck circle on the third base side. 0-2 on David Eckstein. Now, Joe Mays, when he doesn't get that sinker to sink, he gets in trouble, and that's what's happened to him here in this ball game. He's gotten some pitches up in the zone, and the Angels have made him pay dearly. 0-2 on Eckstein. There's a chopper hit right at the second baseman. Rivas has it. His throw to first will get David Eckstein, and that'll be the second out. 2 gone. Darren Erstad will be the batter. Angels with a 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the 5th. A home run by Spezio in the inning. A home run by Kennedy in the inning, his second in 2 times up today. Here's Darren Erstad, who has a single on his 2 times up. Erstad in this series, 7 hits in 19 at-bats. Here's the pitch, and that one is a little bit inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Erstad in the postseason is hitting .395. Here's the next delivery. There's a ground ball hit to the shortstop right at Guzman. He fields and throws and gets it to first in time to end the inning. But the Angels have taken the lead with a pair of solo shots here in the 5th. 2 runs, 2 hits. Homers by Spezio and Kennedy. No errors, none left. 6th inning we go. In Game 5 of the American League Championship Series, it's the Angels on top 3-2 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
It's dinner time, the family's there, but everyone is snoring. They want something new that's big on taste and isn't downright boring. Hey, get on the phone, call Domino's. It'll do the trick for sure. New Buffalo chicken kickers delivered to your door. Right to your door, man. Tender white meat chicken, they really are the bomb. 2 dipping sauces. In no time they'll be gone, like the father of our country. I cannot tell a lie. New Buffalo chicken kickers, they're begging them a try. Give them a try.
Introducing Domino's Pizza Buffalo Chicken Kickers. 10 tender cuts of all white chicken breast with a kick of spicy buffalo flavor baked in. Now, when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99, get an order of Cinesticks free. Add Buffalo Chicken Kickers for $5.99.
New Buffalo chicken kickers, yum. Good for me and you. Pick up the phone and give a call. These babies are brand new. Brand spanking new.
Get the door. It's Domino's Buffalo Chicken Kickers. Limited time only. Prices and terms may vary.
I'm Gil Stanfield, General Manager of Irvine Toyota. A one-stop shopping experience like you've only dreamed about. Now through Sunday, we're offering the ultimate good deal. The luxury and comfort of a Camry LE for what you might pay for a Corolla, just $17,888. You've got to see it to believe it. At the Ultimate Toyota Theme Park, Irvine Toyota, exit Bake Parkway where the 5 and 405 meet.
Irvine Toyota, the ultimate.
We get ready to go to the sixth inning here, the top of the sixth. The Angels 3 runs, 6 hits. The Twins 2 runs, 4 hits. Well, Troy Gloss had a pair of home runs for the Angels in the opening ball game of the ALDS in New York. And today, here in Game 5 of the ALCS, Adam Kennedy with a pair of home runs. Here's the first pitch on Jones. He taps one high out in front of the mound. Appier has it, throws late to first base. And that is going to be a leadoff infield hit. Well, that ball looked like it was hit off an AstroTurf the way it shot up in the air. Appier did everything he could. He had to wait for that ball to come down a long time. And the throw was late to first, and Jones, who can run, has an infield single. So just like that, the Twins have the potential tying run on. Guzman will be the batter. He has gone 0 for 2 today against Kevin Appier with a couple of fly balls to Darren Erstad.
53,
Brendan Donnelly has started to loosen up for the Angels in the left field bullpen. Well, we'll see how the Twins play it here with Guzman at the plate. Gloss at third is at the edge of the grass. He's playing up and charging up, expecting a bunt now. And Guzman is around the bunt, but lays off the pitch. He was high and outside for ball one. 1 ball, no strikes. Guzman, a switch hitter. And he is batting from the left side against the right-hander Kevin Appier. During the regular season, Guzman had 8 sacrifice bunts, which tied for the Minnesota club lead in that category. Here's the 1-0, and he drops down a funky bunt on the first base side, fielded by Spezio, fires the first in time. That was another ball that shot up in the air and was way up there. And Spezio had to wait for it to come down before he could flip to first base. So Guzman gets the job done on that sacrifice. That one will go 3-4 at first base. And now Jones is at second with 1 out. And Mike Scioscia is coming out of the Angels dugout and has signaled to the bullpen. So Brendan Donnelly is going to come in. And I'm sure one of the things that Mike Scioscia is hoping for now might be for a strikeout or two. Kevin Appier has not been a strikeout pitcher this year and has only 1 for the game. And Mike will go to the pen and bring in Brendan Donnelly to face Corey Koski, who has struck out quite a bit here in this series. Appier gets a well-deserved round of applause. Fans are on their feet showing their appreciation. Donnelly coming in from the left field bullpen to take over. This pitching change is brought to you by Domino's Pizza. Get the door, it's Domino's. We'll return with more Angels baseball here in the 6th in just a moment. 3-2 Angels on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
And once he found out I worked for Edison, he started asking me for advice. You know, energy tips and stuff. I told him what to look for, which appliances waste more. Saved him a lot of money. The guy thought I was a hero. I kept trying to tell him anyone can get this information from our website.
At Southern California Edison, we want to help you save energy and save money. Visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey. You get energy-saving tips customized just for you. Another way to save is by buying Energy Star products, like compact fluorescent bulbs. You can even get rebates on some items, like programmable thermostats, pool pumps, and central air conditioners. To get started, just visit SCE.com and click on Rebates and Offers, or call 1-800-736-4777. And look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. Let us show you how. A message from your friends and neighbors at Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
It's nice to know that there are people on whom you can count. Your family, your friends, your doctor, and your banker. Having a strong relationship with your banker can make a big difference in knowing your finances are in good hands, like the hands of a Bank of the West banker. Bank of the West has been serving the West since 1874. They'll help you manage your money. Discover just how special a banking relationship can be. Call Bank of the West, 800-488-2265. Get the kind of banking you deserve. Member FDIC.
Brendan Donnelly will take over in relief. Last time we saw Brendan on the mound was Game 2 of this series. He also pitched in Game 1 in Minnesota, so he's appearing in his first home playoff game here in the American League Championship Series, and he has yet to face Koski here in this ALCS. Koski today is 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. In the series, 3 for 16. And Koski's been having trouble making contact in this series. So we'll see what gives here. Runner at second, the tying run, the pitch. And the first one is in there for a called strike. 0-1 the count. Fans, when it comes to painting your home, nothing can be easier than visiting the experts at any of the 50 Southern California Frazee paint and wall covering locations. They'll help you get the job done right the first time. 6th inning, 3-2 Angels. 1 out, runner at second. 0-1 pitch. Koski fouls it off right over by his dugout. And the count quickly jumps to no balls and 2 strikes. In the playoffs, and that includes the ALDS against the Yankees, Donnelly is now appearing in his 6th game, all in relief. No wins, no losses, no saves. ERA is 6.23. In 4 1/3 innings, Donnelly has given up 3 hits, 2 of them home runs. He struck out 5, walked 1. 0-2 the count here on Koski. The next pitch, got him, swung on and missed. Fastball struck him out. That's just why Mike Scioscia brought in Donnelly here, to try to get a strikeout, and that is exactly what happened. So now 2 gone in the inning, and the left-handed hitting Ortiz at the plate. David Ortiz has driven in one of the 2 Minnesota runs with a double his first time up. He's also flied out. Twins scored in the first 2 innings today to take a 2-0 lead. They haven't scored since the second. And the Angels got a run in the bottom of the 3rd. And 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th, and all 3 Angels runs have come on solo homers. 2 by Adam Kennedy, 1 by Scott Spezio. 2 outs with the tying run at second. Ortiz at the plate, Donnelly's pitch. That is right in there for a called strike. Brendan Donnelly on that first pitch there came in off speed. That very well could have been his split finger fastball there, his changeup. 0-1 is the count on Ortiz. Torrey Hunter would be up next. 0-1 pitch. And that's a little bit low and misses. 1 ball, 1 strike in the bottom of the 6th. The Angels will send up the meat of the order. Salmon, Anderson, and Gloss. And the bullpen right now for Minnesota is quiet, so we'll assume that Mays will continue. Mays has done a pretty good job for the Twins, other than making 3 mistakes and paying dearly for all 3 of them. The 3 solo homers that he's allowed in this game. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Ortiz. Donnelly taking a long time looking in. Ortiz, tired of waiting, will ask for time and backs out of the box. Brendan Donnelly, during the regular season, one of the key members of the Angels bullpen. He was 1-1 in 46 relief appearances. Brilliant 2.17 ERA. Opposing batters hit 184 against him. 1-1 pitch. Ball chopped on the first base side. It is a foul ball, says the first base umpire Ed Rapuano. It would have been an out had it been fair. It was fielded cleanly by Spezio, and he had plenty of time to get to the bag, but it's a foul ball. 1-2 the count. All of a sudden, the outs for the Twins very precious right now. They have only 10 outs remaining in this game. Fans on their feet. Tremendous noise echoing through Edison Field right now. 1-2 pitch. A little bit high with that fastball. Not by much. Ortiz showing a good eye to take that pitch. The count even, it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ortiz can hit for power, so he's dangerous in this situation. 2 strikes on him, though, the pitch, and there's a wild pitch that goes by Benji Molina, and easily moving on to third base will be Jock Jones. So now that tying run is 90 feet away. And the count full, 3-2 on Ortiz. Angels bullpen is quiet. Earlier in this game, we saw Scott Schoenweiss warming up. He was warming up last inning, in fact. But things are quiet out there in that left field pen right now. The count is full on Ortiz. Tying runner at third, 2 outs. Top of the 6th. And again, Donnelly, who's taking a long time between pitches, looking in for the sign. Takes too much time for Ortiz, and he backs out of the box. Brendan now set. We'll see what happens on the 3-2 delivery. Here it comes, and it's swung on and missed. He struck him out. Inning is over, and Donnelly comes out of the pen and punches out Costi and Ortiz, the 3 and 4 hitters, and the Twins leave that tying runner on base. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, a runner left at third. Bottom of the 6th we go here in Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. 3-2 Angels on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Sold. That's what you'll hear at OCAuctionOutlet.com. A 1-week-only online auction brought to you by the Orange County Register. Bidding is going on now. Go to OCAuctionOutlet.com for amazing deals. Find a 51-inch Panasonic HD TV, retail $1,800, opening bid $179. Or a set of i3 Payne golf irons, retail $699, opening bid $69. Log on to OCAuctionOutlet.com to start bidding. See the Register for details, or go to OCAuctionOutlet.com.
Ooh, feel that power?
It's the power of the star.
And it means great values at Cragen Auto Parts.
Right now at Cragen, you can get a whole case of Haviland motor oil for just 59 cents a quart after rebate with coupons.
Cragen also has a full-size, low-profile truck box in black diamond plate for just $229.
Or how about our 1 million candle power cordless rechargeable spotlight for only $12.99?
That's Cragen, the power of the star.
Coupons available in stores.
Shop us online at Cragen.com.
The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopp, Jim Fregosi, Ken Forsch, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-888-4376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
We get ready to move to the Angels' 6th inning. Tim Salmon will start it off. Salmon has a base hit today, his only hit so far in this American League Championship Series. 1 for 2 today, 1 for 12 overall. Joe Mays will continue for Minnesota. The home run ball has been his undoing in this game, but he's still very much in the game. And the home run ball hurt Mays this year during the regular season. He gave up 14 homers in under 100 innings, 95 and a third innings of work. So Salmon begins to advance to the plate. And Joe Mays is looking in for the sign. Here's the pitch. And that one's drilled into left field. It drops in for a base hit. First ball swinging. And that's when the Angels have had their success today against Mays when they've been going after the first pitch. The Angels have had very good success today with their leadoff men. It almost seems like it takes Mays a batter or two to get going each inning. In the Angels' 3rd inning, Kennedy led off the inning with a homer. 4th inning, Garrett Anderson led off the inning with a single. 5th inning, Scott Spezio led off the inning with a home run. Here in the 6th, Salmon has led off the inning with a single. Here's Garrett and the pitch, ground ball right side by the diving second baseman Rivas. Salmon will easily get to third and runners at the corners. The Angels now are looking to add on as Troy Gloss gets ready to bat. Gloss has been quiet today, but his bat has been hot in the postseason, and he will step up with 2 on and nobody out. Gloss looking down to Ron Renicky, who flashes a few signs from the third base coaching area. Ron now talking of the lead runner at third, Tim Salmon. Johan Santana, who we've seen quite a bit in this AL Championship Series, a left-hander, begins to loosen up. Mays is in trouble right here. The infield is at double play depth. The pitch, and that one misses a little bit low, 1-0. In fact, the infielders have crept in a little bit more. They're trying to cut down that runner at the plate. In this game, the Twins have turned one double play behind the sinker baller Joe Mays. Angels have had a lot more success against Mays today than in Game 1 of this ALCS. Here's the 1-0 pitch. There's one hit down the right field side, tight to the line, and it is just foul down in the corner. Ross going with that pitch, now looking to pull it. Made some solid contact, but fouled it off down in that right field corner. 1-1 to count. It's a 3-2 Angels lead here in the bottom of the 6th. The Angels are trying to become American League champs for the first time in franchise history. Mays is set. And the pitch on Gloss. Hard hit ground ball right to third. Now Salmon breaks for the plate, and Koski will flip to the catcher Pierzynski, and Tim Salmon made a dreadful base running mistake right there. Boy, that ball was hit right to the third baseman. He was right next to the bag, and for whatever reason, Salmon decided to break for the plate. An easy out. Big out there for the Twins. On that one there, Salmon just has to hold up. That ball was hit so closely to the base runner that there's no reason for Salmon to try to score. Easy out. Now Gardenhire is coming out of his dugout with the left-handed hitting Brad Fulmer scheduled. And we'll see if he ends up making the pitching change here. Looks like he will. So Mays still standing out there. I don't know that they have. Yes, they have made the
change to the bullpen, so Santana will be coming in. That's going to be it for Joe Mays. He'll be lifted with one out here in the bottom of the sixth. Angels are leading 3-2. We'll take a break and return with more Halos baseball in just a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
As fast as the 03 Toyotas are coming in, they're moving out even faster because this is Toyota's most exciting lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs ever. Now you can drive home a spacious 03 Sienna van and get $1,000 factory cash back. There's also $1,000 cash back when you buy or lease any rugged 03 Tundra, available with a powerful iForce V8. You can even get a special introductory 2.9% APR on the 03 Camry sedan. Hurry! There are great deals on the sporty 03 Corolla, the revolutionary Matrix, and the in-your-face Tacoma. So here come the 03 Toyotas, and there they go. Just see your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota.
We make it easy on you.
Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/30/102. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh, yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at a guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
Left-hander Johan Santana, who has worked quite a bit in this series. In fact, he's getting ready to appear in his fourth straight game. He worked in Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, and now Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. He will take over in relief. In last night's game, he went 2/3 of an inning in relief with Brad Radke, gave up a hit and a run. And overall, he has pitched pretty well in this series against the Halos. Brad Fulmer was scheduled to bat, and Sean Wooten is going to come in to pinch hit. Wooten in the playoffs is batting .500, 7 for 14. And here in the playoffs as a pinch hitter, he's 0 for 2. Santana ready. Runners at first and second, one out. The pitch. That one's inside. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Santana is ready, working from the stretch. Looks at Garrett Anderson, the runner at second, and the pitch. That's low again. He's fallen behind. It's now 2 balls and no strikes. Overall in the playoffs, Santana, appearing in his 6th game, no wins, no losses, no saves. ERA is 4.76. Opposing batters hitting just 182 against Santana, though, in postseason play. 2-0 the count on the pinch hitter Wooten. The pitch. And did he go around on that one? No. First base umpire Ed Rapuano says that Wooten was holding. 3 balls and no strikes. Now, Wooten rarely walks, but you got to think in this situation he would take one. He hasn't had a walk in the playoffs in 14 official at-bats. Santana hasn't had a strike in 3 pitches. You have to take this one. 3-0 the count. He's ready, delivers, and Wooten, like a statue, takes that one for a strike. That was a fastball. 3-1 the count. John Gardenhire with the utmost confidence in his bullpen. We've seen Gardenhire use 5 pitchers in an inning in this series. We might see a few more before this inning's over. 3-1 the count. The next pitch
Wooten swings and fouls that one off on the right side. So the count full at 3-2. Scott Spezio, who's waiting on deck as a switch hitter. And Spezio has really hit lefties well this year. So if they stick with Santana after he's done against Wooten, no problem for Scott facing a left-hander. Count full. We'll see what gives. The 3-2 runners in motion. The pitch, it's chopped foul over on the left side. So the Angels were looking to stay out of a possible double play there. Both runners were on the move. And Wooten fouled the pitch off. 3-2 the count.
They had good jumps, too. Mike Scioscia being aggressive with a one-run lead. If Wooten had struck out, I think both runners would have been safe anyway. We'll see if they run him again here.
They play Wooten straight away. Infield at double play depth. Vinkevich at first off the bag with a runner at second. So the runner at first base, Bloss, gets a good-sized lead. Santana's 3-2. Runners go. Pitch is swung on, and just getting a piece of that one was Wooten as he tipped it foul back behind the plate.
They didn't get a good jump that time. Garrett Anderson would have been dead at third base. He was heading back towards second when that pitch came in. But Wooten fouling it off again. And that would have been ball 4 had he not fouled it off.
Angels base runners weren't sure what was going on there. Anderson and Bloss had been on the move, as Rory mentioned, and then they were standing on those advancing bases until finally told by the umpires, hey, what's up here? You guys have to go back. That was a foul ball.
I think Brzezinski thought, and he might be right, that Wooten didn't touch it, that it hit the plate and bounced up and hit him in the face mask. We'd have to see it again to be sure.
So the count full. And Santana's 3-2. It is swung on and missed. Garrett Anderson breaking for third, and he is a dead duck, and the inning ends on a strikeout double play. So what looked like a very promising inning for the Angels here in the bottom of the sixth with back-to-back singles that start off the inning. It ends as the Twins turn their second double play. And that'll do it for the Halos. Wooten out on the strikeout and Anderson on the caught stealing 2-5 at third base. In the inning, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and the Angels will leave 1 base runner. So as we get ready to move to the 7th inning here in Game 5 of the American League Championship Series, it's still 3-2 Angels on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
A crash course in auto insurance. Dialing for dollars. We're 21st Century Auto Insurance. We're saving 7 out of 10 California drivers money. And if we can't save you money, we'll send you a check for $10. Just call us at 1-800-211-SAVE. If we can't beat the price of the policy you have now, we'll send you $10. It's that simple. But if we can beat your price, you'll save a whole lot more for years to come. And we include towing and roadside assistance with every policy. We specify original manufacturer parts for body repairs, and we're here 24 hours a day to answer your questions. Call 21st Century Auto Insurance now. 1-800-211-SAVE. If we can't save you money, we'll send you $10. Turn 21. Get more. More coverage. More service. More savings. Since 1958. 21st Century Insurance Company. Call 1-800-211-SAVE or visit us at 21st.com.
Offer expires November 15th. Limit 1 per household. Subject to company eligibility requirements. New customers only.
The Big Gorilla, Union Dodge in North Orange County, announces the arrival of the all-new 2003 Ram truck. With 0 down and 0% interest for a limited time only at Union Dodge, where they'll give you a 7-year, 70,000-mile powertrain warranty, the longest in the industry. Look for the Big Blue Gorilla right at the 22 Garden Grove Freeway, exit Brookhurst. Union Dodge.
Limited term 0% financing on approved credit in lieu of rebate.
We get ready to move to the 7th inning. 3-2, the Angels on top. And Brendan Donnelly will begin this inning in relief for the Angels. He came in and struck out Koski and Ortiz. against Minnesota in the 6th inning. The batters will be Hunter, Minkiewicz, and Moore. And as we get ready to move it to the 7th inning, back with more play-by-play action. Here's Rory Marcus.
Thanks so much, Terry. Top of the 7th inning coming up. 3-2, the Angels have a 1-run lead. Brendan Donnelly, who struck out the last 2 in the 6th inning, will start the 7th now, and you know what Scioscia's thinking. Get us through the 7th, Rodriguez in the 8th, Percy in the 9th. But first the 7th, and the first pitch from Donnelly's in for a strike to Torrey Hunter. 0-1, the totals through 6. For the Angels, 3 runs, 8 hits, no errors. For the Twins, 2 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. No balls in the strike to Torrey Hunter. He's 0 for 2 today. Donnelly's 0-1 pitch is hit in the air into right field. Salmon racing in on the ball. He's under it now and makes the catch. 1 out in the 7th. Doug Minkiewicz coming up. Angels 3, Twins 2. The Twins led 2-0 after 2 innings. The Angels' Adam Kennedy hit a home run in the 3rd to make it 2-1. Scott Spezio and Adam Kennedy hit home runs in the 5th to make it 3-2 Angels. Minkiewicz is 0 for 2, hitting .250 in the postseason for the Twins. 2 home runs, 6 runs batted in.
Twins have had only 2 hits since the 2nd inning, and they've scored only 9 runs in the 5 games of this series.
Donnelly's pitch, Minkiewicz takes outside for ball 1. There's no activity right now in either bullpen. The shadows starting to lengthen out across the field from home plate out. The batter is in the shade right now, the pitcher in the sun. Here's the stretch by Brendan Donnelly. And the 1-0 pitch. Line drive back up the middle, a base hit. Doug Minkiewicz, a solid single into center field. Gives the Twins a base runner with 1 out in the 7th inning. And Dustin Moore coming up. This is a hot hitter. Moore has a double. He scored a run in the 2nd inning. Flied out to center in the 5th inning. But Moore, 1 for 2 today. 4 for 10 in the series. 6 for 12 in the postseason.
This is a tough time to be a hitter here at Edison Field with the shadows over the batter's circle and the pitcher still in the bright sunlight. Tough to spot the ball.
Brendan Donnelly looks over at first base. The pitch to Moore. Slider down low, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. Another sellout crowd here at Edison Field. The fans have just been fantastic, hoping the Angels can get 8 more outs. 1 ball and no strikes to Dustin Moore. Donnelly looks over at first base. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Moore swings at a slider. Throw to first base. Save! Just back in time. Minkiewicz almost picked off at first. Benji Molina gunned that ball down there. And for a second, it looked like Minkiewicz might have been caught in no man's land, but he got back just ahead of the tag by Spezio. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count now to Moore. That was a close play at first. Looking at the replay, the umpire got it right. 1 ball and 1 strike to Dustin Moore. Donnelly checks Minkiewicz. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fastball a little bit high. 2-1. Frankie Rodriguez now gets up and begins to loosen up in the Angel bullpen. Al Newman, coaching at third, walking out of the box to make sure Minkiewicz can see him. Spezio moving over to hold him on at the bag there at first base. 2 balls, 1 strike. Donnelly sets. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Line shot into left center field. That's in there for a hit. Erstad gets to it quickly. Minkiewicz has to hold on at second base. But Dustin Moore now 7 for 13 in the postseason. And the Twins have a threat going. Runners at first and second with 1 out in the 7th. A.J. Pierzynski at the plate. And Bud Black going to the mound, the Angels pitching coach. Not Scioscia. So you would think that right now they're going to let Donnelly stay in and let Frankie Rodriguez continue to warm up in the bullpen. Unless, of course, Black goes back to the dugout, and then Sosha comes out, and they bring Rodriguez in. But for now, it's Donnelly.
Mentioned Bud Black out there, and with the Angels' success this season, especially with the success of the pitching staff and the bullpen, Bud Black is a very hot commodity right now. There are all sorts of rumors flying out of Cleveland that he very well could be the Indians' next manager, and there's also talk that once the Angels are finished with postseason play that he will interview for the Cleveland Indians manager's job and could very well be the leading candidate for that job.
A.J. Pierzynski at the plate. Critical time in the game right here with runners at first and second for Minnesota. 1 out in the top of the 7th inning. The Angels clinging to a 3-2 lead. Donnelly checks the runners. Here's the pitch to Pierzynski. Oh, what a line shot into the dugout. Foul. Wow, that was a rocket. I guess it didn't hit anybody. It looked like it might have gone into the area between the camera well and the dugout. I'm not sure, but I wouldn't have wanted to be sitting over there.
David Ortiz is sitting over there in front of his dugout, and he was lucky that ball didn't get him.
Everybody over there was lucky. Oh, that went right over somebody's head into the camera well and didn't hit anybody. No balls and 1 strike to Pierzynski. 2 on, 1 out. Donnelly backs off the rubber. The Twins catcher hitting .323 in the postseason. He's hit 1 home run. He hit it against Oakland. Donnelly set again. Checks Minkiewicz at second. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Fastball high and away. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, Pierzynski, the batter, has not had a good series, but he has had a good day. He is 2 for 2 with a run batted in. Overall in the series, 3 hits and 15 times up with 2 runs batted in.
The Twins, much like the Angels, they're tough. They come right back. And they're trying to come back right here in this game. Donnelly's 1-1 is grounded into right field. That's a base hit. Minkiewicz got a late break and will have to stop at third. Salmon's throw comes in on the fly to Molina. But the Twins have the bases loaded with 1 out. And now we'll see if Sosha goes to his 20-year-old rookie hoping for a strikeout. 3 straight singles by the Twins. Luis Rivas has been called back to the dugout, and I imagine we'll see Bobby Kelty. Yep, here he comes. Kelty is going to pinch hit right here for Rivas.
Boy, Rory, you mentioned the late start by Minkiewicz, and he's a little bit beside himself over there at third base, and now we see Mike Sosha coming out of the dugout.
Sosha is going to go to Frankie Rodriguez. You talk about pressure. We have marveled at this 20-year-old's entrance into the big leagues and his composure during the playoffs and how well he's done. But now comes the pressure cooker. Bases loaded, 1 out, a 3-2 ball game in the 7th inning in what could be the deciding game for the Angels. Rodriguez is coming in. We'll take a break. It's 3-2 Angels in the 7th. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The sound of power.
The power of the star from Cragen Auto Parts.
Right now at Cragen, you can buy a heavy-duty folding work table for your garage, just $29.99.
A 2-ton shop crane is just $149.
And top-quality sheepskin seat covers are only $29.99 each. Available in champagne or charcoal colors.
It's amazing.
And it's all at Cragen Auto Parts.
The power of the star.
Coupons available in stores.
Shop us online at Cragen.com.
Don't you wish you could just walk into your house at the end of the day with an amazing meal for the whole family, all ready to serve up hot and fresh? I bring this up because you can. Prepare yourself for the ancient Chinese art of sharing at Panda Express. You'll find delightful, tasty entrees like our favorite orange-flavored chicken and delicious specialties like their famous spicy chicken with peanuts and tender beef with broccoli. Put your own Panda combinations together and suddenly you've got a fun family meal to go. So stop by Panda Express. Chinese for delectable.
The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopp, Jim Fregosi, Ken Forsch, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-8884-376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
Well, here's the situation for you. Frankie Rodriguez, the Angels' 20-year-old rookie from Venezuela, who has recorded 11 outs in this series, 7 by strikeout, needs one right now. Last night in the 8th inning, Rodriguez faced Bobby Kelty as a pinch hitter and struck him out. And that's what Socia is banking on here. Rodriguez 3-0 in the playoffs with a 1.93 earned run average. 15 strikeouts altogether. And Bobby Kelty, no hits in the postseason, 0 for 7, 0 for 3 in this series, but a very capable hitter. Bases loaded, 1 out, 3-2 Angels in the 7th inning. And Rodriguez facing Kelty. Frankie from a stretch. Here's the 0-1, or the first pitch is a fastball up high, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes.
Kelty in the playoffs is 0 for 6 as a pinch hitter.
.43 outs Rodriguez has recorded since becoming an Angel, 28 by strikeout. The 1-0 pitch to Kelty, foul back up over the screen and back into the seats. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Twins have Minkiewicz at third, Moore at second, Perzinski at first base.
This is also the 4th straight game in this AL Championship Series that Rodriguez has appeared in. He did not work in Game 1. He's worked in every game since in this series.
1 ball, 1 strike. Kelty waiting. Rodriguez checks. Here it comes. Slider high, ball 2. 2 balls in the strike. No place to put him, of course. The Twins leadoff man, Jock Jones, is on deck. The Twins trying to rally here in the 7th inning after the Angels took a 3-2 lead in the 5th. 2 balls, 1 strike. Rodriguez checks the runners. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball, strike call on the inside corner. 96 miles an hour. Rodriguez brings something out there that not many pitchers have, I'll tell you that. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Bobby Kelty. Bases loaded, 1 out. The crowd rising to its feet again. Rodriguez nodding yes to Benji Molina, working out of a stretch. Here's the 2-2 pitch. A breaking ball low, and he did not go around. They appealed it at third base, and Kelty checked his swing. So the count is full. Here comes the biggest pressure pitch that Rodriguez has faced. You can bet on that. Probably Bobby Kelty, too. A full count. 3-2 with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 7th inning.
Frankie in this matchup has been alternating sliders and fastballs. That last pitch he threw was a slider.
The Angels leading it 3-2. Rodriguez is ready. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. He walked in a run. No doubt about it, he missed low with that one, and the Twins tie the ball game up.
That was a fastball that was low, and a good job by Kelty to lay off that pitch. Showed some discipline there at the plate.
The bases are still loaded. The Angels are a long way from out of the inning. It's a 3-3 tie now, and the leadoff man, Jock Jones, is at the plate. Rodriguez working out of his stretch. Here's the pitch to Jock Jones. Slider up high, ball 1. The first little bit of struggle that Frankie Rodriguez has had. There's a ball boy out getting the ball, a beach ball in right field. Nobody notices him except Salmon. Now the umpire finally saw him and called timeout for a second. 1-0 to Jock Jones. There is no activity in the Angel bullpen. It's all on the shoulders of this 20-year-old rookie. Twins have tied it here in the 7th. The 1-0 pitch, fastball swung on and missed. Jones took a healthy cut, but he came up empty. The Angels want a double play to get out of the inning. 1-1 to Jock Jones. For a leadoff man, he's a real free swinger. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul over near the Twins dugout, and the count 1-2.
A big advantage here for Rodriguez. You mentioned Jones, a free swinger. He struck out 129 times this year, walked only 37 times. So he will go after pitches if you're anywhere near the plate.
1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 out, bases loaded. The game tied at 3 here in the 7th inning. Jock Jones waiting. Guzman is on deck for the Twins. Rodriguez, a long look in at Molina. Now he goes into his stretch. Here comes 1-2. Low, and it gets away from Molina. Here comes Moore. He's safe at home. The Twins take the lead. A wild pitch scores a run. And the Twins have scored on a bases-loaded walk and now a wild pitch to take a 4-3 lead in the 7th. They still have runners at second and third. 1 out. The count 2-2 to Jock Jones. Frankie Rodriguez from his stretch. The 2-2 pitch is low again, ball 3. Ben Weber gets up now in the Angel bullpen. It's a full count to Jones. Rodriguez goes to the rosin bag. The Angels have drawn the infield in. Benji Molina did not get his body in front of that wild pitch. He just reached out with the glove. The 3-2 pitch is hit in the air into center field. Erstad has a play on it. Brzezinski's going to tag. Erstad's throw to the plate is on one hop to Benji. Safe. A nice throw by Erstad, but too late. Molina caught it. He had the plate blocked. Brzezinski slid into him, knocked him over. Benji held onto the ball, but the tag came too late. And the Twins lead 5-3.
Well, and Mike Scioscia brought in Frankie Rodriguez. He was hoping for strikeouts, and it just hasn't happened today. They got the out on that play, but the runner able to tag and score, even the catcher coming in.
Here's Christian Guzman now. Kelty at second base, 2 outs. The pitch to Guzman outside. 5-3 Minnesota in the 7th. As they put 3 on the board here in the 7th inning. Guzman at the plate. Rodriguez checks second. He delivers. Pitch fouled off to the left. Will go out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Twins have really quieted the Edison Field crowd.
Mentioned the wild pitch in the inning, which brought in the second run in this inning. Angels pitchers with 3 wild pitches today, and 2 of the 3 have contributed to run scoring.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Up high, ball 2 to Christian Guzman. 2 balls and a strike. Frankie Rodriguez has thrown 15 pitches, only 6 strikes. Frankie checks the runner at second base. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Pop fly down the left field line in foul ground. Garrett Anderson comes over and runs out of room. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Guzman. Brendan Donnelly charged with all 3 runs in 1 inning of work. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Guzman. 2 outs, 3 runs in for Minnesota here in the 7th. Staring in for his sign is Frankie Rodriguez. Now the 2-2 pitch to Guzman. Ground ball to the right side. Kennedy's got it. He'll throw Guzman out. But the Minnesota Twins have a big inning. They put 3 on the board in the 7th on 3 hits. No errors and 1 left. And after 6.5 innings of play, we will get the singing of God Bless America right here. The Twins lead 5-3, and we'll keep it here for the moment.
Baseball once again ask you to remember the men and women in service to our country. Prior to Take Me Out to the Ball Game, accompanied by Peggy Ducanel at the organ, would you please join Ms. Dawn Davidson in God Bless America?
The Twins lead the Angels 5-3. We'll be right back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Excuse me, Ms. Executive, who studied 4 years of math, including trigonometry, and now sits in a huge office and drives a finely tuned luxury car?
Yes, Mr. Only learned basic math in school, so still have a low-paying job and have to live with your mother?
Sorry to bother you, but the vice president who took AP Calculus and gets paid more than the rest of us combined wants to know if you'll be leaving early like you usually do to play golf.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll let him know. If you need me this weekend, I'll be working late filling out your expense reports and timesheets because it's the only kind of math I can handle.
Great. Simple addition and subtraction sound right up your alley.
Thanks. Have a good weekend in the country, ma'am.
I always do.
Want to get ahead in life? Learn math, algebra, trigonometry, calculus, because math is power. To learn more, log on to mathispower.org. A public service message brought to you by the National Action Council for Minorities in Engineering and the Ad Council.
Miss Marshall doesn't know it, but I hate it when her class is over. All my friends want to do is hang out and do nothing. You ask them, what are you doing? Nothing. What are you going to do? Nothing. And what's the fun in that? Nothing.
You might not know this, but as many as 15 million children are left with nothing to do after school. Give them something rewarding. Call 1-800-USA-LEARN if you would like an after-school program in your community. A message from the After School Alliance and the Ad Council.
Into the bottom of the 7th inning, the Twins lead the Angels 5-3. Scott Spezio will lead things off for the Angels here in the 7th against Johan Santana. Before Spezio steps in, we'll pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Spezio has grounded out and hit a solo home run. 1 for 2, and the Angels find themselves down by 2 now. Santana delivers, and it's on the inside corner for a called strike, 0-1.
Well, Rory, this is the part of the order that's done all the damage for the Angels. The bottom third, Spezio with a homer, Kennedy with a pair of home runs.
The 0-1 pitch to Spies is lined into right field. That's going to be in there for a hit. Short hopped by Dustin Moore, who gets it in. Spezio starts the 7th inning with a single. David Lamb has gone into the game at second base for Minnesota. Remember, Rivas was pinch hit for by Kelty. And now Benji Molina at the plate. Benji Tanay has grounded out twice. The Angels want to avoid that because if he hits the ball on the ground, he's a sure double play. LaTroy Hawkins gets up in the Minnesota bullpen. If Molina gets on, he'd probably be pinch run for. He represents the tying run. Santana delivers. Benji takes low and outside. Ball 1. Spezio at first. Nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. The Angels down 5-3 and trying to come back on the Twins, who came back on the Angels in the top half of this inning.
Scott Schoenweiss warming up for the Angels. Koski and Ortiz, couple left-handed batters, will be the first 2 batters up for Minnesota in the 8th.
1 ball, no strikes to Molina. Santana checks Spezio and delivers. Benji looks at one inside and low. 2 balls and no strikes. Santana takes a walk around the mound. Molina takes a look down in Ron Renicky, coaching at third base. If the Angels win this game, they certainly will have earned it. They came back from 2-0 down to take a 3-2 lead. Now they're down 5-3. In the bottom of the 7th. 2-0 to Benji Molina. Santana's 2-0 pitch is fouled straight back out of play. 2 balls, 1 strike. 44,835 here today. That might be identical to yesterday, is it? Very, very close. Might have been 8:30 yesterday. I'm not sure. 2 balls and 1 strike to Benji Molina. Here's the pitch by Santana. Good breaking ball. Strike 2 called.
There we got 5 more people here today than yesterday.
Well, this is a better game to go to. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Benji Molina. Nobody out. Spezio at first base. The Angels trying to rally again here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Down 5-3 to the Minnesota Twins, who would love to send this thing back to Minneapolis. The 2-2 pitch, way high. That one almost seemed to slip out of Santana's hand. It's a full count now to Benji, 3-2.
Benji Molina during the regular season walked only 15 times in 428 at-bats.
Well, this would be a good time to get his 16th walk. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Spezio at first. They could run him to try to stay out of the double play. He does not go as Santana throws to first base. Later on tonight, the Cardinals and Giants. Game 4 of that series with the Giants ahead 2-1. 3-2 to Benji Molina. Santana at the belt, looks at first base. The 3-2 pitch is fouled back out of play. Spezia was not running. Brzezinski had that foul ball knock his face mask off. He was mad at himself that he did not catch the ball. Every out, every pitch is just magnified at this point. 3-2 the count to Benji. Santana in relief of Joe Mays. Neither starter figures any decision today. Mays for the Twins, Appier for the Angels. 3-2 to Benji Molina. Here's the pitch. A line shot through the left side. That's a base hit. Spezia stops at second. Benji Molina has a single. The Angels have the tying run on base. Nobody out in the seventh. And here comes Figgins to run for Benji.
Well, it was a good job of hitting there by Benji. You kind of figured he would be swinging. He doesn't like to walk. And he did swing, and he got one in between Koski and Guzman and got it to go through in the left.
Now, Rick Anderson, the pitching coach, has gone to the mound for Minnesota.
Now, they want to talk this situation over here. See how the Angels elect to play it. A bunt would put the tying run up to second. So they want to make sure that everybody's on the same page around that infield.
The outfielders got together out there to talk over their situation. LaTroy Hawkins continues throwing in the bullpen, but Gardenhire wants the left-hander Santana to pitch to the left-handed hitting Kennedy. Runners at first and second. Nobody out. The Angels down 5-3 in the bottom of the seventh. Kennedy swinging a hot bat. First time up in the third inning, home run. Second time up in the fifth inning, home run. There's been nobody on base, though, for 14 of the 16 homers the Angels have hit in the postseason. Kennedy's around a bunt, and he gets it down in front of the plate. No, foul ball. It kicked out from in front of the plate and kicked the other way foul. Brzezinski was going to go to first with it. So obviously the Angels wish that thing had stayed fair, but it's 0-1 now to Adam Kennedy. Figgins back to first, Spezia back to second. The ball had a lot of backspin on it after Kennedy bunted it.
Adams a pretty good bunter. He was lucky that he even made contact on that pitch. That pitch was low and away to him. It was sailing away from the left-handed hitter, but he did get the bat on it. Just couldn't keep that ball in fair ground.
No balls, one strike to Adam Kennedy. Santana delivers. Kennedy swings and fouls it away. Well, they had him try to bunt once. It didn't work. They gave him a shot, and that didn't work as he fouled it off. So now the count is 0-2. Kennedy behind him, the count to the left-hander Santana. David Eckstein on deck.
Kind of interesting to watch Koski, the third baseman. Right now he's still up on the grass, even with 2 strikes on Kennedy.
Spezia at second. Figgins carrying the tying run at first. Nobody out in the seventh. 0-2 to Kennedy. Santana's pitch is fouled away again. Adam rolling that one over to the Twins dugout where it's picked up by David Ortiz, the designated hitter. He flips the ball up into the seats. No balls and 2 strikes to AK. Angels trailing it by 2. The Angels have 10 hits to the Twins 8. Kennedy has homered both times up today. Santana's 0-2 pitch is hit in the air into right center field. Back on the ball, Dustin Moore. He has homered 3 times. The Angels lead it 6-5. Couldn't get the bunt down, so he hit it out of the park. On an 0-2 pitch from a left-handed pitcher, Adam Kennedy hits his third home run of the game. Oh, what a moment at Edison Field. They want Kennedy to take a curtain call. If he was ever going to do it, it would be now. What a day.
That shades of Reggie Jackson right there in October. 3 home runs in 1 postseason game. There's the curtain call.
Yep. And the kid from Cal State Northridge has had an unbelievable day. 6-5 Angels. Ron Gardenhire comes out to make a pitching change. He must be thinking, what more can we do? The Twins came up with 3 in the top of the inning. The Angels have scored 3 in the bottom of the inning. And the Angels lead the Twins 6-5 in the 7th inning. LaTroy Hawkins coming in to pitch.
Adam Kennedy has to really like that home run for a number of reasons, but the fact that he hit it off of a left-hander might be one of the biggest reasons why he likes it. He didn't get a chance to play against lefties for most of this season, and against a left-hander in Game 5 of the American League Championship Series, he went yard.
He's given the Angels a 1-run lead here in the 7th inning. There is still nobody out, and the crowd has not taken their seats. The noise volume has not gone down one bit. Wow. 3 home runs in the ball game. Dustin Moore, the right fielder, you could see his shoulders slump as he started that way and realized the ball was going to go over his head and out of the ballpark. Same thing with Torrey Hunter. The Twins still have 6 outs left of them, but the Angels just don't seem like they're going to be stopped. If they were ever going to be down, it would have been coming into this inning, but a single, and a home run.
That home run by Kennedy, the biggest moment in the history of Edison Field.
David Eckstein coming to the plate now. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Angels now have to remember, of course, the ball game is not over. There are a few hats that have been thrown out there in right center field as Kennedy has achieved the hat trick in this ball game.
Think about Adam Kennedy. He went into today's game 1 for 10 in this series with no runs batted in. And what a day he's had. 3 times up, 3 homers, 5 RBIs.
In a situation where he might have been pinch hit for earlier in the season.
Yep.
Eckstein at the plate. LaTroy Hawkins ready to go. His first pitch is on the outside corner, a called strike, 0-1. So that means Frankie Rodriguez is the pitcher of record. If the Angels can hang on to this thing, he'll go 4-0 in the postseason, even though he has not had his best outing today. Eckstein waiting 0-1. Hawkins winds and delivers, and David takes it down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Angels would like to reignite the rally right here.
And just look at some of the body language of the Twins players out there on the field. They cannot believe what has happened here in this inning.
The Angels have not won a whole lot of games with home runs. There's a shot down the left field line by Eckstein. Hooking foul into the seats. He almost curled one around that foul pole.
That's his corner down there. That's Eckstein corner.
I'll tell you, Santana did not make a great pitch to Kennedy, 0-2. A high fastball right out over the plate. One ball, 2 strikes to David Eckstein. Hawkins ready again. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Eck. Hard hit ground ball. A diving play by Koski at third. His throw is too late. Minkiewicz pounds his glove in frustration on the dirt, telling the umpire, I think we got him. The umpire said, yes, your foot was on the bag, but no, the throw was not in time. Great try by Koski, diving toward the line to backhand it, threw it on one hop. Minkiewicz stretched out as far as he could, but Eck beats it out. On the dome turf, that probably would have been an out.
4 straight hits here for the Angels in the bottom of the 7th. Every batter up, Spezio, Molina, Kennedy, Eckstein with hits.
Here's Darren Erstad. Erstad 1 for 3 today. We'll see here whether Socia might try to sacrifice Eckstein to second and get another run in scoring position. Angels lead 6-5. The pitch to Erstad. Yep, he was around a bunt, but took it outside, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Darren Erstad. Eckstein at first. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Angels have responded to the Twins' 3 in the top of the 7th with 3 of their own in the bottom. 1-0 to Erstad. There goes Eckstein. The pitch fouled back to the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Corey, how about the bottom third of the Angels lineup today? Spezio, Molina, and Kennedy. They've gone 6 for 9 with 4 home runs and 6 RBIs. The bottom third of the order.
Led, of course, by Kennedy's 3 home runs and 5 runs batted in. 1 ball, 1 strike to Erstad. Nobody out. Eckstein at first. The Angels now have 12 hits in the ball game. Erstad waiting. LaTroy Hawkins trying to keep his cool amidst all the clamor, and it's ripped into left field for a base hit. 5 consecutive hits by the Angels in the 7th. Erstad with a single. Eckstein to second. Still nobody out. And Tim Salmon coming up. Salmon 2 for 3 today. 2 on, nobody out in the 7th inning. Angels leading 6-5.
Boy, this is shades of that 8-run 5th inning that the Angels had here at home in the clinching game against the Yankees when the Angels had the 8 runs and 10 hits. It seemed like everybody that stepped up got a hit. That's what's happening here in this inning.
13 hits now for the Angels in the ball game. Another run or two, and they'll really feel like they're more than halfway home. The pitch by Hawkins, taken down low by Salmon. 1 ball and no strikes. Salmon takes a look down at Renicky.
The home run in this inning by Adam Kennedy has sucked the energy out of Minnesota. They're in shock right now.
As they should be. Who wouldn't be? They're a resilient team. But I'll tell you, they have their work cut out for them now, especially if the Angels get any more runs. Into his stretch again goes Hawkins. His pitch to Salmon is down low. Did he swing? No, they appeal it at first base. Two balls and no strikes to Tim. Hawkins ready again. The 2-0 pitch. Salmon rips it into left field. 6 hits in a row. Eckstein is held up at third. The Angels have the bases loaded with nobody out in the 7th inning. This is about as emphatic a rally as you'll ever see. Here comes Ochoa to run for Salmon. Tim gets his third hit in the ballgame.
We've seen the Angels do this at home in postseason. They did it against the Yanks, and now they're doing it in the championship series against the Twins.
Here comes Gardenhire. Hawkins has not gotten anybody out. And with Garrett Anderson coming up, I think Gardenhire will make a move. Yep, he'll go to a left-handed pitcher right here. So the Angels have 3 runs in on Adam Kennedy's 3-run home run. They have 3 consecutive singles after that. Bases loaded, nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. The Angels lead 6-5, and we'll be back in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
We're here live from the steps of Hollywood's newest premiere. The stars have just arrived, and here's the man who brings the movie magic to you, the Adelphia service technician. He just left the home of another family who is taking advantage of Adelphia's special offer. Sign up now for Adelphia Basic Cable and get 4 months of digital cable free. That includes 4 months of HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the Movie Channel at no additional cost. And digital music and an interactive guide. With Adelphia Digital Cable, you'll get hundreds of your favorite channels with free installation and free activation. Plus access to top pay-per-view sporting events, ESPN College Game Plan, NHL Center Ice, and the NBA's League Pass. And listen to this. Sign up for Adelphia Cable by the end of October and get a free discount book worth $40 for use at both Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park, and City Walk. With Adelphia, there are no contracts and free in-home customer service. Call Adelphia now at 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. That's 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. Adelphia Cable, where every night is a Hollywood premiere. Certain restrictions apply. Equipment and other fees additional.
While you're driving around listening to these great historical Anaheim Angels playoff games, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the Anaheim Angels, just like the ones you get at the stadium, plus the roar of the crowd and the crack of the bat. But hey, if you're enjoying a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog, you'll hardly notice. And to celebrate the Angels make in the postseason, they're selling their classic bratwurst for just 99 cents. Topped with grilled onions and mustard, only 99 cents. And only at Wiener Schnitzel, the official hot dog of the Angels.
I hope you can hear the crowd all right. What a din. The Angels lead 6-5. They have the bases loaded with nobody out. J.C. Romero has come into the game for the Twins. This has been an unbelievable inning. Spezio singled. Benji Molina singled. Sean Figgins ran for him. And by the way, when Adam Kennedy hit the home run, Figgins almost missed second base. He had to go back and touch it. Kennedy home run gave the Angels the lead, 6-5, his third of the ball game. And now 3 straight singles by Eckstein, Erstad, and Salmon. Ochoa running for Salmon. The Angels trying to add to their lead here in the bottom of the 7th. And Garrett Anderson at the plate. This is a club, how many times have we said it? Never say die. They just keep on coming. Romero delivers to Garrett Anderson. Check swing, and he did not go around. Ball 1. Garrett today 2 for 3. He has 2 singles. Boy, the crowd has just been amazing, exploding with energy. And if the Angels get 6 more outs, well, it'll be something to see. 1 ball and no strikes to Garrett Anderson. Romero delivers, and this time the half swing will cost him a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Of course, the Angels are still a ways away. They need those 6 more outs, and they would love to get some more runs right here while they have the opportunity. Rodriguez pitched in the 7th, had a so-so inning. I would doubt he'd come out for the 8th. He's also been on the bench a long time. 1 ball, 1 strike as Garrett calls Diamondbacks out. That home run that Adam Kennedy hit off of Santana not only did he hit his third home run of the ball game. Not only did he hit it off of a left-hander, but that's the first home run Santana has allowed to a left-hander this year. Only the third in his career. Kyle Lose is now up in the Twins bullpen.
He was their number 5 starter during the regular season.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Garrett again checks his swing on a tough slider, and this time it's outside, ball 2. The last time he gave up a home run to a left-hander, Santana, was in the year 2000 at Cleveland when Jim Thome hit it out.
Pretty good company there.
2-1, the count to Garrett Anderson. Romero delivers 2-1, and it's in the dirt, blocked by Przynski. Now he's one pitch away from walking in a run. And he has a 3-1 count to a pretty darn good hitter in Garrett Anderson, with the bases loaded and the season slipping out of the grasp of the Twins.
Well, the Twins bullpen has been so outstanding all season, but not in this ballgame.
3-1 to Garrett. Here it comes. Fastball. He walked in a run. Eckstein scores. The Angels lead 7-5. They can get him every which way, can't they? Garrett Anderson gets credit for a run batted in. The bases are still loaded. There is still nobody out. And Troy Gloss is at the plate for the Angels. Gloss is 0 for 3. Infield in for the Twins. They know they cannot afford to give up any more runs. The pitch to Gloss. Breaking ball. Strike called. Troy in this series hitting .353. In the postseason overall, .333.
And he's a very dangerous hitter in this situation with the 4 postseason home runs.
He could put the game away. The stretch by Romero and the pitch. Gloss takes inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. 14 hits now for the Angels in this game. Minnesota has 8. Minnesota staged a great rally of their own in the top of the 7th. Down 3-2, they scored 3 times. But the Angels have turned it around, scoring 4 here in the bottom of the 7th, and there still is nobody out. Gloss is the 8th man to come to bat in the inning. Romero's 1-1 is swung on and missed. A changeup away, and Troy could not get it. 1-2. Joe Mays, then Santana, Hawkins, and now Romero. Troy Gloss. 1 ball and 2 strikes to him. Sean Wooten is on deck. Wooten pinch hit for Fulmer last inning. 1-2 to Troy. The pitch by Romero. Grounded foul. Rolling it over near the Angel dugout on the third base side. One ball, 2 strikes.
Romero is a big wrestling fan. His teammates have nicknamed him the Rock. And they're hoping right now that he can be like a rock out there on the mound. Angels hoping to do some damage against him like they've done to the other relievers today.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch to Gloss. Swung on and missed. A good off-speed pitch gets him. There's the first out in the inning. The bases are still loaded. Now 1 out, and Sean Wooten coming to the plate. Wooten struck out into a double play with Garrett Anderson being thrown out at third last time up. There's a halo over every base this time up. Erstad at third, Ochoa at second, Garrett Anderson at first. Sean Wooten up at the plate. Here's the pitch to Sean. Inside and low, ball 1. Bases loaded, 1 out. The Angels in the bottom of the 7th inning, holding a 2-run lead and a 3-1 lead in this best-of-7 series. The winner goes to the Fall Classic. There's a drive into right field. That will score Erstad. Ochoa stops at third. The Angels have an 8-5 lead. The Magic Kingdom has come to Edison Field. This is like a magical rally. Wooten comes through. The bases are still loaded. The Angels have scored 5 times in the 7th. And now Scott Spezio at the plate. He started this inning with a single. 15 hits in the game for Anaheim. Oh, there's a wild pitch all the way to the backstop. Ochoa scores. 9-5 Angels. That ball just flew out of Romero's hand like his fingers were covered with margarine. That hit the backstop on the fly. 1 ball and no strikes to Spezio. Runners now at 2nd and 3rd. 6 runs in for the Angels. Here's the pitch to Scott. Pop fly foul goes out of play on the first base side. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, you got to wonder what Ron Gardenhire, the manager for the Twins, is thinking as his team is self-destructing here in this inning.
He's not thinking any nice thoughts if he's thinking anything at all. It's mind-numbing if you're in the Twins dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike to Scott Spezio. Romero's pitch is ripped into left field. Here comes Anderson. He's in. Here comes Sean Wooten. Save! An unbelievable Angel rally in the 7th inning. They've scored 8 times, and they lead the Twins 11-5.
This is the second 8-run inning the Angels have had in postseason here at home. Just like the game against the Yankees, and that was the clincher in the ALDS. That was Game 4. The Angels had an 8-run inning in the bottom of the 5th, and now another 8-run inning today in what is certainly looking like the ALCS clincher here at home.
That's it for J.C. Romero. Gardenhire just standing there on the mound with his hands on his hips with his catcher. Neither one is saying anything. What could they possibly say? Bob Wells is coming in to pitch for the Minnesota Twins. Spezio, who started the rally off with a single, has singled again to drive in 2 more, and the Angels lead it 11-5. They have 16 hits. And the Cowboys saddling up.
Twins might be saying 8 is enough.
We're supposed to read a promo for Angels Dream Week, but this is the Angels Dream Day. Dream inning, dream season. Angels Dream Week Fantasy Camp is your chance to play alongside Angel Greats for 5 days as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe. For reservations, call 800-888-4376 or visit dreamweek.com. We'll pause here 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. The roar of the crowd just continuous while Wells was warming up. The scheduled hitter is Sean Figgins now. He ran for Benji Molina. On deck is Adam Kennedy. I can hardly wait to hear the crowd reaction when he gets up there. Spezio at first base, 1 out. Figgins, a pinch runner earlier in this inning, was carrying the tying run. And Romero, who has been just tremendous for the Twins this year, was so dejected when he got to the dugout. Pitching coach Rick Anderson gave him a hug and said, good job. There's a ground ball by Figgins for a base hit. How about the kid? He has a hit in the record books in the ALCS. And here comes Kennedy. Well, I'd say it's a standing ovation, except they've been standing all inning. Adam Kennedy has hit 3 home runs today, the third of which was in this inning, a 3-run shot that gave the Angels the lead. 1 out, runners at first and second. If he hits another one, they'll tear this place down. The pitch to Adam is low and outside, ball 1. He has tied a league championship record with his 3 home runs today. Here's the stretch by Wells. And the 1-0 pitch to Kennedy. He rips that one foul off to the left. That was caught by somebody with a hat. Caught it in their hat. That was a hard line drive, too. Wells in the regular season, 2-1, 5.90 earned run average. 1 ball, 1 strike. The pitch to Kennedy. Line shot, base hit. He's 4 for 4. They'll hold Spezio at third. Kennedy has another hit. And the bases are once again loaded. The Angels have 10 hits in the inning.
Tell you what, that Jim Edmonds trade's looking a little bit better today, isn't it?
Edmonds has certainly done well. His team has a shot to go to the World Series as well. But right now, the Angels aren't thinking about Jim Edmonds. They're thinking about this ball game and their ticket to the World Series, which now is 6 outs away, and they have a 6-run lead. The bases are loaded, 1 out. David Eckstein up at the plate. He singled earlier in the inning. What a day for Adam Kennedy. I couldn't be happier for the quiet young man from Cal State Northridge. Eckstein waiting, the pitch by Wells. Breaking ball in there for a called strike, 0-1. In the other dugout, you couldn't help but feel for Romero when you saw Rick Anderson put his arms around him and say, good job. He had pitched in 81 games in the regular season for the Twins. Without him, I don't know if they'd be here. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Oh, it hits Eckstein in the back. It also forces in a run. And it is 12-5 Anaheim. This inning like a lightning bolt. 9 runs in the 7th. And still only 1 out. Eckstein gets credit for an RBI. And don't think that that was any kind of retaliation for this inning, and nothing like that happened. That was just a pitch that got away from Wells. Eckstein has been hit by pitches more than anybody else in the league. Darren Erstad up there now. This is an inning for the record books. This is one that nobody will ever forget that is watching it.
Biggest post-season inning in history right here.
The pitch to Erstad is taken down low for a ball, 1-0. 12-5 Angels in the bottom of the 7th. They've scored 9 times in the inning. They have 10 hits in the inning. They've had a run walked in. They've had a run come in after a hit batter with the bases loaded. And they have electrified 44,835. The 1-0 pitch is grounded toward first. Minkiewicz has it. He'll go to the bag himself for the out. Figgins scores for the second time in the inning. And the Angels lead 13-5. 10 runs in the 7th. Erstad an RBI ground ball. Here comes Alex Ochoa now. Ochoa pinch ran for Salmon.
He is batter number 15 here in this 10-run inning.
League Championship Series records, 10 runs, 10 hits. The pitch to Ochoa. A strike on the outside corner. A fan just held up a sign that said the World Series starts here Saturday, and it's looking like it.
It does.
0-1 to Alex Ochoa. The pitch by Wells. Foul back to the screen, strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. The Angels 13, the Twins 5 in the 7th inning. The Angels putting an emphatic exclamation point to their season, to their postseason, with 10 runs here in the 7th. And the pitch to Ochoa, a little bit low. 1-2.
And the thing about it is Minnesota scored 3 in the top of this inning to forge in front 5-3.
Yep.
And then the Angels with 10 here in the bottom of the inning.
Now the 1-2 to Ochoa. Breaking ball low, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, you look at the Twins bullpen. Santana 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 3 runs. Hawkins 0 innings, 3 hits, 3 runs. Romero 1/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 3 runs. Wells has already given up the run as well.
The 2-2 pitch from Wells struck him out. The Angels are out. But listen to this crowd. Anaheim scores 10 runs in the 7th inning on 10 hits. They leave 2 men on base. They're 6 outs away from the first World Series in franchise history. And at the end of 7, it's the Angels 13, the Twins 5 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hello and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Duck.
Whoa, what was that?
A duck. Were you expecting a wild mallard to fly through here at eye level?
No, were you?
No, but it helps me illustrate that around here things aren't always what you'd expect.
Really?
Take the Mercedes-Benz ML320 SUV. Under that refined exterior lies the protection of a steel safety cage, 8 airbags, and emergency sensing brake assist.
Wow.
Also comes standard with scheduled maintenance for 4 years or 50,000 miles, whichever comes first. Starting at just $37,265. Did you expect that?
No, that came from nowhere.
Kind of like the duck?
Exactly like the duck.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz M-Class, which starts at just $37,265, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. Standard use level maintenance included during the warranty period, where items excluded. Limitations and restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the web at mbsocal.com or call them up, 1-800-4Mercedes.
Excuse me, why settle for a burger and fries combo when you can have a complete hot and fresh breast meal from KFC?
I'm kind of in a rut.
It costs about the same, just $2.99.
I'm kind of in a rut.
Snap out of it.
For limited time, grab an original recipe or extra crispy hot and fresh KFC breast meal, complete with an individual side, a biscuit, and a medium drink for just $2.99. Or grab a 10-piece bucket for only $8.99.
This KFC breast meal got me out of my rut. It got me out of my rut.
You said that.
It got me out of my rut.
There's fast food, then there's KFC.
At participating KFC restaurants, prices may vary, taxes extra.
We go now to the top of the 8th inning. The Angels 13, the Twins 5. Ben Weber comes on to pitch for the Anaheim Angels. Weber will be pitching to Corey Koski, David Ortiz, and Torrey Hunter. Alex Ochoa stays in the game in right field for the Angels. Jose Molina is behind the plate now. Both Benji Molina and Tim Salmon came out for pinch runners. Corey Koski today is 0 for 2. He walked and scored a run in the first inning, hitting 184 in the series, or in the postseason rather. So Ben Weber in to pitch the 8th. Believe it or not, Frankie Rodriguez is the pitcher of record for the Angels. And if he gets the win, he'd be a 4-0 in the postseason. There's ball 1 into Koski from Weber. 13 runs on 18 hits for the Angels. There's a shot by Koski into right center field. Erstad gets to it. Koski turns and holds with a long single. Leadoff single for Corey Koski. And now David Ortiz at the plate. The place taking on quite a look now. They've turned the lights on. It's about 4:45 local time. It's a little hazy today, and there's nothing but red in the seats. Ortiz 1 for 3. Weber delivers to him, and Ortiz takes it down low. He had a double that drove in the first run of the game in the first inning off of Appier. The Twins had a 2-0 lead at the end of 2 innings today. The Angels got 1 in the 3rd on Kennedy's first home run, 2 in the 5th on home runs by Spezio and Kennedy. There's a high fly ball hit foul, left side and out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike to Ortiz. So it was 3-2 Angels going into the fateful 7th. The Twins scored 3 times. A big rally that looked like it might deny the Angels. They took a 5-3 lead, and then the Angels' Adam Kennedy hit a 3-run home run in the bottom of the 7th, and that started the tide turning toward the Angels. They scored 10 times. There's a pitch low and outside, 2-1 to Ortiz, and they lead now 13-5. But they still need those last 6 outs. Runner on first base, nobody out for the Twins. Here in the 8th, the pitch by Weber. That misses outside, and it's 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike to David Ortiz. Torrey Hunter on deck for the Twins. Here's the 3-1 pitch. There's a fly ball hit into right center field. Erstad a long way to go, and he makes the catch. One gone in the top of the 8th inning. And that brings up Hunter. Torrey Hunter 0 for 3. The Angels now are 5 outs away from the World Series. Torrey Hunter waits, Weber delivers, and the fastball's a little low, ball 1. Corey Koski at first base, 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. Ben Weber sets and delivers 1-0, and a swing and a miss by Hunter at an inside breaking ball. 1-1 the count. What a rally by the Angels in the 7th inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Bouncing ball back to Weber. He goes to Kennedy. He goes to Spezio. Double play. And the Angels are 3 outs away. That play goes 1-4-3. The Twins are retired in the 8th. We head to the bottom of the 8th. The Angels 13, the Twins 5 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Excuse me, why settle for a burger and fries combo when you can have a complete hot and fresh breast meal from KFC?
I'm kind of in a rut.
It costs about the same, just $2.99.
I'm kind of in a rut.
Snap out of it.
For limited time, grab an original recipe or extra crispy hot and fresh KFC breast meal, complete with an individual side, a biscuit, and a medium drink for just $2.99. Or grab a 10-piece bucket for only $8.99.
This KFC breast meal got me out of my rut. It got me out of my rut.
You said that.
It got me out of my rut.
There's fast food, then there's KFC.
At participating KFC restaurants, prices may vary, taxes extra.
As fast as the 03 Toyotas are coming in, they're moving out even faster because this is Toyota's most exciting lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs ever. Now you can drive home a spacious 03 Sienna van and get $1,000 factory cash back. There's also $1,000 cash back when you buy or lease any rugged 03 Tundra, available with a powerful iForce V8. You can even get a special introductory 2.9% APR on the 03 Camry sedan. Hurry! There are great deals on the sporty 03 Corolla, the revolutionary Matrix, and the in-your-face Tacoma. So here come the 03 Toyotas, and there they go. Just see your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota.
We make it easy on you.
Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
Bottom of the 8th inning, the crowd, of course, they're ready to celebrate. Kyle Lose comes in to pitch for the Minnesota Twins, with the Angels leading at 13-5. Lose, a right-hander, 6'2", 200 pounds, from Chico, California originally. He played football, basketball, and baseball in high school. Lose, 13-8 this season. Garrett Anderson leading off the bottom of the 8th inning. Lowe standing behind the mound. Garrett Anderson walked with the bases loaded in that 7th inning. Tom Prince is in the game behind the plate. Anderson hits a ground ball to shortstop. Guzman has it. Guzman throws to first, and Garrett is retired. 1 out. And Kadir is in the game in right field. So they make a couple of changes here. Troy Gloss at the plate. Gloss is 0 for 4 today. In any game like this where you have 13 runs and 18 hits, it seems like there's always somebody that doesn't have one, and it's Gloss. But he, like the rest of the Angels, is all about winning. There's nobody on this team that says, as long as I get mine, it's all right. That doesn't happen here. And Troy Gloss, he'll be as happy as anybody. Here's the pitch to him. Foul back out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. He has certainly had his moments in the postseason anyway. 0-2 the count to Gloss. Kyle Lose into his windup. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Troy. Fastball outside. The Angels 13, the Twins 5. Bottom of the 8th inning. The Angels are 3 outs away. The pitch to Gloss. Swing and a foul tip at the plate. Count remains 1-2. Well, the fans expended a lot of energy in the 7th inning when the Angels scored 10 runs. Now they're laying back to get it ready for the final out of this game. You can bet on that. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Low, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Twins have been a classy opponent. They have come back as many times as they could possibly muster. 2-2 pitch, fouled away at the plate, including in this game with 3 runs in the top of the 7th. They beat the Angels in game 1, 2-1. They've had a great season, but unless they come up with a miracle in the 9th, their season is over and the Angels will go on to the World Series. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Troy Gloss. The pitch by Kyle Lose struck him out looking. Good breaking ball, gets Gloss. 2 outs in the 8th. Sean Wooten coming up. Troy Percival loosening up in the Angel bullpen. So it looks like Mike Scioscia will probably give Percy the opportunity to close it out and be on the field if and when the Angels win this ball game. That 10-run inning in which the Angels got 10 hits, the bottom of the 7th alone lasted 42 minutes. First pitch to Wooten misses, ball 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch. There's a high pop fly on the right side. Going out is Minkiewicz along with Lamb, and Minkiewicz makes the catch. The Angels go in order. But here we go into the 9th. At the end of 8 innings, it's the Angels 13, the Twins 5 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The Clorox family of products and Albertsons invites you to cheer the Anaheim Angels on to victory during the 2002 American League Championship Series. Find your favorite Clorox home cleaning products on sale right now at Albertsons. Pine Sol and Clorox disinfecting wipes are the perfect way to clean up around the house as the Angels look to clean up in the postseason. Go Halos from the Clorox family of products and Albertsons. It's your store.
The 03 Toyotas are coming in, and the 02 Toyotas are moving out. Your Toyota dealer is making room for the 03s by making great deals on every 02. Choose up to $1,500 factory cash back or an APR starting as low as 1.9%. That's right. Get cash back on all remaining 02 4Runners, Tundras, Siennas, even RAV4s. Get a low 2.9% APR on all remaining 02 Camry sedans, the best-selling car in America. There are even great clearance deals on all remaining 02 Camry Solaris. Whether it's a Toyota car, truck, or SUV, it's out with the 02s, in with the 03s at your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota.
We make it easy. Easy on you.
Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
In 35 career appearances against the Minnesota Twins, Troy Percival has never allowed a run. And now he's in the 9th inning with the Angels ahead of the Twins 13-5. And the Angels 3 outs away from the first World Series in franchise history. If they get the 3 outs, the series begins here Saturday. Doug Minkiewicz will be the first batter for the Twins here in the 9th inning. Doug Minkiewicz today 1 for 3. He singled and scored a run in the top of the 7th when it looked like maybe the Twins were going to deny the Angels. They scored 3 times to take a 5-3 lead. First pitch to him is hit in the air into right field. Alex Ochoa is there, and the Angels are 2 outs away. Here's Dustin Moore, the right fielder. One out. The pitch by Percival. In there for a called strike, 0-1. You can almost feel some of those old ghosts leaving the building. Percival's 0-1 pitch, fouled back to the seats. No balls and 2 strikes. And that one almost went into the Autry booth, where a picture of Gene is hanging. A large picture of the cowboy hanging out with a smile on his face. He's got a good seat for this one. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Moore. Changeup outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 out in the top of the 9th inning. Angels 13, the Twins 5. The 1-2 pitch to Dustin Moore. Fastball outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Angels a 10-run inning in the bottom of the 7th. 2-2 to Dustin Moore. Percy looks in. He's set. Here it comes 2-2. Fly ball foul. Right field side, out of play. I saw Mark Langston going up the stairs a moment ago. Jim Fregosi is here. Buck Rogers is here. Bobby Knopp is on hand. Bobby Gritch is here. And I'm sure a few others. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Dustin Moore. Percy is set. Here he comes 2-2. A ground ball foul, third base side. Moore has had an amazing postseason. Hitting .538, 2 for 3 today. 2 more outs, and you can make your plans Saturday. First pitch, 4:30 for the 2002 World Series. The 2-2 pitch to Dustin Moore. Curveball outside, ball 3. 3-2. Troy Percival leaning in. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Foul ball. Back to the screen once again. Moore, a tough out. The Twins, a tough opponent. But the Angels, a little bit too good this time. Percival with his usual growth of about 3 or 4 days beard, squinting in to get the sign from Jose Molina. Here's the stretch and the 3-2 pitch. Fly ball center field. Erstad goes back on it. He's underneath it. The Angels are 1 out away. One more out. And this club goes somewhere they've never been before. Adam Kennedy standing out there at second base with his hands on his hips, but what a day. 3 home runs, including a 3-run home run to give them the lead in the 7th. Then he got another hit in the 7th to drive in a run. Tom Prince, his first at-bat in this series. The pitch to him is fouled to the screen, 0-1. "41 years ago, this club entered the American League as the Los Angeles Angels. And now, on October 13th, 2002, they're 1 out away. Breaking ball misses, ball 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Percy ready again. Prince backs out. From Eli Gerbus starting that first game in Baltimore to tonight. Here's the pitch. Fastball, strike call. And now the Angels all standing up on the front step of the dugout. They're 1 strike away. The 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball outside. Percy tried to finish it off with his number 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tom Prince waits. Percival is set. Here he comes, 2-2. Fastball, just outside. How close was that pitch? Scott Spezio, Adam Kennedy, David Eckstein, Troy Gloss, Garrett Anderson, Darren Erstad, Alex Ochoa, and Jose Molina on the field for the Angels. Here it comes. Foul back again. The count remains 3-2. Mike Scioscia, a champion with the Dodgers, trying to get the Angels there for the first time in their history. What they must feel out there right now. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Fouled back again. Prince staying alive, being a tough hitter, making the last out difficult. 13-5 Angels in the top of the ninth inning. They are one strike away from the promised land, the Fall Classic in Anaheim. Percival leans in. From a stretch, he delivers, and Prince hits a pop fly. It's Eckstein who's going to catch it. The Angels win it! And the Anaheim Angels are the 2002 American League champions for the first time in the history of the Angels. They're going to the World Series. You have to believe that somewhere up there, Gene Autry, whose picture is hanging in front of the Autry suite here at Edison Field, he has a smile on his face in that picture. He's probably grinning as wide as Texas right now. And maybe he just put his arm around Donnie Moore and said, "Come on, Donnie, let's go. We're going to the World Series." The Angels celebrating out on the field, hugging each other, jumping around. How appropriate it is that David Eckstein caught the final out. What a season for that little guy. The fans standing, cheering, the roar of the crowd. Unbelievable here at Edison Field. 13-5 the final score. Percival records the last out. He just grabbed Nicky Hatcher and gave him a big hug. Percy starting to walk toward the dugout, but the rest of the Angels are embracing out on the infield grass near first base. The 41-year wait comes to an end. And the fans who stand here and cheer and love this team, well, you better believe that some of them are also cheering for Donnie Moore and Bob Boone and Doug DeCinces and Brian Downing and Wally Joyner and Reggie Jackson and Don Sutton and Gary Pettis and Bill Rigney and Gene Mauch and so many of the others who've worn the Angel uniform over the years. Adam Kennedy, what a day. 3 home runs. The celebration continuing out on the field as the Angels win 13-5. They win the ALCS in 5 games over the Twins. They're starting to make their way now toward the third base dugout. Some of the Angels heading into the celebration in the clubhouse. Orlando Mercado, Bobby Ramos, Alfredo Griffin, the 3 of them embraced by themselves out there on the infield grass. Those guys work harder than you can imagine. Not just for 162 games, but all the way back to February. Benji Molina thrusting his fists into the air and pushing out the Angels across his chest toward the fans up there in the stands. Alex Ochoa wraps his arm around him. Biggins is waving his hat. The Anaheim Angels are the champions of the American League. The World Series starts in Anaheim Saturday at 4:30. We're going to have interviews from the clubhouse, of course. Terry Smith has made his way down there. When the Angels start filtering in and he's all hooked up, we'll be bringing that to you. The final score, the Angels 13, the Twins 5. We'll be right back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hey, Angels fans, there's no better way to keep up with your favorite baseball team than logging on to www.angelsbaseball.com. The Angels website has been completely redesigned. It's loaded with all the latest news, notes, stats, and stories. You can order tickets, look back at Angels history, or even listen to the game. Explore the Angels message board or chat with other fans. It's just a click away. Stay in touch with the Angels at www.angelsbaseball.com.
And now 60 Seconds with Bill Walton.
This West Coast team is dominating the competition. Their fan support has reached mythical proportions. You know who I'm talking about. It's Cerritos Infiniti. They're the fastest growing Infiniti dealership on the West Coast with one of the country's largest selections of G35s and QX4s. Cerritos Infiniti is where I got my QX4, and I absolutely love it. Whether I'm loading up the bicycles or the kayaks, its power and luxury are unmatched. And right now, Cerritos Infiniti is offering the QX4 with 0.9% APR short-term financing on approved credit. And you should see the all-new G35. Its 260 horsepower V6 outperforms the competition, just like Cerritos Infiniti, with one of the largest inventories of G35s in the country. Let Cerritos Infiniti earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square, just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit, or visit CerritosInfiniti.com. Tell them Bill Walton sent you.
The celebration continues at Edison Field as the Angels have defeated the Twins 13-5. 13 runs, 18 hits, no errors for the Angels. They left 5 men on base. 5 runs, 9 hits, and no errors for the Twins. They left 3. Frankie Rodriguez gets the win, 4-0 in the postseason, 2-0 in this series. Johan Santana is the losing pitcher. 44,835 here today. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 30 minutes. The celebration is going full scale down in the Angels clubhouse. We're watching on television. Champagne is flowing and squirting all over the place. Everybody's getting drenched. Tim Salmon squirting the champagne out of the bottle. Now he gives Jared Washburn a hug, as the Angels are the champions of the American League, and you have to feel so good for players like Salmon, for a coach like Joe Madden, for a player like Garrett Anderson, Troy Percival, a guy like Orlando Palmero, who's been here as a utility player for so many years. The Angels manager, Mike Scioscia, is about to get the American League Championship trophy as the Angels with a 13-5 win. We're going to break right here and come back with our postgame show. That's coming up next. Angels Report. Angels 13, the Twins 5 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Excuse me, if I could have a minute of your time, I'd like to talk about, well, minutes of your time. Or how, if you use a wireless phone, you don't have to give minutes a second thought. It's called Minutes Without Limits, only from AT&T Wireless. You can call all you want, when you want, to where you want throughout the U.S. on your Nokia wireless phone. For up to 2 years, you'll get unlimited minutes. That's right, unlimited, all for one monthly fee. Sign up for the AT&T Wireless National Charter Plan at $99.99 a month, and you'll get unlimited minutes. Domestic long distance included, and no roaming charges anywhere on the AT&T Wireless Next Generation network. Plus, get a $50 mail-in rebate on select Nokia wireless phones. To get minutes without limits, hurry in today and start calling.
When you can call all you want, when you want, to where you want throughout the U.S., that's M-Life.
Limited time offer, credit approval, $36 activation fee, and 1 or 2 year contract required. Unlimited minutes available for initial contract term only. After initial term, only 1,500 minutes included. Geographic limitations, device compatibility, and other charges and restrictions apply. Next generation networks and phones by Nokia.
Don't you wish you could just walk into your house at the end of the day with an amazing meal for the whole family, all ready to serve up hot and fresh? I bring this up because you can. Prepare yourself for the ancient Chinese art of sharing at Panda Express. You'll find delightful, tasty entrees like our favorite orange-flavored chicken and delicious specialties like their famous spicy chicken with peanuts and tender beef with broccoli. Put your own Panda combinations together and suddenly you've got a fun family meal to go. So stop by Panda Express. Chinese for delectable.
Several of the Angel players have come back out onto the field to salute the fans, to exchange hugs. Troy Percival's out there, Jared Washburn, David Eckstein, Brendan Donnelly. I saw a couple of players, Orlando Palmera, one of them, go over and hug Rex Hudler and Mark Langston, who are on the field together working television. Now it looks like the entire club is going to come out and take a victory lap around Edison Field. The fans deserving of this. What a tremendous output of love the fans gave the Angels this season. This place has been a madhouse for 2 months. And now the Angel players walking down the right field line, waving their red T-shirts, tipping their caps to the fans. Mike Socia right now is being interviewed in the clubhouse. Jackie Autry is there. She is, as you can imagine, in tears. The Angel players have made it down into the right field corner. Not every member of the team, but I'd say at least 12 or so, walking down there, waving to the fans, taking a victory lap. Bill Stoneman, drenched in champagne, being interviewed now in the clubhouse with the Angels. And the players, oh man, what a sight just to see them out there in right field, jumping, tipping their caps, kind of a half jog, half walk, as they wave to the fans who have waited for so long for this moment. So many players, so many times they've come close. So many heartbreaks for the fans in years when the Angels didn't do much of anything. But the feeling of warmth in this stadium right now for this team, you can't match it. Now the players have made their way out toward the left field pavilion, circling the stadium. You think about players on that 86 team like Rob Wilfong and Jerry Naron and Doug Corbett, Dick Schofield, John Candelaria, Kirk McCaskill, Mike Witt, DeCince, Burleson, Boone, Gritch, Jackson, Joyner, Gary Lucas, Gary Pettis, John Candelaria. I mean, these guys for so many years. And now out of the dugout comes Tim Salmon holding the American League Championship trophy. And he's taking a lap around the stadium, holding it high above his head like the Stanley Cup. Salmon making his way down the right field line, pointing up to the fans. Even though they might not always be able to show it, the Angel players appreciate the Angel fans this year more than I've ever seen any team feel that way about the people who come to the games. So many of these fans were here in '86 and in 1982 when the Angels with Fred Lynn and Bobby Gritch and Rod Carew and Reggie Jackson and Tim Foley and pitchers like Andy Hassler and Jeff Zahn and Tommy John again fell a little bit short. Salmon now running in the outfield, crossing over from the right field pavilion to the left field side, and Darren Erstad down by the dugout looks up into the seats and thrusts his fist up in the air to the fans. And then in '79 when the Angels came close, and again players like Nolan Ryan, Frank Tanana, Dan Ford, Carney Lansford, Dave LaRoche, Dave Frost, Mark Clear, Don Ossie, Chris Knapp. I mean, so many times the Angels came close and didn't make it. This time they made it with 10 runs in the 7th inning. They couldn't be stopped this season. We will be back. Angels Report is coming up next on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Alright, let's see. That's a pair of pantyhose, a black ski mask, black turtleneck, black trousers, black sneakers, a ladder, a crowbar, a flashlight, and 100 feet of rope. Okay, that comes to $157.23.
Yeah, great. You take check cards?
Yeah, sure do.
Super.
Wow, your picture right on the card.
You kidding me?
Doesn't look anything like you.
What do you mean?
Well, like the nose, the eyes, the jaw, like the whole thing. I mean, it's all different.
So maybe I had a little work done, huh?
Get a free photo security check card when you open a Bank of America My Access checking account. Free with direct deposit. Your picture and signature are right on the front, so you're the only one who can use it. Stop by any Bank of America banking center to get yours.
No, I mean, it doesn't even seem like you still have a flowered dress, the pretty little smile. I can't take this card, ma'am. Sir, ma'am. Help, sir.
Open any checking account now to get free online banking and pay your bills online for free. Bank of America. Embracing ingenuity. Member FDIC.
We're here live from the steps of Hollywood's newest premiere. The stars have just arrived, and here's the man who brings the movie magic to you, the Adelphia service technician. He just left the home of another family who is taking advantage of Adelphia's special offer. Sign up now for Adelphia Basic Cable and get 4 months of digital cable free. That includes 4 months of HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the Movie Channel at no additional cost. And digital music and an interactive guide. With Adelphia Digital Cable, you'll get hundreds of your favorite channels with free installation and free activation. Plus access to top pay-per-view sporting events, ESPN College Game Plan, NHL Center Ice, and the NBA's League Pass. And listen to this. Sign up for Adelphia Cable by the end of October and get a free discount book worth $40 for use at both Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park, and City Walk. With Adelphia, there are no contracts and free in-home customer service. Call Adelphia now at 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. That's 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. Adelphia Cable, where every night is a Hollywood premiere. Certain restrictions apply. Equipment and other fees additional.
Looking for a great weekend getaway? Take the Angels Fan Cruise from AAA Travel and Carnival Cruise Lines. This 3-day cruise to Baja offers a unique opportunity to sail and interact with current and former Angels players, coaches, and or broadcasters. The Ecstasy will set sail from Los Angeles on Friday, January 17th and return on Monday the 20th. This floating resort includes spectacular shows, refreshing pools, spas, superb dining, a large friendly casino, a choice of clubs and lounges, and more. Prices as low as $335 per person. Spots are limited. Call 888-874-7222. Make your reservation today.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Fly ball deep in center field. Jones a long way to go. He can't get it over his head off the wall. Here comes Downing. He will score the tying run. Here comes Miller. He scores a winning run. The Angels win it 4-3.
This edition of Anaheim Angels Baseball has been brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Get the feeling. Toyota. By Craig Auto Parts. You can do it. They're here to help. By Domino's Pizza. Get the door. It's Domino. By Home Depot. Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angel. By Southern California Edison, where energy conservation is always in season. By Jack in the Box, where they don't make it until you order it. By United California Bank, where being good to you is being good to us. And by Panda Express, real Chinese, real fast. By AT&T Wireless. Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless. And by Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. This is Angels Report, a look at today's Angels game with highlights, an interview from the field, and a complete rundown of the Major League scoreboard. Now, let's go back out to the ballpark and join Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
There aren't many people who have left the stadium. The celebration continues here at Edison Field. The Angels are on the field. It's Benji Molina's turn now to hold up the American League Championship trophy, as the Angels are just about, I think, ready to go back into the clubhouse. The clubhouse has already had some celebration. Let's go to Terry Smith down there now.
That's right, Rory, and as you mentioned, the players are starting to filter back in, so it's going to get crazy back in here in just a matter of seconds. Mike Scioscia's already made his way upstairs to the interview room, but with us is Angels General Manager and Vice President Bill Stoneman. Bill, congratulations. The long journey has taken the Angels to the World Series.
Well, it's nice to get there, Terry. We still have a little work yet to do, but nice to celebrate today and get back to work tomorrow. This is fun.
How about the big inning today for the Angels? Have you ever seen anything like it? We talked about the 8-run inning the Angels had against the Yankees here in the clinching game, but today this was even a little bit better.
Well, the hits just kept on coming that inning, and we were all of a sudden trailing in the game and bounced right back and got a lot of big base hits. It was just like magic. I don't know how to explain it really, other than it was great to see it happen.
And throughout this series, some of the younger guys really stepped up for the Angels as well.
Well, we got a good core of young players, really good young players, and it's nice to see. It's a young man's game, and we had some real young ones out there like Frankie Rodriguez and John Lackey and those guys. But that's neat.
All right, Bill, I'll let you get back to the celebrating and starting to heat up here again. Congratulations, and we'll see you here Saturday for Game 1 of the World Series.
Thanks, Terry. Thank you.
All right, Bill Stoneman joining us, and Rory, we're going to send it back up to you, and we'll be back with a whole lot more interviews as the players start to filter back into the clubhouse. The Angels are American League champions for the first time in club history.
All right, thanks a lot, Terry, and the fans still here watching the celebration on the field. Most of the Angels now heading back into the clubhouse. I saw David Eckstein go over for a quick interview with Rex Hudler, as the Angels have won Game 5 of this series to take a 4-1 win over the Minnesota Twins in the American League Championship Series. The final score today, 13-5. The Angels had 13 runs, 18 hits, no errors, 5 men left. The Twins, 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. We might as well tell you that guests of Angel Radio receive a $50 gift certificate to Roger Dunn Golf Shop, says Roger Dunn is our post-game interview sponsor. Now, let's go back to Terry with John Lackey.
That's right, Rory. John Lackey down in the Angels clubhouse. John, for all the fans leaving the stadium right now and those listening all over Orange County and Southern California, describe what it's like to be knowing you're headed to the World Series.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Driving in this room, you can't even describe right now. I'm just glad we got to go out on the field again and share with the fans, because they're such a huge part of this postseason. They've been unbelievable. They've been going crazy from the 1st to the 9th. And it's big for them as well, and I'm glad they got to share it with us.
All right, now today, were you in the dugout or were you out in the bullpen?
I was in the dugout today. I was just kind of taking it in today, hanging out. It was an amazing game. I mean, Adam Kennedy, you can't say enough for what that guy did today. That was probably the greatest performance I've ever seen by anybody. It was awesome.
What was it like in the dugout during that 7th inning for the Angels when the 10 runs scored?
The first couple of runs, we were having fun, fired up and knew we were back in the game. Then they just kind of kept coming, and things just kept rolling, and people just got more and more fired up, and we just started counting down outs after that.
Unbelievable, and I'm sure you're going to have a chance to get a start for the Angels in the World Series, whether it's against the Cardinals or against the Giants, and you have to be pumped up knowing that.
I hope so. I hope what I did yesterday will give me another one, but you never know. That's up to Mike, and if I get the opportunity, I'm going to go out there and go as hard as I can for as long as I can.
John, your first season in the major leagues, and you're going to the World Series. How incredible is that?
It's unbelievable. I've talked to some of these veterans. It's something that I'm really going to try to savor, because a lot of these guys have been around for a while, and this is their first time here. So we got to take advantage of this opportunity, because you never know how many times this is going to happen.
All right, Big John, enjoy the rest of the afternoon, and we'll look forward to Game 1 of the World Series here on Saturday.
Sounds good.
All right, let's go back upstairs to Rory Marcus. Rory?
All right, Terry, thanks a lot. The Angels in the World Series, that will start Saturday. 4:30 is the first pitch. It'll be either against the St. Louis Cardinals or the San Francisco Giants. Their game is underway in San Francisco. There is no score in that game in the bottom of the first inning with the Giants batting. I take it back. Maybe it's 2-0 St. Louis. It is. It's 2-0 St. Louis. They got 2 runs in the first inning. And now the Giants are batting in the bottom of the first. 2-0 Cardinals. Well, this game didn't start that well for the Angels. The Twins got the early lead right away in the first inning. David Ortiz comes through. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fly ball right field. Salmon has to go back on it. That ball's well hit. Salmon at the wall. It's off the wall. Over his head. Koski comes in to score. Ortiz to second base with a double. The Twins lead 1-0. Twins led 2-0 after 2 innings. They got another run in the second. A.J. Przinsky, a base hit to drive in Dustin Moore. And then Adam Kennedy started his magical day. Third inning, Kennedy leading off. Adam Kennedy leading off the third. Mays delivers. A.K. rips one into right field. Dustin Moore to the wall. It's gone. A home run for Adam Kennedy. And the Angels are on the board. That made it a 2-1 ball game. That started the day for Adam Kennedy. We'll get back to the highlights in a minute, but right now Terry's with Jackie Autry.
You got it, Rory, and Jackie Autry is down here with a big smile on her face, and just tell all the Angels fans, Jackie, all over Southern California, what's going through your mind right now.
Well, the only thing I can say is I wish the Cowboy were here to see this, but I know he's here somewhere watching over all of us, including his team, because they've been magnificent this year, as we all know. And, I wish we could have done it during his lifetime, but we didn't get it done. But we're going to go out there and beat the out of the National League.
I got to ask you, how about the Angels' seventh inning? There was a big 8-run fifth inning in the Yankees series, but this was even better today.
Well, this was fantastic. I had been told by Major League Baseball to come down here and present the trophy and be ready in the 8th innings when the fellas came off the field. And I was very superstitious, and I was really afraid to come down here when we only had a 1 or 2 run lead, because if we had lost, I would have felt that I had something to do with it. But as it turned out, that inning blew it wide open, and I did not feel the least bit uncomfortable about coming down here.
I got to ask you, I'm sure you love every one of these guys on this team, but I'm also sure you have some favorites on this club. Who are they?
Well, obviously Tim Salmon and Troy Percival are my favorites, but I look at all the men on this ball club that were part of the Autry draft process, the entire outfield, obviously. A lot of the starting pitchers are our babies, Washburn, Ortiz, Schoenweiss, what have you. So it really brings me a great deal of gratification. And when I sold the team to Michael Eisner, I told him that I was turning over a very good young ball club to the Walt Disney Company. And all they had to do was tweak it here and there, and they would bring in a championship caliber team. And that's exactly what the Disney Company's done.
Well, Jackie, the celebration here in the clubhouse is going to continue again. We feel great for you and enjoy this moment. It's certainly a special time for all Angels fans.
Well, I hope as I go home smelling of champagne that somebody will understand that I'm not drinking this stuff. I'm just going to smell like a brewery.
All right, Jackie Autry joining us here down in the Angels clubhouse. Again, the Angels with a 13-5 victory today against the Minnesota Twins to capture the club's first American League championship. The Halos headed to the World Series. Game 1 will be here this coming Saturday. We're going to send it back up to Rory Marcus, but we'll be back shortly with a lot more of the festivities here from the Angels clubhouse.
Thanks a lot, Terry. Jackie Autry, unlike Terry, who I saw earlier chug-a-lugging directly from a bottle of champagne. Now let's get back to the highlights. No, he's got Sean Wooten with him. All right, go back to Terry.
All right, thanks, Rory. And Sean Wooten joins us. And, Sean, describe for all the listeners around Southern California what's going through your mind right now.
Oh, man, I'm excited for this team. This team has battled all year. You know, we haven't had a lot of credit for what's going on with this organization. And, you know, from top to bottom, man, they put together a good team, and we went out there and we did it, and we're going to the World Series.
What was it like going back out on the field after the game with all the fans, you know, with tears in their eyes, having a chance to celebrate this wonderful moment?
Yeah, man, they've been awesome, man. I've lived here my whole life, and I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen a bunch of group of fans that have just supported us and gathered around us and, you know, helped us get through this whole entire playoff series so far. And you know, it's going to be fun when we get to the World Series.
You came up big for the Angels here in this postseason. Your bat was hot, and I know you're eager to continue this Saturday in the World Series.
Yeah, we're going to enjoy this today, and we'll get back to work here in a couple of days. But, you know, I'm just trying to contribute, trying to help this team, win some ball games and get to our ultimate destiny, our ultimate goal, which is the World Series.
Do you have any preference? Would you like to see it be an all-California World Series?
We don't care. We don't care. We just want to play. That's all we want to do. It don't matter. We just want to play.
All right, well, congratulations, and you're headed to the World Series with the rest of the Angels.
Thank you very much. That sounds good.
All right, let's go back upstairs to Rory Marcus.
Thanks again, Terry, and we'll keep monitoring you to see who else comes by your microphone area there as the Angels celebrate their victory in Game 5 of this ALCS. 13-5 over the Minnesota Twins. The Angels were trailing in the 5th inning by a 2-1 score. Scott Spezio led off the 5th.
Scott Spezio with 8 RBIs in the postseason, tops among the Angels. The pitcher, it's a ball well hit into right field. That one is going to go out of here. Scott Spezio has hit his second postseason home run, and the Angels have tied this thing up. It's 2-2.
The home run by Spezio tied it. 1 out later, Adam Kennedy for the second time today.
Hayes studies the target of Pierzynski, and the 1-2 pitch. There's a high drive. It's lifted out there into right center field. That ball's well hit. It's out of here. It's a home run, the second one for Adam Kennedy, and the Angels go on top. It's 3-2.
The Angels had a 3-2 lead, and the fans were starting to get ready to celebrate. The Angels were ahead, but they ran into trouble in the 7th. The Twins, a tough ball club, came up with 3 runs of their own. They loaded the bases with 1 out. Mike Scioscia again went to his 20-year-old rookie, Francisco Rodriguez, only this time it didn't work quite as well. Here comes 1-2, low, and it gets away from Molina. Comes more, he's safe at home. The Twins take the lead. That was a wild pitch delivered by Francisco Rodriguez. The Twins took the lead. They went on to score 3 runs there in the 7th inning, and they had a 5-3 lead going into the bottom of the 7th. But that's when the Angels exploded the scoreboard with 10 runs in the bottom of the 7th. A leadoff single by Spezio. Benji Molina got a base hit. Sean Figgins ran for him. And Adam Kennedy, who had already hit 2 home runs in the ball game, could he do it again? Santana's 0-2 pitch is hit in the air into right center field. Back on the ball, Dustin Moore. He has homered 3 times. The Angels lead it 6-5. He couldn't get the bunt down, so he hit it out of the park. I guess he could do it a 3rd time. Adam Kennedy, a 3-run home run, and the fans were celebratory as the Angels led 6-5. But that was just the beginning of an explosive inning. There were so many highlights in that inning. We'll bring you a couple of them. Sean Wooten pinch hitting for Brad Fulmer. And a 3-1 lead in this best-of-7 series. The winner goes to the Fall Classic. There's a drive into right field. That will score Erstad. Ochoa stops at 3rd. The Angels have an 8-5 lead. But they kept going. Scott Spezio, who led the inning off with a single, bats again. 1 ball and 1 strike to Scott Spezio. Romero's pitch is ripped into left field. Here comes Anderson. He's in. Here comes Sean Wooten. Save. An unbelievable Angel rally in the 7th inning. They've scored 8 times, and they lead the Twins 11-5. They would get 2 more. They scored 10 times on 10 hits in the inning. That home run by Adam Kennedy is tonight's play of the game. Brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Get the feeling, Toyota. The feeling really became something sweet when the Angels put it away. The final out on their way to the World Series. They are 1 strike away from the promised land, the Fall Classic in Anaheim. Percival leans in. From a stretch, he delivers, and Prince hits a pop fly. It's Epstein who's going to catch it. The Angels win it! And the Anaheim Angels are the 2002 American League champions for the first time in the history of the Angels. They're going to the World Series. You have to believe that somewhere up there, Gene Autry's picture is hanging in front of the Autry suite here at Edison Field. He has a smile on his face in that picture. He's probably grinning as wide as Texas right now. And maybe he just put his arm around Donnie Moore and said, "Come on, Donnie, let's go. We're going to the World Series." The Angels will win it 13-5. Terry Smith back down in the clubhouse. Terry?
That's right, Rory, and joining us here in the Angels clubhouse, the starting pitcher today, Kevin Appier. Kevin, all these years in the big leagues, you're finally headed to the World Series. How exciting is it?
It's amazing. You know, obviously it hasn't sunk in all the way yet. It's been an incredible run, and you know, everybody talks about the slow start, but you know, that was only over the first 20 games of the season, and we didn't lose our confidence, and wound up putting together a great regular season and coming to the playoffs, and so far we put together you know, 2 great series, and hopefully we can continue that.
How'd you feel today? You gave up that first inning run, and then you gave one up in the second. It seemed like you were trying to find yourself a little bit, and then after the second inning, it looked like things really started to click in.
I wasn't quite super sharp on location. My stuff was there, but most of it was, you know, tip of the hat to them. They were, you know, taking pitches that were close, and when we got pitches over, they were swinging them and putting them in play hard. And I revamped the game plan and made some changes, and it wound up working out great. It turned things around, and then AK picked us up, put us ahead after the deficit, and unfortunately we didn't hold that. But the next one was the next lead was a lot easier to hold. I mean, I've never seen anything like that, and the offense, tremendous.
You kind of beat me to the punch. Were you in the dugout in the 7th inning when that 10-run inning was going on?
I wasn't. I was right here by the TV, but you know, I went out afterwards. But still, you know, going on the TV, we were going ballistic in here, and you know, we've done that you know, twice in the postseason now. It's incredible.
I gotta ask you, as you get a big kiss from Joe Madden here. Obviously, the World Series is next. It'll be either the Cardinals or the Giants, and you were in the National League last year, so you might have a pretty good feel for pitching to either one of those teams.
I hope it helps. You know, I know going in, whoever we face is going to be tough. I mean, I pitched against both those teams last year, and they were extremely good last year, and you know, we definitely got our work cut out for us there, and you know, we're going to have to be at the top of our game, and obviously we're going to do everything we can to get there and put together a great series, and hopefully it works out that way.
Got to ask you in closing, growing up in Southern California, you know, tell the fans who have stuck by this franchise for all these long years, what's going through your mind right now, because you've known about this Angel franchise as well as just about anybody from growing up here.
I did. I mean, I remember 82 and 86, and you know, there were some great teams there, and they weren't able to you know, continue on the series, and you know, it's tremendous feeling that we were able to overcome that and make it to the series. But you know, of course, we're not satisfied yet. Obviously, we're hoping to put together a great series and you know, be world champions.
All right, well, Kevin, enjoy the moment, and welcome to the World Series.
Thank you very much.
All right, Kevin Appier is joining us, and Rory, we also have David Eckstein alongside. We're going to chat with David now. David, you're headed to the World Series. How exciting is this for you?
Oh, very exciting. It's something when you walk into spring training, your goal is to find a way to get there. And we found a way, and hopefully we can continue for the championship.
You're going to play in your first World Series, obviously. What's your game plan? Do you have one right now? I guess it's to get on base and try and make a pest of yourself like everybody says you like to do.
I got to do that. I got to do a better job than I've done this past series, so definitely that'll be my goal. And I got to get, you know what I mean, I got to start getting my swing back. I think that's the key. And once I get the swing back, I'll be able to work pitches a little bit better and maybe do some more for the offense.
Angels fans will be talking about the 7th inning for years and years to come. A 10-run inning. You were at the plate twice in that inning. You got on base both times safely. How was it in that 7th inning when you're back in the dugout? What was going through the dugout? What was the chatter going on in that inning?
I was out most of the dugout because I was on deck, and then by the time I sat down, I was getting my hat again to go back up to hit. So I really didn't have much. But our team stays so focused and so, you know, enthusiastic that we never, no matter what the score is, we keep going and we keep playing hard. We don't want to make the final out, and you could tell in that inning.
All right, David, we'll keep up the good work, and welcome to the World Series. It comes up Saturday.
Thank you, Terry.
All right, David Eckstein joining us, and here's Bud Black, Angels pitching coach. Buddy, first of all, congratulations. It was a little bit more offense today than pitching to some degree. Have you ever seen an inning like that, seventh inning for the Halos?
Well, Terry, you won't see, I don't think you'll see that again in postseason. An inning like that just doesn't happen to playoff teams. But, obviously we've done that before. And like I said, that inning was incredible. You won't see it again in the history of postseason.
How did you like the way Kevin Appier battled today? Gave up a run in the first inning, won again in the second, and then I just chatted with him. It seemed like he kind of settled down, maybe got a little bit of rhythm going.
Yeah, one thing about Ape, he is such an intense competitor that every pitch he throws is with a purpose and with intent. And he battled. He did. He settled down after the second inning. It wasn't that they weren't hitting the ball hard. He was just a little bit out of sync. His command was off. His ball-strike ratio wasn't great. But here again, you look up and it's 5 1/3 of only 2 runs. You got to, he's a professional pitcher.
Got to ask you, overall, assess the job that the entire staff did, because there was some very good pitching by the Angels in this series, especially in the first 4 games.
Oh, absolutely. You can go down the line. Lackey's game on last night was awesome. Washburn, 7 innings, 1 run. Ramon in a big game, down 1-0 in their place, puts up 5 zeros to start the game, gets 2 big double plays to get him out of trouble, and the bullpen picks him up. The bullpen obviously is outstanding. The whole series, good pitching. I think we got it done against the Yankees. It wasn't pretty, but they made pitches tonight or this series, Terry. These guys made pitches when they had to. It was great, and the offense picked us up.
Got to ask you in closing, I'm sure it might be a little bit too early, but you're certainly going to have a lot of time to think about how you're going to set up the rotation for the World Series. And, I guess everybody's thinking maybe your ace, Jared Washburn, might get the ball in Game 1. Is it still too early to comment on that?
I haven't talked to Mike since we were in the dugout. Obviously he's been busy with interviews and stuff, but I would assume that we're going to go with Wash in Game 1. After that, we're not. I don't want to say anything yet, but hey, Terry, we wouldn't have gotten this far if it wasn't for everybody in our rotation, and I'm going back to Mickey Callaway and Aaron Seeley, the contributions they made. So. We'll sit down and we'll hash it out and try to make the right decision for the club.
All right, buddy. Again, congratulations, and you're headed back. You've been to the World Series before. You're heading back now.
It's great. It's what we all play for. It's what we set out when we put a uniform on in spring training, and I'm happy for everybody in Southern California that they can be a part of this.
All right, it's a long time coming. Bud Black joining us here in the Angels clubhouse. The Angels coming away with the victory to move on for their first American League championship, and of course the World Series begins here at Edison Field this coming Saturday. We're going to head up to Rory Marcus once again and then be back with more from the Angels celebration here in the clubhouse. The Halos headed to their first World Series ever.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Meanwhile, the St. Louis Cardinals are ahead of the Giants 2-0. They've completed 2 innings in that game at San Francisco's Pac-Bell Park. We'll take this opportunity to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hello and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Thank you. Did you expect to be censored like that just for saying thank you? Not really. We're doing that to show that around here things aren't always what you'd expect. That's good point, thank you. But even that is not as unexpected as the value of a Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan. Curve handling, electronic stability program, dual zone climate control, and 8 airbags, all standard. A sporty 2.6-liter V6 engine, 7-speaker stereo system, and a starting price of only $30,565. Did you expect that? No. Care to take advantage of this opportunity to say something nasty? Yes, but several needed. Well done.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan, which starts at just $30,000.
$1,565, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at mbsocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
It's nice to know that there are people on whom you can count. Your family, your friends, your doctor, and your banker. Having a strong relationship with your banker can make a big difference in knowing your finances are in good hands, like the hands of a Bank of the West banker. Bank of the West has been serving the West since 1874. They'll help you manage your money. Discover just how special a banking relationship can be. Call Bank of the West, 800-488-2265. Get the kind of banking you deserve. Member FDIC. The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopp, Jim Fregosi, Ken Forsch, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-888-4376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
We're back at Edison Field where the Angels have defeated the Twins 13-5. The World Series starts here Saturday. Let's go back down to the Angel clubhouse and Terry Smith.
All right, Rory, and joining us is Troy Gloss. And Troy, talk about the celebration here in the clubhouse and the feeling knowing that you're going to the World Series.
This is great. I mean, this is why we put all the time in the hard work and the time in spring training, the off season, is to be playing right now. And I'm so happy the fact that we have a chance to win a World Series now. We're going, and now we have a chance.
Growing up in Southern California, this has to be a thrill not only for you, but certainly for Angels fans here in this part of the country.
Yeah, these fans here, they've been waiting a long time for this, and the crowds since we've been in the playoffs have been unbelievable. They're loud. They're into every pitch. They're banging the thunder sticks together. They're yelling, screaming. It's beautiful.
Troy, you had 4 home runs in the postseason to this point right now. You've come up clutch for the Angels. You had 2 very solid months down the stretch in August and also September. You have to feel pretty good, I guess, the way you're swinging the bat right now, how you're getting your swings in.
Well, it feels all right. Today I took a few bad swings, but that's the beauty of this team. This team picks each other up. That's what we do. Today AK stepped up, had a great day. Everybody, laying out line drives there in the 7th inning. It was beautiful.
Can you describe maybe what the pressure is like now going? You've experienced postseason now, 2 series. How much different is it than, say, the regular season, or maybe even down the stretch when the Angels were, still battling Oakland hard for the division title?
I think it's only different off the field. It's not so much different on the field. Once you get between the lines, your instincts take over, and you just go and play the game. And I think everybody on this team has taken that attitude that it's just once you get between the lines, it's the same game, and just relax and do it. And we've been doing it. We've done it for the last 2 weeks, and hopefully it continues.
Got to ask you in closing. I know you're good friends with Jim Edmonds. There's a chance that you guys could meet up in the World Series. I guess you went to see him in the past. That would be the ultimate, I guess.
That would be great. I wish him all the luck. Until we meet. If we meet, then I wish him no luck. But as of right now, I wish him all the luck. He's a great player who deserves to go, and it'd be great if he had a chance to go, and it'd be even better if we get to play him.
All right, Troy, congratulations again. Terrific postseason for you so far, and good luck in the World Series.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, Troy Gloss joining us, and we have more Angels players that are joining us as well. We're going to chat with Darren Erstad, and he makes his way over to our vantage point here in the Angels clubhouse. And Darren, you have a big smile on your face. It has to feel good, I guess, huh?
I'm in shock. It's, just a lot of things coming together at one time, feelings-wise. It's what you work your whole life for, to have a chance, as far as sports go, a chance to play in the World Series. And, wow, we got a chance.
I told you the other night we talked at one of the post-game parties. I was asking you about maybe how you were wearing your uniform. I did figure it out, I want you to know, but I'm not going to bring it up other than that. But I did. You said it was obvious. You'd figure it out, and I think I have, but I'm not going to go any further with it.
Okay.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the inning now. The Angels getting the big 10-run inning in the 7th inning. What was that like to be a part of the inning, and then, of course, maybe to enjoy a little bit of it when you got back to the dugout?
To be honest with you, it's almost like I don't believe it happened. I honestly don't even know what happened. I'm going to have to watch video because it happened so fast, and that's the second time we've done that in the postseason here where we've got a big inning, and it's hard to explain. You can't explain it, but you just go out there and just play hard and wow.
Talk about the day that Adam had batting out of that 9-hole. I mean, that was one for the ages today.
That's the best performance I've ever seen with my own eyes, and it came in the biggest game of his life, the biggest game of our team's life, and wow, I mean, I couldn't be any happier for him.
Hey, Darren, enjoy the moment here. You're headed to the World Series. It'll sink in here in the next 24 hours, I guarantee you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Darren Erstad joining us here in the Angels clubhouse. The Halos coming away with the victory that sends the team to the World Series. Rory, the party continues here in the Angels clubhouse, and I'm sure it will for another hour or so. We're going to send it back up to you and let you wrap things up here on the Angels Baseball Network. But, boy, it's just starting to sink in. You heard Darren Erstad. He still can't believe it. I think a lot of people are still in shock, but the reality is the Angels are headed to this year's World Series.
Something else, something great, Terry. Thank you very much down in the Angels clubhouse. The Angels 13-5 over the Minnesota Twins today in the 5th game of the American League Championship Series. We'll be back in just a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to their showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiacs. $1667 per month for 1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd. A division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now. 888-237-1143.
Hello, this is Elvis Minicamp, Head of Customer Service for CalFed Bank.
Hey Elvis, it's Kevin Campbell, CalFed Commercial Banking side, and we'd like you to help get the word out about everything we do for business.
Sure. What would you like me to say?
CalFed has over $60 billion in assets to tap into, and our commercial bankers personally handle your loan requests from start to finish.
Anything else?
At times we've even delivered pies to our clients.
I don't know. Pies sound a little Mayberry to me.
Okay, then just say the $60 billion part twice.
CalFed, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Want something delicious, fresh, and out of the ordinary? Stop by Panda Express and sample delectable favorites like orange-flavored chicken. Sweet, tangy, and irresistible. Or how about delicious beef with broccoli? Panda Express gives you a tasty abundance of dishes to choose from, perfect for eating in or taking home to the family. The next time you want something quick and delicious, stop by Panda Express for a feast of temptations. Panda Express. Give into it.
Hey, Angels fans, there's no better way to keep up with your favorite baseball team than logging on to www.angelsbaseball.com. The Angels website has been completely redesigned. It's loaded with all the latest news, notes, stats, and stories. You can order tickets, look back at Angels history, or even listen to the game. Explore the Angels message board or chat with other fans. It's just a click away. Stay in touch with the Angels at www.angelsbaseball.com.
Rory Marcus back at Edison Field in Anaheim. The Angels are going to the World Series after a 13-5 victory over the Minnesota Twins in Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. What a night it has been. Tonight's player of the game is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. And the player of the game is Adam Kennedy. 3 home runs, 4 hits. Adam Kennedy, what a day. He had a total of, 2, 4, 5 runs batted in this ball game. He is our Wiener Schnitzel player of the game. Do we still have the last out, DC? Can we play that again? Let's do that. They are one strike away from the promised land, the Fall Classic in Anaheim. Percival leans in. From a stretch, he delivers, and Prince hits a pop fly. It's Eckstein who's going to catch it. The Angels win it! And the Anaheim Angels are the 2002 American League champions for the first time in the history of the Angels. They're going to the World Series. You have to believe that somewhere up there, Gene Autry, whose picture is hanging in front of the Autry suite here at Edison Field, he has a smile on his face in that picture. He's probably grinning as wide as Texas right now. And maybe he just put his arm around Donnie Moore and said, "Come on, Donnie, let's go. We're going to the World Series." The Angels celebrating out on the field, hugging each other, jumping around. How appropriate it is that David Eckstein caught the final out. What a season for that little guy. The fans standing, cheering, the roar of the crowd. Unbelievable here at Edison Field. 13-5 the final score. Percival records the last out. He just grabbed Nicky Hatcher and gave him a big hug. Percy starting to walk toward the dugout, but the rest of the Angels are embracing out on the infield grass near first base. The 41-year wait comes to an end. And the fans who stand here and cheer and love this team, well, you better believe that some of them are also cheering for Donnie Moore and Bob Boone and Doug DeCinces and Brian Downing and Wally Joyner and Reggie Jackson and Don Sutton and Gary Pettis and Bill Rigney and Gene Mauch and so many of the others who've worn the Angel uniform over the years. Adam Kennedy, what a day. 3 home runs. The celebration continuing out on the field as the Angels win 13-5. They win the ALCS in 5 games over the Twins. So there it was, the last out of the ball game. The Angels win the American League pennant. The Angels go on to the World Series, which begins here Saturday. The first pitch will be at 4:30 against either the Cardinals or the Giants. Right now in the bottom of the 3rd inning in San Francisco, the St. Louis Cardinals are holding a 2-0 lead over the San Francisco Giants. We've been waiting for this for a long time around here, and those of us who grew up in Southern California, it was almost an unbelievable sight to see it actually happening on the field here in Anaheim. And what a tremendous day. We'll never forget it. Those of us who were here and those of you who listened on the radio, watched on television, we thank you too. There's a lot of longtime Angel fans, and it's just been a tremendous season of accomplishment and great moments that this club has brought the Angel fans this year. And it's going to continue now as we move on to the Fall Classic, which begins Saturday in Anaheim. Whoever thought that we might get the opportunity to say that this season when the team came out of the gate 6-14, but they turned it around, and it has been just a magical ride where every button that Mike Scioscia has pushed has been the right one this season, and then the 10-run 7th inning was just like the icing on the cake for the Angels this year. Terry Smith is making his way back up from the clubhouse, we assume, and he will be here for Angels Fan Wrap-Up. That's coming up here in just a few moments as the Anaheim Angels defeat the Minnesota Twins by a 13-5 score, winning the American League Championship Series. The Twins were a worthy opponent. They kept coming back. They came back with 3 runs of their own on the top of the 7th inning today, erasing a 3-2 Angel lead. and taking a 5-3 lead in the ballgame. It looked like the Twins might be poised to send this series back to the Metrodome for a Game 6 on Tuesday night. But the Angels would have none of it and emphatically scored 10 runs in the bottom of the seventh, a new LCS record. So were the 10 hits they got in that inning. Our coordinator back at our flagship station, KLAC, is Frank LaForelli. The producer-engineer of Angels Baseball is Darren Chan. Our next broadcast comes your way Saturday afternoon as the Angels take on either the Giants or the Cardinals in Game 1 of the 2002 World Series. Angels warm-up gets underway at 4 p.m. with the first pitch scheduled for 4:30. For Terry Smith, I'm Rory Marcus, reminding you once again the final score from Edison International Field of Anaheim. In just another halo victory, the Angels win the American League pennant. The Angels 13, the Twins 5. Thanks for listening, everybody. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Get ready now for Angels Fan Wrap-Up.
First at around third, he will score.
It's your chance to call in and get involved with your Anaheim Angels.
1-run score, 2-run score, a third coming in, 3-run double.
Angels Fan Wrap-Up is brought to you by Farmers Insurance. If the unexpected happens, remember, Farmers gets you back where you belong. The lines are open now at 1-866-570-KLAC. Call in and talk baseball with your host, Terry Smith.
Santana's 0-2 pitch is hit in the air into right center field. Back on the ball, Dustin Moore. He has homered 3 times. The Angels lead it 6-5. He couldn't get the bunt down, so he hit it out of the park. On an 0-2 pitch from a left-handed pitcher, Adam Kennedy hits his third home run of the game. Oh, what a moment at Edison Field. They want Kennedy to take a curtain call. If he was ever going to do it, it would be now. What a day. That's shades of Reggie Jackson.
Boy, I'll tell you what a day it was. The Angels doing it the same way they did it in the ALDS against the Yankees, doing it with an incredible inning in what turns out to be the clinching victory in the series. You might recall the Yankees won Game 1 of the ALDS. The Angels won the next 3. In Game 1 of the American League Championship Series, the Twins win it. And then the Angels come back with 4 consecutive victories. The Angels are now 5-0 at home in postseason play. And people will be talking about that bottom of the 7th inning today at Edison Field for many, many years to come. The greatest inning in the history of postseason baseball. 10 runs, 10 hits. And the Angels in that 7th inning sent a total of 15 batters to the plate. Just an absolutely remarkable inning. In that inning, Spezio, Molina, Kennedy all had 2 hits apiece in that inning. And the Angels come away with 13 runs, 18 hits, and are now moving on to the World Series. I mentioned on this program several months ago that the way things were developing for the Angels, it could be a magical season. And I remember a conversation that I had with Benji Gill, and I was hoping to talk to him in the clubhouse just coming back upstairs. He was really the first player this season that said that to me, that, hey, I think we really have something special going on this year with the Angels. And, you know, Angels players don't normally say things like that. They're pretty much a reserve group. And certainly based on, you know, the history of this franchise, some of the things that have happened, especially in Septembers of years gone by, it was very unimaginable when Benji Gill said, hey, I got a really good feeling that we are going to be playing baseball in October. And sure enough, he was right. And not only are the Angels still playing baseball in October, but they are American League champions for the first time in this franchise's history. And the Angels are also going to the World Series for the first time in the history of this franchise. So we will get your thoughts, your comments, your questions, and we will talk some Halo postseason baseball with you, World Series style. The Angels now will just have to wait and see who their opponent will be. And right now, St. Louis has a 2-0 lead in their Game 4 against San Francisco, trying to tie up that series at 2 victories apiece. So the Cardinals up 2-0 that game in the 4th inning from San Francisco. We will be with you tonight until about 7 o'clock. We'll try to get to as many calls as we can. We would ask you, if you're going to call in tonight, to kind of get to your point or make your statement or ask your question so we can get as many callers in as possible and let as many people as we can celebrate with us on the air here on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. If you'd like to join us, the number is always, it is 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. The Anaheim Angels are American League champions, and they did it by knocking out the defending AL champs, the Yankees, in 4 games, and then they just steamrolled right through Minnesota, knocking out the Twins, winning 4 of the 5 games in this series to advance to the World Series. We'll be back and continue with Angels Fan Wrap-Up here from Edison Field. Great to have you listening. If you were at the game as you're driving home on this Sunday, be careful. Enjoy the celebration. It has been a magical season and certainly a magical day here on October the 13th. Fans will never forget this day, I guarantee you, here in Orange County. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Angels Fan Wrap-Up on AM 570 KLAC.
This season, the Anaheim Angels baseball acuity rose to a higher level. And at Joe McPherson Ford and the Tustin Auto Center, they too raised the level of satisfaction 110%. It's the Joe McPherson Ford Price Protection Guarantee. Buy a new Ford at Joe McPherson Ford, and then if you find the same vehicle advertised for less within 3 days of your purchase, Joe McPherson Ford will pay you 110% of the difference. So whether you're looking for a new Focus, F-150, Explorer, or any other new Ford, you can feel confident you're getting a great price at Joe McPherson Ford. Plus, get 1.9% APR limited term financing on Ford-certified pre-owned vehicles with above-average credit. Visit Joe McPherson Ford in the Tustin Auto Center. Vehicle advertised must have the same model number, MSRP, and equipment as the vehicle purchased at Joe McPherson Ford. Must bring an advertisement from any publication in California dated within 3 days of this broadcast. Offer applies to new vehicles only. Offer valid in California only.
So you asked for a pot roast.
And he brings a game show host.
She's right, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on?
It's the static. Here. Sprint built the largest all-PCS enhanced nationwide network, reaching more than 230 million people. So your calls are clear. It's a fabulous PCS phone with full-color screen. Tell us more, Johnny. I'm not Johnny. Okay. Ma'am, now for $34.99 a month, you get 3,500 minutes. 3,500 luxurious minutes can be yours. Okay, that's 300 anytime minutes and 3,200 night and weekend minutes, with nationwide long distance included. Every minute, every day.
That's a good deal.
Yep. Right again. Thanks for playing.
PCS from Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
Introducing PCS Vision, clearly a whole new way to look at wireless. Now get a $50 mail-in rebate on any new PCS phone, subject to credit and term agreement. Activation and termination fees apply. See stores or sprintpcs.com for details.
Adam Kennedy leading off the 3rd. Mays delivers. AK rips one into right field. Dustin Moore to the wall. It's gone. A home run for Adam Kennedy. And the Angels are on the board.
Adam Kennedy there with the first of 3 home runs, tying an all-time postseason record for home runs in one postseason game. Kennedy was named the ALCS MVP as a result of the day he had. He had only 1 hit in the first 4 games coming in. He was 1 for 10 going into the day, and what a day he had today. 4 for 4, 3 home runs, 5 RBIs, and the Angels in very convincing fashion beat the Minnesota Twins 13-5 and win the ALCS 4-1. Well, we have a lot of great Angels fans, and one that has stuck by this team for many a year is Dick in Whittier. He joins us first up today on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. How are you, Dick?
Oh, I don't know, Terry. I can't answer that. I don't know whether I'm asleep or awake. I have to keep pinching myself.
Well, I'll tell you what, Darren Erstad said the same thing. He said, I don't know if this is real or not, but I think it is, and I'll tell you what, it is real. It's quite a day today, and it's been quite a season for the Halos.
Yes, it is. And Adam Kennedy had the ultimate thunderstick today.
Yeah, he did have a good thunderstick. You're right on the money there.
Yeah, and I just want to make two quick comments, and then I'll get off and let everybody else call that wants to call.
Very good.
But, well, three comments. I wish the Cowboy could have been here to see it, but I'm sure he's looking down, smiling now. And I just want to say to all the Angel fans and all the people this year, I've been a season ticket holder for 27 years. And this is the most incredible feeling I've ever had, and they were great this year, and it's unbelievable. And I'm just wondering, not to belittle anybody or do anything else like that, but I just wonder. Mel sometimes questioned the trade that brought Adam Kennedy to the Angels. I wonder if he's got a different feeling today.
Well, I think Adam Kennedy showed this season what kind of a ball player he is. He ended up in the top 10 in the American League in hitting, and boy, he saved his best game in the American League Championship Series for last. That's for darn sure, because he put his name in the record books today with just an absolutely phenomenal day. He had 7 home runs for the entire season, and he had 1 3-home run day today here in what turns out to be the clinching game of the American League Championship Series. So a great day for Adam Kennedy. Dick, I know you're going to be celebrating for many days to come. You're going to have to wait until Saturday for the start of the World Series, so enjoy the rest of the week. Appreciate the telephone call. We're going to go next to Stephanie, who is at the game. She's traveling to Yucaipa. Stephanie, Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. How are you tonight?
Fine, how are you?
I'm doing good.
I just want to say that was an unbelievable game. Oh my God, I can't even speak. I'm speechless.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I'm losing my voice from it.
We saw so many great games here this season, and every time you saw one, you would think to yourself, well, we're not going to see one any better than this, and they just keep getting better. So, I mean, maybe there's a few more left in this season for the Angels when we get to the World Series beginning on Saturday.
I hope so. I thought nothing could get better than yesterday's rally, but yeah, this topped it. So hopefully every game will just keep going. And I just wanted to let all the critics that said Mike Susha was crazy for saying out of spring training this was a championship caliber ball team. They proved you wrong.
Yeah, he sure did. I mean, and again, I think he's put another stamp down that he should be the American League Manager of the Year. That voting, I believe, actually took place before the start of the playoffs, and it won't be released until a little bit further down the road here. But I got to think that it would be an absolute crime if he's not the top manager in the American League, as voted by those who participate in that. Hey, Stephanie, appreciate the telephone call. We're going to go next up to Nona in Fullerton. Big Angels fan. Nona, welcome to Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Terry Smith.
Hi,
how are you?
Terry.
How are you, Nona?
I'm so excited. It is unbelievable that the Angels came this far, because I remember last year how, close they came. And who was it? The Yankees?
Well, the Yankees won the American League Championship and then lost in the World Series. Yeah.
So it is. And I could just see Gene Autry up there, and he was just celebrating with us all, the whole Angel franchise, the people, everybody that makes the Angel franchise or the team, everybody that's involved.
Well, there's a lot of smiles today, Nona.
Yes,
I think all 44,000 who left here. Kind of in disbelief and certainly extremely excited, and it was a great scene down in the Angels clubhouse after the game, and you couldn't feel any better for those 25 guys on that roster who laid it out all season long. That's and now they have a chance to celebrate again. There have been 3 celebrations now, one in getting to the playoffs and then one in beating the Yankees and now one in beating the Twins. So hopefully there's one more big celebration coming up after the World Series.
And we're going to do it.
I appreciate the telephone call.
Right.
We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll get to more of your calls on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Again, the number if you'd like to join us here on this Sunday, it's 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. The sound of it is just amazing. The Anaheim Angels are American League champions, and they are headed to this year's World Series. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Angels Fan Wrap-Up on AM 570 KLAC.
And now 60 Seconds with Bill Walton.
This West Coast team is dominating the competition. Their fan support has reached mythical proportions. You know who I'm talking about. It's Cerritos Infiniti. They're the fastest-growing Infiniti dealership on the West Coast with one of the country's largest selections of G35s and QX4s. Cerritos Infiniti is where I got my QX4, and I absolutely love it. Whether I'm loading up the bicycles or the kayaks, its power and luxury are unmatched. And right now, Cerritos Infiniti is offering the QX4 with 0.9% APR short-term financing on approved credit. And you should see the all-new G35. Its 260 horsepower V6 outperforms the competition, just like Cerritos Infiniti, with one of the largest inventories of G35s in the country. Let Cerritos Infiniti earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square, just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit, or visit CerritosInfiniti.com. Tell them Bill Walton sent you.
Hello?
Augie, tell me it was just a bad dream.
Who is this?
It's me, Augie.
Oh, Miss Reeves, I didn't recognize your voice.
I sound different without my makeup.
What's wrong, Miss Reeves?
I dreamed you left Walla Walla for another job.
Huh.
But it was just a dream, right? I mean, you're not...
Miss Reeves, I love working for Walla Walla.
Okay, but what if some big company with baggy pockets tries to lure you away?
That's deep pockets, Miss Reeves. Anyway, we've got Administaff.
I know, but...
With Administaff, I have comprehensive health benefits and a 401k.
Yes, but still, what if somebody...
What if I did leave? Then Administaff can handle your job descriptions, job listings, resumes, interviews, skills testing, background checks.
So hypothetically, Administaff could help me hire dozens of people just like you.
Exactly.
Good.
So don't worry about it. Just try to get back to sleep, Miss Reeves. Miss Reeves?
Let Administaff help you keep the best and hire the best. Find out more by visiting Administaff.com. Administaff, we take care of your people so you can take care of your business.
Scott Spezio with 8 RBIs in the postseason, tops among the Angels. The pitcher, it's a ball well hit into right field. That one is going to go out of here. Scott Spezio has hit his second postseason home run, and the Angels have tied this thing up. It's 2-2. Big day for Scott Spezio, 3 for 4, including that home run, 3 RBIs. Spezio in the postseason with 9 runs batted in. Let's go back to the busy phones. Charles was at the game. He's traveling to Corona. Charles,